Everyone, it is that day to show you my monthly completed pages. I always find it really exciting showing you what I've done. I have it all written down in my book, and I've done just over 100 pictures this month. Some of them quite small, some of them a little bigger. Across, I think I counted 43 books, but I didn't trust my counting. I don't know why. It seemed to be quite a lot of different books. So let's get started. Johanna Basford is the first set. Just make room to pop that out of view. So I'll show you the planner first. And I've done quite a few from the planner. Not only the months for the videos for each week, but also the covers. So but there are videos for all of these. So we've got the inside cover, which this one I did with Posca pen, and this one I did with Ergosoft. So there are videos for those, and then we have the actual week pages. So this is the first one. I think actually I did this one in December, so you may have seen that one already. That was done with Black Widows. Then we have our very first January page. I did that with my Artex pencils. Then we have this one, which was done with pastels and metallic pen, just something a little bit different. And this one was done with Staedtler Design Journey pencils. So I'm a bit far away. I could come in a little closer for you, couldn't I? There we go. And then, oh yeah, that one was also done with Black Widows. This one is tomorrow's because the video is going out a little early. So this one was done with, let me see, Ergosoft. And it's actually two videos. There's one for tomorrow and one for Tuesday, which is why the completed pages video is today, to make room for those two. But I also did the very back inside cover too, and I tried Staedtler Design Journey for those because they said they worked on black paper. They work a little bit, but not amazingly well. So that's that. That's the planner. So you may have seen most of those already, but we'll move on to something that you won't have seen now, which is my challenge for the year, or one of them. This is my Secret Garden calendar from 2018, and I haven't coloured it at all, so I'm going to colour it month by month. But this month there's an inside cover here, so I did this one first. I used this this colour cube card, number 19. So you can see the mustardy colour is the flower centre, then the red's the flowers, and then the green. It looks like I've only used one green though for the flowers, and then the very dark I used a black for these. I don't think I used a dark green, I can't see it. Unless I used it for the base of the flowers, it doesn't look like it. But maybe I just used one. Sometimes I don't do all of them. I just do it a little bit. So let's put that in a different pile. So, and then the first one of the month, the first month of the year, sorry, was January. I can't really come in close and keep it all in the shot, and I used this one. So this is another colour cube. These are Sarah Renee Clark's colour cube cards, by the way. I've got a review of her colour cube and showing you how to use one in a video somewhere. So this is an orange. So we've got blood orange, and then we've got our dark blue for our flower centres, our blue for our flowers, and our green for our leaves. Again, I don't think I've used the really dark green. I just used those. I kept it quite plain. I'm finding these pages quite daunting, which is why I haven't done the calendar, because they're so huge. So I thought I would just keep it really simple. And so that's helped me, having a card to tell me what colours to do and keeping it really simple. Both of those things have helped me. Right. Let's move on to Miniature Enchanted Forest. We'll come in closer for this one. Little book. And this is one that I want to finish this year, so I've been doing quite a few pictures in here. So I started with this one, obviously the title page, and that was done with Ergosoft pencils. It's quite, because the book's small, you need to use something fairly fine. Now this page you may have seen, I think I popped a snap of it on my Facebook. So this is another colour card, and I used this colour scheme, and it was rather autumnal and fun, even though it's got black in it, which is something I don't normally use. So I used a bit of black here, yellows for the animals and for the flowers, a little bit. I used different shades of yellow, bits of red and things like that. So that was a fun one to do. So that's that one. Then this one was very simple, just the one pencil, just a really easy, simple. Sometimes your brain's just like, I just want to colour, I don't want to think, I just want to get some colour in some lines. That was those days. So that was Ergosoft. Ooh, now this one again you may have seen on my Facebook page. I think I also put it, I might have put it on Instagram, I'm not sure. Anyway, this one was also done with Ergosoft, I think. I'm just checking. No, Stedler Design Journey, so similar colours. And I used a black pen for the surround. It was so fiddly, I really wasn't sure what to do. So I just had an idea and went with it. And I was quite pleased, so it was good. And I did this one here. What have I used for that? Coors pencils. So the Coors pencils are a budget brand. I haven't seen them for sale in America. Only as a double-ended red and blue pencil, which is quite strange. They're very different in the UK, and they come to a lovely point and they don't break easily. So rather nice for a detailed picture. But you see, I kept the green the same throughout. It just made it a little simpler for me because of all the little details, but I had fun with that one. Now this one is another colour card. Let's see if we can just fit it in. There we go. Explain what I used, because it's hard to see. The background is a peach. Okay, it's quite faint. The pink is obviously the leaves. We've got this sort of greeny yellow. It's here for the arrows. Sorry, I'll take that away, you can see. And there, and the animals. A slightly darker green for some of it as well, for the animals actually. And you can't see that one, there we go. And the blue for the tree trunks. So that was a really real challenge, but I think Enchanted Forest doesn't need to be conventional colours. And I think I used pastel tint. Yeah, I used pastel tint for those, because obviously we've got quite a lot of pastel-y tones. So that was fun and different, which is always nice. This one again you may have seen already. I think I made a little video to show you the shine on it. This is done with done with Sakura glitter pens, apart from the black, which was done with, I think, a Sakura black, I'm not sure. So that's that one. I wanted to make it look like a stained glass window, so I sort of made it shiny, look more glassy somehow, so that was fun. Now this one was coloured with Ergosoft. So that was a lot of fun. I do like my Ergosoft. There's a couple of videos I did actually of the wings, the whole of the dragonfly and the whole of the mushroom. I made them into shorts. I was recording on a day when I couldn't talk because of background noise and things. So I just made a few little shorts colouring those, and so you could just see the process really. So that was just a bit different, a bit of fun. I'm not intending to do lots of shorts like that, but it was just happened to be a time when it just sort of worked. This one, I was watching TV and I needed something relaxing to colour, and so which is why the colours are all similar on the leaves, because I didn't want too much thinking to do. Stedler Design Journey I used for that one. I think that's the last one I've done from now on. So there's quite a lot in there, as I say, because my aim is to finish that book this year. Now we have Rooms of Wonder. Let's come out a little. Now Rooms of Wonder is another book that I want to finish before Johanna's new book comes out. So I've been doing quite a lot. Also, being a new book, it's a lot of fun and a nice novelty. So the first one to show you, is this one. Now this page I did a while ago, and so I decided it was time to do the facing page, and I actually used the same pencils and tried to match up the colours a little bit. It was quite hard. It's easier to do that all in one go, but I think I just about managed it. Now this is done with pastel tint pencils. So that was a lot of fun. It's quite hard to get a key. I used the Inca Gold, but with pastel shades to get a gold. But yeah, I was happy. So that was good. Now my next one was this page. Now I picked this card. You can see how vibrant it is in the photo. Mine doesn't look that vibrant because I chose slightly differently. So rather than making my key flower in that bright pink, I did that for the edges of for the butterflies. I used the white, the light pink for these, sorry, this one for the centres, roughly. It's a little bit different. Yeah, this one for the butterfly, and this green is similar. It's not exactly the same, but on the back, if you see, you've got different shades. Now this is Ghost White, the white, so I decided, I used a little bit for the wings, but I decided to leave the background white. So I sort of cheated, maybe, you might say, but I felt that if I'd done grey in the background, I missed that one, look. You wouldn't see the bodies of the butterflies, but also I think they wouldn't pop off the page. It might dull it down a bit. Sometimes I think a background doesn't really work. It depends what you're doing. I'm just seeing, I used Artex pencils for these. Sometimes I pick a card, and then I was doing that this morning, picked a card, and then I had to find a set of pencils that had the right sort of shades within it. Then there's this circle design, which you would have seen if you are following all my YouTube videos, because this was a YouTube series using pastel tint pencils. As you can see, sometimes they can be a lot more vibrant. If you just layer them up a bit, they look a lot darker compared to on that's Artex, sorry, compared to this page. I think they look more vibrant, but it's you know, it depends how you layer them up. So that was a lot of fun. I think that's a 10-part series or something, but it was good. Right, this page, now this is from December, that one. As a series, there was a video for each one of those, but this was the one that I did this month, and I picked this very pretty looking card and did this as a video. I think it was 3 parts. We did the green, the grey, and then the pink and reds. So it was a fun one. So that was that one. So if you haven't caught up with that one, you can have a look. I call it Clock, I think, something like that. Now this page I did with metallic, Castle Arts metallic. So this one I used a variety of different Castle Art metallics pencils, just had some fun, tried to make it look a little bit shiny by fading the colours and things like that. It's quite a challenge doing metallics, so it was a fun one. Now the metallics pencils shine a little bit, look, but not massively, so you have to still give the illusion of shine with them. This page though I did differently. It's all, you can see it's only 2 colours. The key is with the Castle Arts metallics. I think it's the bismuth crystal or the harvest gold, I can't remember. But the outside, I've got one Derwent metallic red, which I got as an open stock pencil for Christmas. I just wanted to try the Derwents to see how they compared with the Castle Arts. So I did a big area of the Derwent to give it a real test. And actually, they're much of a muchness in my, from what I could tell. I didn't really feel a big difference. It's a slightly different shade to any that you get within the Castle Arts, but with regards to how well it goes down and things like that, I found it quite similar. And if you look at the shine, it's very hard to try and pick it up. I don't know if you can even see it. I don't think it's any, I actually think the Castle Arts might be a bit shinier, or in fact very similar. So that's interesting, and I suspect the Derwent is more expensive, but I don't know, because when you buy one, it doesn't really help you know how much they cost. Then there is this page. This is a video that's currently going out, because today I'm filming this a little bit in advance, but you would have seen all these parts by the time this one goes out. So this was using polychromos. We did 3 videos, but I think 4. So we did the bricks, the wood, the owls, and then the other bits after. So that was a fun one. And these 2 actually, Let me have a look. The geranium was done with Ergosoft. You may have seen a video of this. I did a little short showing all the details of that one. And the telephone was done with Stedler Design Journey. So that was fun. So that's those two. So I've done a fair few pictures in this book this month. Hang about, just have to reorganise a minute. There we go. Now, World of Flowers. I've done one picture in here this month. It was a buddy colour with art by Rabs on Instagram, and I chose this colour card to do it. They didn't use a colour card, which is fine, but I kept it quite simple. It was fun. I wanted to try to do some white flowers. White flowers are not something that I've ever tried very much, well, at all before. But because this card has quite a lot of pale colours on, I seem to have managed to draw on it. So we've got this, it's called Ghost White, it's almost white. And then this beigey colour. So what I did was I used a cold grey for the flowers, bits of the flowers, leaving some parts of them white, went around the edges of them with a white pen. I used the dark brown for the leaves, the pink, light pink for the background, and then this flower here has the red and this browny colour in, a sort of browny white colour in it. So it was really interesting, really fun, really different. I enjoyed that one. So that was that one. Right. No, we're moving on to Rita Berman. This is Rita Berman's Seasons book. This is another book that I'd like to finish this year because I have her separate Seasons books. This is the compilation, so I started thinking I'd like to finish this one before I really dig in to the compilation book. So this one I did. I saw an otter yesterday in our canal. So exciting. Anyway, this was done with Artex pencils. It's a lot of fun. So yes, just a lot of background in this picture, and I didn't think it could have been done as a double, but I was a little bit daunted, so I just did the one. So that one will come at another time. Yeah, the otter was doing this up and down in the water. So fun. I had an appointment, I had to hurry. I didn't get time to watch it for long, but anyway, it's very exciting. This one it was also done with Artex because they're quite new. Been playing around with them a bit, so that's fun. And this one, now the damselfly here, I think, or dragonfly. There's some sparkly, which is why I'm turning it for you. It was done with Artex. The background is pastel. There's also Posca and Sakura. Oh, the Posca on the wings, those dots are white Posca, but they've come up pink because there was the colour bled in, but that's okay. And then there's metallic, no, glittery Sakura pens for the sort of stars and dots around there, so that was fun. Yeah, I did this double. I don't know why I was in the mood of doing beach things. It's freezing cold. I wouldn't want to go to the beach. I think it was really, I wanted to do some separate things. You know, sometimes you feel, I just want to get lots of things finished. So I do one die and it's done. I finished something. Do you know what I mean? So I just sort of did that. And I used, I think, I'm just checking. I think I used, I haven't written down what I used. I have a feeling I used Cause pencils for this, but I haven't, as I say, I haven't written it down. I'm not entirely sure what I used, but anyway, that's that one. And this one, now this was a challenge and I'm not entirely sure I was too happy with it. I picked this card, because what I'm doing is I'm working through my cards in order. So when I decide I want to do a card, I just grab one and use it. So brown leaves, and I think had I done the flower centres in this browny colour and the leaves in the red, I think it might have worked better, but I'm not sure. So I did a light grey in the background and the pinks in the petals and things like that. I mean, I know this is usually seen as a sunflower picture, but you know, that's how I did it. Okay, I think that's it. Yep, that was it for that book this time. We've done a few other Rita Berman. I say we, it's just me. This is Rita's winter book, and this page, I think some of these were done as videos and may have gone out in late December, early January. I can't really remember, but I sort of did the whole page, I think. I can't remember whether they were all videos or whether there were some shorts in there, I'm not sure, but that was that page. It was really cute and fun, and I haven't done the other side yet. Oh, and it was done with Arteza Expert pencils. Now I have, this is Rita's Lander book. Now this, not all of the videos for this have gone out yet, but I will show you anyway. The Holly, this one I did a long time ago. This one I did at Christmas. This one's come out fairly recently with the blackberries, but I've also now recorded the others, and you'll get an elderberries video. You'll get one for that, and then one for those two. I've got a compilation which I need to put out for my members soon, but non-members, you will get them all. I can't remember the dates. It might not be until February when you get them all, but I thought I would just show you now because I've done the page and you've seen some of them already. So that's that one, and they were done with mixed pencils. So these were Polycolour, this was Arteza Premium, and I think the rest might have been Arteza Expert. I can't quite remember, but anyway, it was a fun page. You know me and berries, love them. Right, Rita's water book. I just did the one which was a really fun experimental page. I used my Crayola Colours of the World, the skin tone set, for this to keep it quite neutral. It was rather fun. And then the background, this is a stencil that I was given with these some wave shapes, and I used distress ink. I've got one distress ink in just the right colour. You can see where I sort of moved the stencil, so I'm still not excellently practiced at doing it, but it was just a really good fun thing to try. I think if you don't look too closely, it's quite effective, and the fact that the distress ink isn't even makes it look a bit more interesting and fun, I think. So that was that one. And my last Rita book that I did this month was from her Asian book, and this was a series which I'm not sure if it would have started. It goes through January and February, so probably started already. So this is, each one is a video, and they use Castle Art Soft Touch, but with all of them have got a little bit of glitter, a little bit of shine, so that was good fun. So look out for those. They might be starting tomorrow actually, so you might already have seen some of them. I just can't remember. Okay, let's move on to Hanna Carlson. Now this is her Seasons book. Oops, I did a series from here. Here it is. Towards the end of December and maybe into early January. I don't think I showed you the completed page in a video yet, so there's that one. Hopefully you may have seen the videos and had fun with those. I had fun making those, they're really good. And I used polychromos on that page. With Hanna's paper, I find all pencils work really well, so it's a delight to use. Her paper is just amazing. So this is Magical Dawn, and it was a new book, so what I've done here is just this one here. If I come in a bit closer you can see it was coloured with Artex pencils actually, and yeah, it was a lot of fun, that one. Right, let's come back out a little bit. There we go. Right, next is Jewellery Box. Sorry, I cut the video there, you would have noticed. I had to pop out and do something. So when I first got the book, I just did this little tiny picture for you. I'm going to tip it to the light, come a bit closer. It doesn't want to show you the shine. There we go. Lots of shiny stickles on there. So that was that one. The pencils I used, I need to turn the page of my book, sorry. Hold on a moment. Yeah, that was done with Polycolour pencils. And then I did this page, which you may have seen the video set for. So there were 6 separate videos for these perfume bottles, which was lots of fun. I'm looking forward to doing a lot more of these sorts of bottles. I think there's quite a few in this book, so that'll be rather fun. Then Forest Kingdom, also by Hanna Carlson. My first is a double page. I used this card for this picture. Now this is interesting. Someone said they looked at the picture and they thought really warm, and then when they saw my picture they thought cold, and they were surprised. And it's interesting because I don't tend to look at the picture very much, I just look at the colours. So you can see how I've used various colours from here. I've taken a lighter version of this for the background as well. The background is done in a pastel, and then this is a Posca pen with a star stencil. And the main colours are done in Staedtler Design Journey pencils, because they had all the right colours, so that was really good. So that was really fun. I had a lot of fun. That was a buddy colour actually with my friend Michelle. And then I did this one as well. It looks really similar, but I think it's just a coincidence. I don't think I used a colour card, even though it looks like a really limited colour palette. I'm not sure. I haven't written down that I used one. And I did this one with Arteza Expert pencils. It was fun. I haven't done a Hanna house or building before, so that was a lot of fun for me. Did another one as well this month though. Now this one was also a buddy colour with my friend Michelle, and I chose this, or I can't remember whether she chose it or I chose it. I think she chose this colour card, and because she has them too. Or she has the digital version, and so I picked red for the sort of gemstones I thought would be really cool, and then these look quite leafy, so I gave them the green. So anyway, it was a lot of fun. So that was that. Hers was really different. You would think with such a limited colour they would look the same, but no, very different, so that's really good fun. Now Daydreams by Hanna Carlson next. Oops. And in this one I did this picture. I used Castle Art metallic pencils for the kettle and the water. Yeah, actually it says I used it for all of it, but I don't think I did. I certainly didn't for the sky. Oh, I might have done. It looks a bit shiny, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was a lot of fun. I used some white pen on the mice to make them look a little bit more furry, so that was good. And actually the stars have got glitter on them. I don't know if you can see that. So that was fun. And around the lamp. So there was that one. My last Hanna Carlson book, which is Cottage. I did this page. This was a lot of fun. Now I was inspired here by Black Anari. I think that's Anari. I don't know quite how you say it on Instagram. And looking at her really dark pictures, and I thought, you know, we're sort of magical and mystical, so it might be fun. So I started with black, and but brightened up. And it was just lots of fun. And I used polychromos for that, so that was a lot of fun. And again, another one of our houses which I enjoyed doing. I was wrong, that isn't my last Hanna. I've got another one. Summer Nights. Nearly forgot this one. Well, it's next in my pile. I just didn't really forget it. And this one, I was in the mood for colouring berries. When am I not in the mood for colouring berries? So that's what I started with on this page, and I did all the buildings. It was a lot of fun. I used Polychromos again, so that was nice. Yeah, I can see that's light magenta on the building. So I just wanted the berries to really stand out and be like a frame, because I just love to colour them. And then the building to just be set back a little bit. I think the doors might actually be a little bit too bright, but I had a lot of fun. Now we're on to Lulu Mayo, something a little bit different. This again, my friend Michelle chose some pictures for us to do buddy colours with, so that was a lot of fun. This one we have our sort of bottle fairy, as I called her, the little glitter on the wings. And this was coloured with Georgione pencils. Those are ones that Graby sent me. They're quite fine pencils, quite good for smaller details, and they have a nice gold, which is what I used here. There's also pastel in the background with a cloud template, just to get some sort of splodgy colour going on in the back there. So that was that one. I'm running out of space to put my books. Then A Million Sweet Things, and again my friend picked a very cute picture, this one here. I used Artex, yes, pencils for this, and I just used different shades. I just felt that orange and purple go quite well, so I used lots of oranges for the flowers, lots of purples for the sloths and other critters. So that was fun. Okay, yes, this one. This is a book that I had for my birthday. And I've had it quite a while and I haven't used it loads, so I just had a little look through. I made a bit of an error on this one, where something made me jump. I couldn't erase it, but there's quite a lot of blue which is smudged across the page anyway. Now I used pencil wise coarse pencils for this, and I put this light blue I put all over, and then I covered it up in different areas with different blues to show off the pattern. And then the stars, I've got a stencil for stars, and I just used a silver pencil to draw the stars through my stencil, and then I coloured them in with a silver pen. You can see it's really reflective and shiny. I just thought it needed a little something in the background. I think I went around the edge of the moon in a glitter pen as well. But it's quite a simple one, but I had a lot of fun. I thought it looked pretty cool, actually. Now, Night Garden. I did one in here using another colour card. Let's show you the card first. Away. There we go. So we had a mix of colours on this. So we've got a very dark green, which I used for the stems. We've got a slightly lighter green, which I used for the flowers. I used some of the dark green for the flowers as well. It's a bit of a mix. The orange, darker orange for the centres and the lighter one for the petals. And then this sort of camel, it's supposed to be that colour. It's not really well matched, but you know, that's okay. And I used, what pencils did I use? And Prismas for that. So that was interesting. This background isn't on my card. So that's interesting. I think it was, I thought might have been one of those, but it's not really. But anyway, it works, I think. So that's okay. The cards aren't set in stone. You can sort of do what you want with them. So that was that one. I think I'm going to have to start a new pile. Going to be collapsing in a minute. So this is Stunning Patterns book. This was a book I was sent a while ago to review, and I'm sort of working through the pages. They're double-sided and the paper's very thin, so I've had a few disasters with trying to use pens, so I thought I'd do a pencil page. And look at that lovely candy page. So I just grabbed I'm pretty sure I know what I used. I used my Holbein pastels for this, so no, I was wrong. And just picked one of each colour and just did really simple. So even though those pinks look different, they're the same pencil, just harder and lighter. I didn't do much shading. It was one of those days when I just wanted to put colour down on paper, but actually the colours are really pretty, aren't they? So that's good. Look, my wibbly pile. Now I wanted to do one from this book. I've sort of decided to do a few from lots of books this month, because in December I only really used a few books because of it being Christmas and I wanted to do Christmas themes. Some sort of, this is another book that I was sent for review, and I'm working through it. So these are Mayweed. Now they're white, so it was very difficult to know how to colour it, particularly when I didn't want to do a background because there's so much intricate detail. But I used a little bit of white or grey, I can't remember, on the flowers, but you just can't really see it. And I coloured this with coarse pencils, but I do enjoy, this is a grayscale book, look, it's quite fun to try and colour, so that was fun. I'm just going to have a reorganise. Let's move my colour cards over there. There we go. So this is Colouring Heaven. This is a book, they also sent me this book to review, and I'm working through it a little by little. So I use this one. I find the colour cards are really good for mandalas, because often I've got no clue what colours to use. So it's great. So I use this very pale colour for the centre and the centre of these flowers. And then the darker one here you can see. And oh, that's the darker one, and browns and things, different shades as well. That's quite a light pink, but when you turn over there, that one is fairly light. So, you know, I just sort of had fun with it, really. It doesn't look much like a cupcake, but I had fun. Right, that's that one. Now, yes, Elegant Elephants. This is the day and night version. I've got the, there's two versions of this book. One that has some pages with black backgrounds and one that just has the white backgrounds. And I've got both. So this, I grabbed this one. I couldn't find my other one, to be honest. I found it now. But it was, I knew it was somewhere. I'm getting a new bookcase soon. I'll be able to find everything much better. So I did the main elephant. The main elephant is on white paper. So I used my Bambino crayons. And then for the black bit, I just used Posca pens over the white. If you look at, you can see how they are. So there's a white bit and then there's a lot of lines. So I just used Posca over the lines. And I thought that worked quite well, except for the bits where I've missed the lines. But that's just me. I'm not very good at staying on or in lines. But that's that one. So he was fun. I did it pink because it's pink on the cover. I thought I would step out of my comfort zone and do something that, you know, a little bit different. Now we're on to Maria Trolle. This is her lovely Botanicum. And this was a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. She picked this beautiful page. The sky was a complete disaster when I first did it and I had to rescue it. What I did, I just got some pastels and went over and over until I covered up. I can still see that it's a bit splodgy, but I think it's okay. Just about rescued it. So that there's a lot of pastel, unfortunately, on the duckling that I couldn't rub off. That's the only thing. But I used Prismas for that, and the bubbles in the sky. I've got a bit of glitter on, and the wings actually. I don't know if I can make it show. Maybe there. There we go. So there he is. There's also a page further on, a Christmas page. There's some cat. I actually did this one in January, but I was still in the mood for Christmas. So there's a splodgy pastel background, and it was a bit of fun. What pencils did I use? Coarse pencils. So I tried to do fur. It's quite hard. Had to go. And used white dots on top of grey pencil on this to try and make it look sparkly. It was something I'd seen other people do and I was trying to copy, and did a little bit on those as well. So that was fun. Okay, so we have Twilight Garden next. Oops, it doesn't want to, there we go, let me lift it up. Here it is. And I used picked this picture here. I used this card. It's like this really old-fashioned painting, but it looks very different here. So the very pale colour is the flower centres and the windows, and then we have our sort of darker reds for the flowers and the door, and then the browns for the this sort of burgundy for the leaves, and then the brown for the roof. I thought it was really interesting. I quite liked it. You know, I find brown leaves, it's a bit out of my comfort zone, but when it was done I wasn't very sure, but now I think I like it. And it was done with polychromos. Okay, then we have a book. This one I was given for Christmas. I've done a flip through, and in the flip through I coloured this page, so you may have seen this already. And this was done with polychromos. Right, then I have a little book. This, again, I was given for Christmas, and I did this page, which is the cover, with this card. Look how pretty it is, the card, and I picked as best I could colours. Castle Art Gold I used, and I used, as you can see, lots of glitter on the words. I wanted them to really stand out, so although they're not a colour that's on the card, I decided that actually using a coloured glitter they wouldn't stand out as well as just using like a silvery colour. I think it's just a glazed glitter pen. Then this one is the one that I did when I did the flip through. I kept it really simple, and I'm trying to see what I used. I used Castle Arts Gold, I think, for that one. And then I did this one actually as a video for you, showing you how to use the card, this card here. So quite a simple one there. Also using Castle Art, oh no, Soft Touch, Castle Art Soft Touch for that one. So that was that one. So yeah, that was fun. Just writing something down in my book, because I write down the card numbers, I hadn't written it down for that one. So that was that. And then I also had, let's pop those away, a small, another pocket size colouring book from my friend Michelle for Christmas. I showed you a flip through, and I did this picture, which I did with Ergosoft. I haven't done any more in here yet. I will. It's a good one for in front of the TV, or when you're out visiting people, or doctor's surgery, that sort of thing, you know. Now this book is a lovely book, and I did a Christmassy themed page from here. So you can see it's like a wallpapery page, all repeating, and so it's quite straightforward, which is sometimes really nice. And I used my coarse pencils because I wanted something quite fine. I tried to find the part in the book where this happened, to try and remember, see what colour these little candies were, but I couldn't find it. I do remember reading the book when they got the tin cups and candy canes for Christmas, but I couldn't find it in any of the books, so I just guessed and made them pink, but I wasn't convinced they would be. I thought they might be white, really, but I didn't want them white. Now, my friend Michelle also gave me this book for Christmas, and we've been doing a few buddy colours from it through December and January, and this is one we did in January or late December. I don't think I got to show you it on my last flip through. And that was done with Derwent Lightfast pencils, so that was fun. And trying to do the skin was quite tricky. Not 100% happy with it, but I'm still practicing, and so I'm getting there. So I haven't done so much skin lately. I did say I was going to practice over Christmas, and I haven't, but I'll get there. This is my Uplifting Words book. I've done a few in here. I tend to be working through them in order through the book at the moment. So this one was done with polycolours, quite simple. I think I did it on my lap because the colours aren't very dark. You know, it's hard to press when you're not on a desk. And then this one is done with pens. Sometimes I want to have a go with my pens. They're running out a bit, and but I want to, you know, the words really stand out well. But maybe it might have been better for those to have been coloured in pencil, you know, that one. And this one done with shiny pens mainly. The words have courage in the middle. Oh, I think they are done with glitter pen. The glitter's just not, doesn't show very well. They're not really shining, are they? Some of my glitter pens are better than others. But these are Castle Arts pens. They're not quite as good as the Sakura, but they are cheaper. Very significantly cheaper. So, yeah. I think they're still good value for money, considering what you pay. Now, it's another book my friend Michelle got me for Christmas. She's very generous. Now, this one, again, use this card. You can see pretty easily what's gone down here. Now, I used metallic, Castle Art metallic pencils for this, and obviously picked out that darker blue for here, the lighter blue for some of the other details, the lighter colour for the background, and these browns for the leaves and different bits and pieces. So it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one, and I think blues and browns really do work well together. Now this one, again, as I say, I think these cards are really good for mandalas, and it sort of pushes you out of your comfort zone because there's sort of leafy type shapes here, but there's no green, so you have to go with other alternatives, and I think it works very well. So that was fun. I have done a grey background, which isn't on the card. I'm not sure why I did that. Well, maybe it was that. That's quite a grey pink. I don't know. Anyway, but that's that one. Sorry, I didn't tell you the pencils, did I? Oh, I told you that was metallic, and I didn't show you the next page. I've just noticed I missed it out. I have a feeling that was a colour card as well, and I haven't written it down. Maybe, yes, that was the Arteza Expert, and I haven't popped the card in. This one says Castle Arts Gold. That could be right. This one, I'm getting muddled. Yeah, I think that's the Castle Arts Gold. This was done with metallic pencils that aren't castles. I've got a brand called Alex, and they're metallics, and they're quite fun. They're not as nice as castles, but they were sent to me, they're given to my husband by my aunt. She brought them over from America. I can't tell if they're a budget pencil or not, I wouldn't know. But I really like the colours, and but they're quite sticky. But so they can be a bit tricky to work with, but I think they're fun. This one, this was done with polychromos. It's rare for me to use polys in a book like this. I don't know why. I sort of think, I don't know really why. But we've got the sort of sagey green. I used earth green. Although, yeah, and this colour is called peach on the back. But I used a sort of green gold. Yeah, and then we got the dark that I used for the edges, and the two reds for the flowers and things. That was a lot of fun. I think that's the last one. But me and my friend, we do bloody colours in that one a lot. It's good fun. Now the flower year, I try and do a picture a month, and my January picture is here. And these are hellebore, oh, I don't know. Well, I don't know why I'm trying to say it. And they come in white mainly, but luckily they also come in this sort of very dark pinky colour. So I did that instead because it was easier. And I used polychromos. That was that one. Now this book I was sent to review, and I coloured this hot air balloon in the review video, and then I finished the page. I think, let me see, yeah, I used polycolour, that's right, because it's some Amazon paper. I sometimes find polycolours work really well. These balloons aren't quite as dark as this one, but I tried to keep the colour scheme going through. I thought it was quite fun to do it that way. I didn't know how to colour the people, and I decided to silhouette them to make the balloons really stand out. It's just an idea, but it's fun. Nature mandalas. Now I've got 2 bookmarks in here, but I've only done 1 picture. That's because one of them is bookmarked because I'm doing a buddy colour in it later today. But this one is the one I did. This is a sort of Christmassy picture. Perhaps I should have put my Christmassy ones all together, I don't know. There's a bit of glitter in there. I don't know if you can see a bit of shiny. I think it's actually just metallic pen. Lots of dots. But it was mainly done with coarse pencils. Again, lots of little details, so that's why I chose those to do. Didn't even colour in the polar bear, I just left him white. I just thought that was, and the chest of the penguin. Didn't really want to add anything to those, but anyway, that was a fun picture. I wanted to do something wintry. And Circle of Life. Oops, I can't find the pen. Oh, it's right at the back. Yeah, because it's almost the back page, because again I wanted to do a wintry snowflake. It almost looks like I haven't coloured it. I have. It was done with Artex pencils. Look, I haven't finished that one. That's funny, but they're quite pale. I kept it quite pale and yeah, unfinished. I'm going to stick a bookmark in there. I might remember to finish it. I'll put it away and think, what's that bookmark in there for? Microscopic Marvels, another book I was sent to review. I've had it quite a while. I just fancied something plain, a geometric type picture, so I picked this one. And I used some greens. I've got a Caran d'Ache, not Luminance, the other ones. Its name has escaped me. Slightly cheaper ones, green. So I wanted to try it out. So I tried it out on all the circular bits, and then did some other greens. Just odd pencils I had in my drawer, really, and then put some gold around it to make it look a bit more fun. So that was that one. I think it begins with P, pencil type. Did I write it down? No, I put mixed pencils, which is true. So Millie Marotta, Secrets of the Sea. I grabbed one of these and I did this page. So I didn't really know what colours these were, so I thought I would just use one of these. And we've got black in there, which is interesting, and I just mixed up, so each one has got a couple of different colours in it. That was a bit of fun. Some of them are the same because they were drawn the same. And I used Staedtler Design Journey for those. And then I also picked one from Wildlife Wonders and used a colour cube card as well. There's all the pinks, except there's a little bit of white in there, so I decided to leave the background white as my white and then just do pinks and reds through the pictures. That was fun. And I used I haven't written down what I used. I don't know. Never mind, we don't know. Anyone's guess. Now we're coming to the end. Got a few books left. I did a Kirby. I only used this book. I've got another Kirby book I didn't do this time, but I wanted to finish this. Now this page, there's a few tutorials for some of these. I'm not sure whether all of them. I think that one and that one, maybe that one. I'm not too sure. Long time ago, and I hadn't finished this side, so I finished it. These are polychromos, so I finished this side and sort of thought I'll get that page done. So that was fun. Now we have Matchstick Mouse, and we've got 2 Morgan O'Brien books. This is the first one that I've been working on. So I've been using some of the cards for these. So this one, look, is done with this card. So that was fun. It's a little bit challenging. This one was good because we had greys for the mouse. If we didn't have greys, I wouldn't really know where to go with the picture, or browns. But anyway, so this one, you see, I only really had a sort of reddish colour, but I managed to use some different shades of it to get her looking fairly brown, and use the blood orange for the roses and the greens for the leaves. So it worked quite well in the end. So that was fun. I didn't tell you what pencils I used. The first one I used Arteza Expert. For this one I used coarse pencils. For this one here you can, maybe guess. That's pastel tint. This one, oh, some of them are over the page. That was Arteza Expert pencils. This one was Artex pencils. This one I felt was a bit of a disaster. Arteza Premium. I'm just not sure that I put the colours in the right places. I mean, the blue sky was the obvious place to go, and red flowers, but I'm just not sure about these trees. And the broom is so bright. I think I should have done it a bit lighter or something. I don't know. I'm just not 100% on that one. But, you know, they're not always going to work. So that was interesting. I think it wasn't so much the colour combo as where I used them that I felt was a little bit odd. But anyway, it is what it is. This one, Arteza Premium. I did that one just yesterday, I think. Now this one was such fun. This one I did with, hang on, bear with me. I haven't written it down. Don't know. But I tried to copy the cover. Now obviously this is much darker and this is done digitally, but I copied the colours and it was such fun. I used some Poscas for some of it. I'm trying to think. I may have used, I think I used Staedtler Design Journey, you know. Yeah, I did. Yeah. You wouldn't think you could get so many colours out of 24 pencils, but I had to mix them up, and it was such fun. This one was also Staedtler Design Journey. That's a fun one. That was a buddy colour actually. This one was a video. You may have seen it already. And I used Chroma Flow. Well, this one I did very early in the month. You can see there's some glitter in the snow. It's a fun one to do. And I used Castle Arts Gold. We've got more of a summary looking page on this one. And that was done with Chroma Flow. And then the cake, whoops, that was fun as well. And that was done with Coarse pencils. They've got a really nice range of sort of pinks. And the last one in this book, this one I did with, oh yeah, Castle Arts Gold. So there's that one. That was fun. And there's some yellow and white Posca for the flower centres. So that's that book. And now we're on to the final book, which is another Morgan O'Brien. Sorry for the glare. Welcome to the Village. So I did this one, finished this yesterday. This is obviously in the dress shop. And I wanted something really simple. So that's what I did. And that was done with Castle Arts Gold. This one was done nearer the beginning of January. Again, we have a bit of glitter on the snow in the tree. This was a video, I think, and done with Artex, or was it? Was it? I don't know. Now I'm questioning myself. I don't think it was actually. This going a bit mad. This was done. This was a buddy colour again with my friend Michelle and Staedtler Design Journey. Had a lot of fun with that, mixing up the colours to make the sea, things like that. This was a video, definitely. And there's a bit of glitter. I think there's stickles in the middle of the flowers, which, oh, there we go. There you are. And it was done with Arteza Expert pencils. And the very last one was this little chap here. I'd done this one as a video over Christmas, I think, as a video. And so I did this little chap with the bananas and with Polycolour. So that is the end of my month's worth of pictures. I have 101 written down, but I did find one that I hadn't written down, so it may be 102 across, as I said, probably 43 books. So that's lovely. I am, yeah, I've got a few of the ones I've done quite a bit in. I will probably do more in again next month. But that's me. So I hope that was fun. Thank you for watching. It was a long video, so thank you very much for staying with me if you did. I hope you have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is that time of the month again to show you my completed pages. So I've got quite a lot in February. I didn't think I would get so many done because of it being a short month, but I've done over 100, only just over. Again, although I count my double pages as 2 when I'm adding up, it just gives me a bit of an idea. So actually it's the same amount as last month, which is interesting. But let's get going. I'm going to start, as I usually do, with my Hanna Basford. Let's just try and put that back. No, that's no good. Let's put that over there. There we go. And the planner. Now if you follow my channel and you watch my videos, you'll know that I do a planner picture every month and every week, sorry. So this is the first week of February, the 6th of February's planner, and I did that with Ergosoft. Now each of the planner pictures has a tutorial or series of, I think this was 3, that you can follow along if you want to. And if you subscribe to my channel, you'll get notifications if you hit the bell of when the videos come out, so you'll know they're available. Planner ones usually go out on a Monday afternoon, but sometimes I mix it up. I have lately, it used to be in the morning, now it's the afternoon, but then sometimes there's more than one depending on how big. This one was done with Paws pencils and a black Posca pen. This one was done with Staedtler Design Journey pencils, and the last one for February was done with Castle Arts Botanical pencils. Now I have done another page ready for March, but I'm not going to show you that one until, you'll have to wait until March the 6th for that one. But that's those from the planner. So that's my first book. Now my next one I'm going to show you is Rooms of Wonder. Sorry, I hit my tripod. There's always a bit of hitting and banging in this one because there's not much room on my desk with all the books. So Rooms of Wonder is a book, I want to finish it before Johanna's new book comes out. Now I thought her new book was coming out in September, but actually they've changed the date, release date on Amazon. So I'm not sure when it's coming out really. I guess because it's not even been finished yet, they don't really know. So this is the Lost Property Office page, which has been a long-running series, 10 parts, and I did it using, I'm just trying to find it, Ergosoft, and also there's a bit of pastel in the background. I'm not sure if this will be finished by the time this video comes out, so it may be that you haven't seen it finished unless you're a channel member and you would have got a compilation of all the videos already if you wanted one. It was a mammoth 7 hours on this page, but you know, it's very bright and colourful, which is what I wanted. That's good. I did this one here. This is the typewriter page, obviously, and I used this. This is a Sarah Renee Clark colour cube card. I picked the card and then used the sort of burgundy colour for the desk, and then the oranges for the flowers, and the yellow for the centres, and the greens for the leaves and the background. So I used that card for that one. It's a lovely autumnal picture, but I picked the picture and then grabbed a card, so I made it work, and I had great fun with that. And I think I did that with, I'm just checking, yes, polychromos for that one, so that was fun. Now I've got a colour cube card that I used this month, and I haven't got a corresponding picture, and I think what must have happened was that I must have forgotten to write it down, but anyway. So my husband makes these bookmarks, for those of you that don't know. Now this is was done with Excuse me, with Ergo Softs it says. I had a feeling it was done with Staedtler Design Journey, but it's Staedtler either way. And I just was in the mood for not really thinking, quite plain colouring, just really relaxing page to do. Okay. Now the windmill was fun. Now I kept to a very limited palette. I didn't use a colour cube card, but I just had always imagined the balloons being red, and I just sort of got into the reds and browns, so that was fun. Now in the background there are some clouds done with a pastel and a template, and I put a little bit of green pastel at the bottom there as well. So there's that one. I had fun with that page. It was a buddy colour, I think, with my friend Michelle. I'm sure we did it together. I can't keep up because we do a lot. It's great fun. Now here, this dressing table page, I'd always thought about doing a lot of sort of very feminine pink colours. It's a little bit tricky to know what to do for the actual dressing table, so that's actually done in a cream colour. It doesn't stand out particularly well, but I think you can see a slight yellowy hint in there, and obviously the gold goes with the gold, I felt. That was done with polychromos as well. I enjoyed that one. And then I'd forgotten to write this one down. I had great fun with this one. I just, you know, embraced the rainbow. So I chose my rainbow colours, and then not only did I obviously use them in the jars, but then I used them for everything else. So those colours everywhere. It made it much easier to choose colours for one thing, but also I think it just tied it all together. So, and there's some sparkle, like the stars have got they're silver with a white outline and things like that. So, and I went over the black lines with white. I'd seen a couple of versions of this page where people had done that, and I thought it worked really well, so I copied them. So thank you to those people. I know one was Emily Illustrator, I can't remember who the other one was, but I had a lot of fun with that page. And I also did this one. So I can't remember what pencils I used for that, but I think they're polychromos, because I think this is a manganese violet. I'm pretty sure. This mermaid's house was also done with polychromos. I had fun. I'm not sure about this pink and this blue together. I thought the blue would look like sea, but the pink... Anyway, it was a bit of an experiment, maybe gone wrong, but hey. Not everything is perfect. And this was a buddy colour again with my friend Michelle. We had good fun doing this one. I was thinking it's SpongeBob SquarePants' house. For this one though, I used Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Staedtler always work very well in Johanna's UK edition books, I have found, so it was a lot of fun. So I've still got plenty more to do in the book, but I'm actually in the middle of a tutorial series in there, which I'm not going to show you. I shall hold off and you will see it's not complete. And yeah, it was fun. So we're moving on to Lost Ocean. You may have seen this one, the sharks. I did a 8-part series with one video for each, which was a lot of fun. So that was that page. I sort of remembered I hadn't really used this book very much, so I did used it a couple of times. And this was also a video for Valentine's, being as it's a heart. So that was fun. I enjoyed that one as well, and it just reminded me of what fun this book is, so I may do something more this month. Maybe not a video, maybe a video, I'm not sure. I've made quite a lot of videos for March already, just because I've got a little bit ahead. Now this one is from the Secret Garden calendar from, I'm going to check the date for you because I always forget, I think it's 2018. I'm not sure that this calendar is available anymore. I can't find the date, never mind. It's one that I've been determined to finish, but because it's so large, it's quite daunting. So I decided to do one a month, and so to make it a little bit easier. So this one is actually done with Castle Arts watercolour pencils mainly. So I had great fun with the background of the tree. Basically, I did the branches. You can see that I did the branches because I smudged some out, and the leaves, and then a lighter colour in the background. Just went all over it with water and just smudged it about, which was good fun. Some of it I haven't used water for, like the swing. and the ladder, because it was a little bit too, you can see where I've gone out the lines here. It was a bit too fine. My brushwork isn't that accurate. And the cages I just went over with a Sakura metallic pen just to make them shine, rather than trying to go over it, do anything else with them really. So that I had a lot of fun. I think that's the best page I've done so far from the calendar. So that was good. And my next Johanna book was Ivy. Now, I'm not sure if this video series has even started yet, but I'm going to show you anyway. I was asked if I could do this page, and I've started and I've made a series of this side. I will be coming back to do that side as well, but I needed a bit of a break because it's quite daunting. I had great fun once I got into it and I was doing it. I enjoyed it, but the small parts, you've got a key and a ring for the first one, and then this and this, and then this and this, this and this, and those three for the last one. So it was great fun to do, but as I say, it's quite daunting with all the metallics and the gemstones and everything else. So yeah, I love how some of these came out. It was brilliant, but I had to be in the right mindset to be keen on doing it, and there's a lot more going on this side as well. So I will, as I say, I will come back to this one and make small, breaking it down into really small bits, because I think it's daunting for me. It'd be daunting for you, I suspect, as well. So I'm thinking smaller tutorials, just a couple of things in each, and then you can just feel like you can tackle it and then put it away for another day. So that was that one. So, and I've been doing that one in polychromos. Okay, I find metallics easier in a pencil that I'm really familiar with, so that's why I use the polychromos. I'm most familiar probably with the Staedtlers, but I've had them the longest, but they aren't quite so versatile as the polys. Okay, so Miniature Enchanted Forest is another one I'm looking to finish this year, or before Johanna's next book comes out. So I've been working on this one. Here's our squirrel. This was done with Cores pencils. And then I did this one. I'd sort of been working through a little bit. I've done all the ones before here. So if I can't think of what to do next, I just do the next one. Yeah. So we have our colour cube card, which I use for this side. I rather like that still. That was done with Bambino crayons. But this one I did with Ergosoft. And you can see how I picked out this colour just for the owl. I felt he would really stand out then. And just the blue and grey for the flowers. And then the greens for the leaves. It's a lot the same, but it was still quite fun using the palette, I found anyway. And this one as well, I didn't try and make it the same as this. I did this one when the first book first came out, which was in 2021, so a few years ago. So this palette here, now I used Staedtler Design Journey pencils, which I use the black and the brown. They're not quite so vibrant as some brands, which means that the black doesn't really dominate, but I think I was really pleased with how it came out. It was a bit of an experiment. I was a bit like, is it going to work? And I started it and it felt a bit cumbersome, but once I did all the black and I marked out where the dark areas were, it's very easy then to just add the next bit and the next bit and the next bit, and so it came together very quickly once I'd got started, so that was fun. And this double page I did, I'm not so keen on this page the way it's been done, because the stag is normally split by a break in the page if you buy the original Enchanted Forest book. Now obviously people don't like that because you can't colour right into the spine, which you could on this page because it lies really flat. But I realised some editions of the book, if they're not stitched, you can't do that. So now it's not central. So this bit goes all the way to the end, but this bit gets cut off, and that sort of put me off. So I wasn't really that enthused for colouring. I had fun with the stag and just did them all quite bright colours. And what did I use for that? I used, no, that's wrong, Giorgione pencils, that's right. There's the colour range is a little bit odd as well. You get lots of dark and bluey greens and nothing much in the middle. So so these two, I also did both of these. I didn't do them to match, obviously. So this one I used Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Use those a lot in this book because they're fine. You can sharpen them to a fine point, and then just some pastel in the background just to finish it off with a bit of blue and green. Really, excuse me, very straightforward. And this one was also done in Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I was trying to make it, you know, purple and pink, a little bit interesting. I couldn't decide. It's a hard page to know what to do with, really, because it's like it feels like it should be silhouetted. So that's why I kept it all the same. And this one was done with shiny pens. I just fancied doing something in pen. These are Sakura metallic. I'll tip it up like that so you can see it without the shine. They do shine really well, as you can see, but they've got some really nice bright colours, so I just had to play with some pens on that page. It's because they're such thin lines, I feel you just need to block it in, really. And then I did this one. I matched it a little bit with this side, not completely. What did I use for this one? Let me have a look. Norris. I used Staedtler Norris. That's why it's quite pale. I find them quite difficult to get a vibrant colour out of. I don't know what happened in the middle there. That was there when I turned to the page, and I decided not to try and erase it because I didn't know if I would spoil it. It's probably something that came off that red, but that was a fun one. And then I did this maze here. I haven't written down what I used. I've got absolutely no idea. I've used a gold pencil for that, but I really just don't know what I used. So there is the maze. It's quite plain, isn't it? Sometimes sit in front of the telly, just want something easy. And the padlock was done with very thins, with Prismacolor very thins. That was fun, a little bit different. And then I did this double page. I don't know, I haven't ever done this page before. In my bigger copies of Enchanted Forest I finished, I didn't colour this page because there's so much black in it. I almost felt like it didn't need to be coloured, but I wanted to have a go. So I used very thins again, but I picked out all my favourite colours, the purples and pinks and blues and things, which I really liked. So those are all the ones from there. So I've done quite a lot in that book this month, as you can see. And that's probably how I managed to do so many, because I picked, they're smaller pictures, aren't they? So now we're moving on to Rita Berman. This is her Seasons compilation book, and this is another one that I'm looking to finish. I've got quite a lot done in it. It's a lovely book. And the first one I did was this one. This was a buddy colour with my friend Michelle, and she picked it. It's a bit Eastery, but I decided it's fine to do it. I'm not sure about these blue ducks, but anyway, I decided it was okay to do. I had been thinking about doing it maybe as a Easter, but I've got Rita's spring book, so I can do it again if I want to at Easter, so I thought I'd just go for it. So, and it was good fun, and I think I used pastel tints. Yeah, I grabbed my pastel tints. It just felt like a pastel page, really. Now this one I had a lot of fun with. This was another buddy colour with Michelle. Let's just come out a little so you can see. There we go. And I just wanted to make it really bright. I'd seen Colour Bright Bex's page, which was absolutely gorgeous, and she used loads of bright colours. I didn't want to go quite as mad as she did. Don't mean mad in a bad way, in a good way. Hers was amazing. But I was sort of influenced to do bright colours, so that's what I did. And I sort of made the birds and their feathers match, really. And that was done with Staedtler Design Journey, but there is a little bit of creamy yellow pastel in the background, which I don't think you can really see very well. In fact, here it looks very pink, and here it looks green. I think the colours have transferred. Sometimes when you rub the pastel, the colours from the pencil mix in a little bit, but that's okay. And I also had a go at this page. I thought would looked a lot of fun. I also used Staedtler Design Journey pencils for that one. I got a new set, so I've been playing. I've actually now combined all my Staedtlers together in one case, in a elasticy case, and so I'm comparing them because I'm using them side by side in pictures. I did one just now, and I'm still doing it actually. So for some bits I've used different the Ergo, sometimes the Norris, sometimes the Super Soft Design Journey, sometimes the Standard Design Journey, and I'm sort of comparing how they all feel, because using one from one and then one from the other straight after, it's a really good way to compare. And I'm still playing with them, and I'll be able to report back at some point when we do, next time we do a Stedler picture, I'll be able to talk more. But that's that one. It's fun. I think I could have done with putting some white. My plan was to put some white pen on, and I haven't done it, like on the chilies and things. I wonder why I didn't. Maybe I was packing up for the evening, I don't know. But I haven't done that much Rita this month. Did a couple from Europa though. This again was a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. She picked this one. It looked very daunting, I have to say, because there's so much detail going on here. But what I did to make it easier, just in case you're wanting to attack a page like this, I did the sky, I did the trees, I did the grass, and then I did this bit of greenery and this bridge and that path. And then there was only this bit, and it just felt so much easier, and I could take my time, doing all these little details. I do feel that I messed up here. This bottle in the basket, because it's next to baguettes, I thought, oh, that's olive oil, so you can pour some out and dip your baguette in. I think it's a bottle of champagne. I'm not going to be dipping my baguette into champagne. Probably not, anyway. Now this was one of my Valentine's Day tutorials that I did on my channel with metallic Castle Arts metallic pens and some white dots. I actually forgot to put the page at the end with the white dots in. I did post it on my community tab on my YouTube page, but just in case you haven't seen it, you can see it now. The white doesn't show up hugely, I think it just finishes it off really. So there is that one. And my last Rita book, I grabbed my winter book because I haven't used it this winter, and I thought I need to just have a go before the winter is over. And I really fancied trying out my Bambino crayons again. I haven't used them for a long time, and they're so lovely and intense in colour. I just did this really simple page. I didn't want to do a background, partly because Bambino smears, so if I tried to put a pastel on, it would smear all the colour in, and that wasn't the effect. It might work, but that wasn't the effect I was looking for. So I just used various colours and had a good fun with just doing these lights. That was good. There's a few other Bambino ones this month as well, so I just sort of grabbed them and remembered how fun they were. I don't know if they're easy to buy in the UK anymore. Kat, who used to sell them, did contact me a few months or more, maybe 6 months ago, asking if I wanted to become the UK distributor, because she was looking for someone, because she isn't going to be selling them in the UK anymore. She's going back to work or something. But I don't know how many other people she contacted and whether she even found anyone. So this is Matchstick Mouse Floral. Now this is a book that I'm aiming to finish probably in March, actually. It's a lovely book, and here is my first one in here. Now this was coloured with Stedler Design Journey, but there are stickles in the water. If I turn it to the camera, to the lamp, I mean, you can just about see that sparkly shine. So there's gold stickles in the flower centres, and then some, I've got a colour called Waterfall in the water, which is rather fun. So that was that one. And then this one, so they're having their cup of tea. We can come in a little closer, can't we, for these? There we go. This one was coloured with, have I written it down? Yes, Ergosoft. So that's Ergosoft. Oh, I've written it here on the book. Hang on. I write it on the there. So this was done with Castle Art Seascape. And there she is doing her sewing. It's quite a limited palette there. Now this one is a funny one. This was done with Castle Arts Monet. And this one done with Castle Arts Botanical. What I try and do with Mouse, because I go through the pages fairly quickly, I try and use different pencil sets I think it's a bit of fun. This was done with Stedler Design Journey. I had fun with that one. It's very cute. This one was done with Black Widow Spider. I'm trying to work out, I think they're dressing up. It was quite fun. Oh, hang on. Oh, I missed one. There we go. This one was done with Black Widow Cobra. So she's going off for a walk. I tried to put a bit of pink in the sky with the purple. You can't really see it. It doesn't matter, does it? This was done with Artex. I've just been trying those out a little bit. They've been fun. It's been a lot of fun. This one was just chroma flare. It's quite a plain one, isn't it? But I could make all, I think probably making the flowers different colours might have been a better idea, but never mind. Because I can't visualise, I can't tell how it's going to turn out until the end. This was done with Norris, hence this is quite pale, even though I've used a really one of the darkest browns here. You can't, they don't come out, they're quite pale. If you want pale colours, it's good. And this one I did with Bambino, you see, so that was good fun. And I just put white with it after, so I enjoyed that one. So I think I've got 5 pictures or so left in that one, so as I say, that'll be finished quite soon. When I do finish it, I will do a flip through of the whole book. Now, this month I was gifted 2 of the same book, and it was fantastic because I've always wanted to do a Morgan O'Brien book in his style. So his style on the front of the cover, he's coloured that, but he also puts coloured pictures on his website. So this book I thought I would do in his style, and this book I would do in my style. So I thought that would be rather fun, and I was really excited that I had this opportunity to do this. So thank you to the 2 lovely ladies that sent me the book. It was brilliant. So my first picture in the book was when I did the flip through, and this one is from here. You can see I'm a lot paler than the cover. This is digitally coloured, and this is coloured with Arteza Expert pencils, so it's not going to be an exact match, but I just find it really fun copying the star. Now the cloud outlines on here is done in a sort of beige, and I didn't really have that, so I did it in blue. So I don't do it exactly the same, you know. I may have to make some changes and adaptations, but I had great fun, and I love the colour scheme. And so I did a few others as well in this one. So this frog one is on Morgan O'Brien's, let's come in, on his Instagram page. So the frog has a lot of dots, limey green dots and white dots on the chest. It was quite difficult for me to do that and make it show up, but I used yellow Posca and white Posca, and again there's some yellow Posca in the flowers and things. It's not quite as vibrant as his. I used Arteza Expert again, but I still had lots and lots of fun, and you know, it was a learning experience, and putting the yellows and these pinks together, I think it looked really pretty, so that was good fun. And then the last one I did in his style in this book was this one. And again, he based this on a football shirt, I think, which was pink and green, which I thought was a fun story. If you look at his, so he's got a sort of bokeh background going on, which I think, rather than doing white pen dots and going over them with pink, which I did, I probably would have been better just erasing a little bit once I coloured it in or something. But anyway, it's all a learning experience, which is what doing things in someone else's style is all about. So yeah, so I had great fun with that, and I thought it came out really pretty. You know, he'd chosen a really pretty colour scheme for that one again, so that was fun. And that was done with Prisma. I was just having a play with my Prismas for a change. I don't use them enough. So in this copy I did a buddy colour with my friend Michelle, and she chose this cute picture. I used Chroma Flow. It was a lot of fun. There's some white dots of white pen in there as well, like around the clouds as well and things like that. But such a cute springtime picture. It's probably quite Eastery, but you know, it'll be upon us before we know it. And I also did some in this book. This again by Morgan O'Brien. And again, I wanted to copy his colours. This is beautiful, I think. So I had a go. I think I was quite pleased with my effort. I used Castle Arts soft touch pencils for that, so it's just so pretty. His colours, so it's so much fun to copy. And again, this one was his that I copied from his website, from his Instagram, because I've got no idea how to colour these characters because I don't play Animal Crossing. So I had a go copying his, and this was done again with Castle Art soft touch pencils, and it was just a lot of fun. Sometimes it's nice not to have to make that colour decision, which is also why we use these. What a good link. So this one, yes, we have Totoro, I think he's called, and Isabel. Now they're not this colour normally. Well, I think Isabel was a bit yellowy, but he's not. But I just used, that brown isn't really the right colour. But I haven't written down there. Have I written down here? Bear with me. Yeah, again, the soft touch pencils, Castle Arts. Yeah, so I matched it as best I could, really, and had some fun with it. And the rain is sparkly. Oh, there you go. You might be able to see it there. But yes, going from such a warm palette to do a rainy picture, but you know, it was good fun. And then this one at the end. So this was done with Bambino, I think. Yeah, so I did that one with the Bambino's pencils. That was fun. And even using the silver for the fishing rod, which isn't that shiny. And I've lost my gold, so I used a gold pen for the stars. So that is all my Morgan O'Brien. So now we're going to move on to Hanna Carlson. I've spread across a lot of Hanna's books this time, but maybe just one in each, I think, or maybe two. So this is Magical Dawn. And whoops, and someone has asked me to do a picture of the henna hand in Rita Berman's Asian book, so I wanted to practice hands, so I picked this page to practice, and I used the Crayola Colours of the World pencils along with Chroma Flow for the brighter colours in that one, so that was interesting. So I was learning, so that was good, using my own hand as a sort of slightly guide for where the shadows fall, and the shadows on my hand are a lot darker than the ones on there, but I'm still building up my confidence really for skin, but that was a lot of fun to do. And then we have her Witch's Cottage book, and oddly I'm working through this in order. So I did this one. No, I did this one when I did the flip through, and then that one, and this was the one I did. They're all so very different, aren't they? But it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to do these clover flowers. I really like clover, but I wanted it to look a bit more magical. It's very difficult to pick it up. So the clover flowers themselves have got some shiny glitter on each flower. There you are. And in the corners of that pastel background, there is glitter as well, just to make it look like there's some magic in the air. It's stickles, I think, there. And what did I use? Yeah, Black Widow. Black Widow works so well in on this paper, I find. So that was fun. And then Forest Kingdom. I did this girl. I just put her on my Facebook page actually, so you may have seen her already. I do. Again, still learning skin, but I was pleased. I'm still not confident enough to do it probably dark enough, because even though I like, I try and copy my skin tone, my skin isn't that pale, but I'm learning and enjoying, so that's good. And she was done with polychromos, so I didn't use the Colours of the World for her skin. I actually used polychromos this time for that one, so that was good. And I tried to keep it all quite cold colours with all the blues, but then for some reason I decided to do my bugs with a gold body, which the wings sort of match in with the skin tone, but the body, I don't know why I chose that. But anyway, I think it was fun, so that was good.
Then we have Summer Nights, and this one, whoops, oh, yeah, this was, now there's a cockerel here, so what are these? Feathers? Well, I looked at them and thought, oh, those are pine leaves, and it looks very Christmassy, so I do them in green with some red berries and glitter. So it all went a bit wrong. It was good fun though, and I like how they came out. So this red is Stickles, it's called Christmas Red, and the green, the corners here are Holly. It's called Holly. So that was good fun. So I do enjoy a bit of glitter and a fun pastel, easy pastel background. And the leaves were coloured in just Stedler Design Journey. It's probably just one colour. It's probably 38, I guess. So there was that one. That was fun. And then Seasons. There's quite a lot of wintry pictures in here. So this is the one we did though. My friend chose this one, Michelle, and I felt I wanted to make it look quite cold, like wintry, because of this sort of snowflake in the middle, which is hence this palette. There is some silver pen you may or may not see as I twist and turn the book, but that was done in Arteza Expert pencils. I find that with Hanna's books, anything goes with pencils, everything works. And this little bug here, this, I counted this as a page. And it was done in coarse pencils, and there's some shine on the wings. I really don't know if you can see, but that was fun. I just, because it was just there and the book was open, I just did it because I had to wait for the glitter to dry on that side and the pen, so I just did it, you know, as you do. Right, where are we? I just need to turn my page of my planner so I can see, of my book, I can see where we're at next. We're at Daydreams. And this one I was using my Derwent drawing pencils, playing with them because I had them new this month. I couldn't get into this crease very well, but I didn't worry about it. But they're quite earthy tones, and the greens aren't terribly vibrant, but actually I think it worked really well with this design. And I did this background with the pencils, and although you can see the lines, it looks a little scruffy, I think, and actually I really enjoyed that slightly scruffy look to it. I thought it was nice, and the fact that the pencils went down so well, I could just do a background without even thinking about it, which was good fun. And I really like the colour that these bugs were. I can't remember what it was, Ruby Earth maybe. So that was good fun. And what I'm going to do, I've decided with my Derwent, is I'm going to probably put them all together so that I can mix the Chroma Flow, which have slightly more brighter colours, with the drawing and the light fast. And then the drawing, which are beautiful to use, I can use maybe for backgrounds, which they're quite smudgy, and then maybe the others for more detailed work. I thought it might be nice to mix them, but I'll see. I'm still thinking that idea through. Now this is obviously we're in jewellery box, so we have a jewelled flower. So I used Ergosoft, but for my flower it's quite shiny. I went a little bit mad with my glitter pen, and yeah, it's lovely and shiny. So, and the dots around the outside, I don't know how easy they are to see. Some of these are drawn in down here, and then I just added a few more. They are done with a Sakura purple glitter pen. So that was that one, just a bit of fun. And I also did lastly a postcard for my Seasons postcard book. I want to send my niece a postcard, and so I chose this one. I don't think this is the first one in the book, I just kept it in the book. Now let's come in a little closer so you can see. She's got a cat, but she hasn't got it with her at the minute because she's at university. So I didn't make it look like her cat. Her cat's black and white, and black and white's quite hard, but I had lots of fun doing all this fur. It was really good fun, and colouring it for her. So I shall send that to her soon. Now I've shown you. I only did it a few days ago anyway. So that's that one. I'm going to put that aside so I remember. There we go. Okay, now we're on to a few different books by various authors. This is 101 Unique Mandalas by Camelia Angelkova, and I did a couple in here. The first one using a card. This is an elephant, but I didn't really know how to colour it, so I grabbed this colour cube card for that one, so browns and reds. So that was quite interesting and different and fun. And I used what pencils, I didn't tell you what pencils I used for the postcard either. That was done with Prismas, the postcard. Interestingly, I didn't think I would be able to use Prismas for something that detailed, but I just went for it. And I was going to just do the main part of the cat and then do the details with sharper pencils, but it worked fine. So this one was done with Artex pencils. And then this one isn't in my book, but I noticed that I'd done it, and I don't think, I think this was done with Artex as well. But I did, for some reason I didn't write it down. So that was that one. That's my next one that I've done in there. I just need to make some space to start a new pile of books. Just move that postcard so it doesn't get lost. There we go. Now Reptiloids came out this month. It's been a while since I did anything. I love these books, but I don't know why I haven't really been doing them. I think they just got put, you know how it is, to get put away and you don't always remember that you've got them. So this was a fun one. Me and my friend Michelle did this one as a buddy colour, and Studded Design Journey I used for that one, so that was fun. And we also, I don't know if we both did one from here. No, I don't know. I think I just chose one from here on my own, and I used Bambino crayons, and it was just such fun. I had great fun with her. She's such a great character. Look at her face. It's good. That one didn't take, those don't take too long. They're good fun. Now, these take a bit longer. So this is Melpomene Chatzipanagio 2, and I've got a couple of her books. This is Nature Mandalas. I think she's got a new one out now. But this one I was sent a note card. I put it in my Facebook. I haven't got it here. I filed it away with all my special letters and notes and things that people send me. And it had these colours. It was a cream background, like this is cream here. It's hard to see. And it had dots of different colours all over it, and these were the colours, the sort of dark pink and light pink and blue and green. So and brown. So she challenged me to send me this letter and challenged me, Sharon, to do this, to do a picture. And this one just really, because this book, I find the pictures are quite dark because there's a lot of lines on them. So I wanted to do something, I thought it was a good book to do it into really brighten up the page. And that one was done with Artex pencils, so that was fun. I just picked a set that had the right colours in, really. And I think I did this one as well with Giorgione pencils, but I can't remember doing it, but it's written down. So you might have seen it last month, or I don't know. No memory. And then this one as well by Melpomene, and this is her Circle of Life, but whoops, and I didn't do that fish page, which is from the cover. I did this one. This was, whoops, with the Derwent drawing pencils when I tested them out in a video. I didn't complete the page in the video, but I have now. I think I may have put the completed page up at the end. I did change a few elements of it because I tested out all the different greens and made the lily pads all different colours. It looked a little odd, so I tried to make them similar-ish colours. And I put some gold pen around the outsides of them as well to make them stand out, because I thought that was fun. And I just blended some of the colours a bit more and things like that, but it was a real fun page to do, so that was lovely. I like these colours, really nice. So that was that one. So as I say, those were Derwent drawing pencils. I haven't used them that much since because they're quite thick. They don't hold their point for a long time. There's only certain types of pictures they work for, but as I say, I'm hoping to combine them in a pencil case with my other Derwents, and then I'll use them all together, and that'll be fabulous fun. Okay, so this is the Uplifting Words book. Now my friend Michelle sent me this book. Whoops, hang on, we've missed, there we go. And it's great for you doing colour palette cards with. Now this doesn't look that much like this. We've got a dark grey and a black and a light grey, but the black is here. I don't think I used the dark grey, I just used the reds and the light grey. Oh no, there's the light grey behind there, and this is the darker grey. So that was that one, that was fun. And then this one, look at this lovely blue palette, and look at that, I think it was really nice in those blues. And then this one was really interesting palette. My colours aren't quite, so I didn't tell you what pencils I used, did I? That was Black Widow, that was Giorgione, and this is Prisma. Now the Prismas didn't go down that well on this paper. They left a lot of white and it looks quite smudgy and messy, and actually I rather liked it, I have to say. And it was quite difficult with this colour palette because you have the auburn and the salmon, which is sort of orangey, and then you have the mulberry, which is an eggplant, which are more purpley, and then a black. So I kept the oranges separate to the purples, and I wouldn't even ever think of doing that with a purple and orange like that, but I really like how it came out. I thought it was really different, original and fun, and it looks quite sort of vintagey, which I rather like. Oh, that one I've done, but not this month. I did that one a long time ago. So that's those. And then I did a couple in the Atlas Botanica. Now there are 3 books in this series now. I've got 2 of them that the publisher sent to me. And I just do a few a month or 1 a month, and they're quite fun. It's a grayscale book, so the shading's already done for you, and it tells you the name of the plant, so you can look up how to colour it. So this is Staves Acre. I've never heard of it. I looked it up to find out the colours, still have never heard of it. You know, didn't recognise it. But I used Ergosoft for that one. Some of these details are quite fine, so an Ergosoft is a good pencil. And then this one is the Foxglove, which I think I did as a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. Michelle's the only person I buddy coloured with this month, actually, and yeah, we did the Foxglove. I decided to do a pink one. Obviously Foxgloves, well, I say obviously, I know Foxgloves come in all sorts of colours. They could be yellow, they can be dark purpley blue, or they can be pinks. So it's quite fun. You can just pick whatever you like. I did struggle a bit with this green. I think, yeah, I used Artex, and I started with a layer of light green, and it was a bit too light really. But hey, that was okay. Now, Stunning Patterns. This book, again, I was sent a long time ago to do a flip through of, and from time to time I do a mandala from the book. They're double-sided, quite detailed. The felt pens bleed through, so you have to be careful. It's sort of American Amazon paper, but I think it would have been better if it had been single-sided really, but you know, it is what it is. And I used this palette, and I thought reds and browns and greys, I rather liked it, I have to say, so that was fun. Only did the one in there. Now this book was a book that I was sent to do a review of. Chelsea sent me her book. Now it's a really fun book. The video is on my channel, and what you have here is you have a list of things to find in the picture. So on my review video I found the items and coloured them in, and since then I coloured the rest of the picture grey just for fun, because I didn't want to leave it white, but I felt that I wanted to let the things stand out. And I can't wait actually to do, I haven't done any of the others, but it's a really fun concept. It's like a combination between a word search and a colouring book, and I love word search, so I found it great fun. So that was that one. So I'm going to be playing with that a little bit more, I'm sure. This one, Lulu, I've actually done one in my other Lulu book this morning, but I haven't put it in my completed pile. You'll see it next month. This was a heart-shaped one. I think I did this as a tutorial. Let me have a look. Here we go, Artex pencils. They work really well, but Prismas work really well in this book too. So I had a lot of fun with that one. And here's a little book my friend Michelle sent me, a little mini book. And I did this one here, which says Believe, and used this colour palette. It isn't quite the same. I couldn't match that colour at all. So it's really different. But the rest of it is the same. And yeah, I think it worked even with the wrong colour in there. So that was fun. And what pencils did I use? Prisma, actually. And then this one I did, I'm going to sneeze. I think I might pass. This was just done in pen. In Stedler, hang on, I am going to sneeze. Oh, that's better. Yeah, this one is just done in pens. Sometimes I just feel like trying, you can see my yellow is really running out. Sometimes I just feel like doing something easy in pen. Why not? That's what these little books are for. And the flowers one that she also gave me for Christmas. And I coloured this one. Now, it doesn't tell you the names of the flowers. I think they're pretty much made up. So I just did what I wanted really with it, which was a lot of fun. And that was with my Georgian pencils. Oops. Night Garden. This was a buddy colour as well. And Michelle and I both coloured this. I think we did it quite similarly. I used Arteza Expert pencils. This is Amazon paper. I find a softer pencil works better. Excuse me, I've got my hiccups back again. Now this one was a series of, oh, excuse me, Go to Pop sent me these for free. All of the pictures from this one. She sent me a few others as well, different downloads that she sells. So I'm going to do some others as well. I think I may have finished this series. I'm thinking, yes, I have. So, but for the others, I may not do the whole page. I might just do a little bit here and there. But that was that one. I had a lot of fun. And there were some other, as I said, there's a couple of others to get other pages in that particular download. Now, Colouring Heavens Patterns magazine. They sent me this for an evaluation as well. And from time to time I jump in and do a picture. Now look at that colour palette. That's not a palette I would choose, but I really liked how it came out. It's really nice. So I was very happy with that one. And for that one I used Georgian pencils. I didn't tell you this. These were all videos and every one was coloured in a different brand of pencil. So you'll have to watch the videos to find out what they were. Now I did page in here because I had my new Derwent drawing pencils. I filled in the swatch chart and coloured in the little picture here, which is what I always do. I didn't do the big one at the top, but I always colour in the picture, corresponding picture on the page, and it helps me to have a play with the pencils a little bit more as well. So that was fun. For that one, it's just a quickie. And then, oops, we're going into Imagimorphia. Now, I've had this half a page done for ages, this side, which is a couple of these, 3 of these I think are videos, maybe the top 3. And I finished that, but I haven't done this side. So I finished this side and I used Stedler Design Journey pencils for that and just played around and had some fun with those. So it's just thought it was about time I got it done. Now, Microscopic Marvels was another book I was sent to evaluate and do a flip through of, and so from time to time I hop in and I do a page. Now this page is a double. I can't get it all in short. There we go, just about. There we are. I used my Castle Arts Metallic. I like metallic for things like this. I think it's good fun. These are actually, it tells you in the back. I'm interested because I didn't look it up when I did it. They are diatoms, which are single-celled algae and the most common group of phytoplankton that live in the ocean. So there we go. So those are with the metallic pencils, so that was fun. And then this book here, I was gifted this month. I have done a video flip through, it's adorable, and I coloured a part of a page. I'm not going to show you that page, you'll see that in the video, but I coloured another page. The paper in this book is the best paper I've ever coloured on, personally. And I coloured this page here. I think I used Arteza Premium, yes. And had a lot of fun colouring that. This is in the winter section. This is quite Christmassy, but this wasn't so Christmassy. The paper is beautifully smooth, but with enough tooth to put there's quite a few layers on some of these colours. And I just love it. Now, I don't know whether the other books in the series have such nice paper or whether it's just this one, because there's different authors do different books in this series, and so I don't know. I started to have a little look, but I didn't know, couldn't tell, but I just find that paper beautiful. But I've only used this, as I said, this was Arteza Premium, and the other page I did that I'm not going to show you today, I think I might have used Carlson, not sure. But they just go down. It's just beautiful. So that was interesting. I just didn't expect that. You know, you sort of expect your Hanna Basford to have the best paper. But actually, Hanna Carlson's paper is pretty good. But that one, I don't know, just lovely. Right, I always do one from the flower year each month. And so for February, I did this colt's foot. And I used Carlson Art's Botanical. It's just probably a bit of a mistake because Carlson Art yellows aren't that vibrant, and the coltsfoot is actually quite a vibrant yellow plant. But, you know, it still came out fairly well. So that was good. I had fun. We're on the last one. Can you believe it? So mandalas with beautiful borders, which a lot of these were buddy colours with my friend Michelle. All of these were buddy colours with my friend Michelle. She bought me the book, she bought herself a copy, and when she wants to do one, we do one together. It's great fun. And some of these using colour cube cards. This one, this was a rather beautiful, vibrant card, which I used. The colours aren't perfect matches. That colour in the middle, my version is quite different, but I don't get too het up with trying to match them exactly. I just do the best I can and have fun. Okay, the next, and pencil type, hang on, that was Soft Touch, Carlson Art Soft Touch, sorry. And then this one was done with Arteza fine liners. I thought I'd have a go. My husband's got a set. I thought I'd try it. At a distance, it looks quite nice, but if you look close, it's terrible. I'm rubbish at colouring the fine liners. So many little white lines and so many bits where it's a bit darker and a bit lighter. I don't know how you do it. Well done to you guys who do that. We set ourselves a green challenge. That was Arteza Expert. And we set ourselves an Arteza Expert red challenge, except there's a bit of gold pen on some of the borders on that one. That was fun. This wasn't a challenge. I used my Cores pencils and I just decided to try a strange colour combination of my own. I rather liked it. I think the black could have done with being a little bit bolder, but apart from that, it's fun. And then just a few days after doing a green challenge, I picked this card. But I love the olive greens. And I used my Artex pencils for that, I think. No, I'm lying. That one was Artex. It says it was called. Getting confused. This is Polychromos. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. And then this one. This one was done with Carlson Art's Pastel Tint and Carlson Art's Gold, because there's a really pale blue, that one, which I did for my flower centres. It's probably really difficult to see. And this colour as well I took from the Pastel Tints, and then the others I took from the Gold set. And then this one. I really like this combo. Look at that beach that can't be real, can it? But that's how it came out, so that was fun. And for that one I used coarse pencils. And then last of all, we've got this beautifully warm autumnal looking palette, and I had great fun with that one, and used my Bambino crayons for that, so that was fun. So that's me. So thank you so much for watching. I try to link to all of the books in the description, but it's quite hard to fit it all in. I do the best that I can. So take a look if there are any you're interested in. All of the books that I feature I've done flip throughs of, so if you want to see what they look like, you can do that, you can find them. If you search by author and just put flip in the search, go to my YouTube homepage and then search within there, you put author and flip and you'll find them easily. Or if you just want to look at any of the tutorials that I've done, again, just put the author's name or the book name and you should be able to find them if you're in my YouTube page and search within my page, or just put my name and then the author's book, you might find them that way. But thank you for watching. Another very happy month of colouring, and next one to come. So thank you, have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my completed pages video. I was just looking back in my planner here where I write all the pages I've completed, and noticed that I've actually been doing these videos for over a year now. I started in March last year, so that's really exciting. I actually really look forward to these videos, having a little look back over what I've coloured in the month, and from the viewing figures I think you guys enjoy them too, because they are usually my most popular videos. So welcome to everybody who maybe doesn't always watch my videos but watches these. Thank you for joining me, and please like and subscribe to the channel. I'm always being told I need to say that at the beginning of my videos by my boy, so I'm doing it now. Also wanted to say, in the description of my video is a list of all the books, so if you want to check them out on Amazon, the links are there, my affiliate links are all there, that you can do that. But also I have reviews of every book that I've got here, so if you go into my channel homepage and search for the book name, you'll be able to find the review video, which might be useful, like the flip through, so you can have a look at the books in more detail if you want to. Also in the description are links to all my social media pages. Those are below the book details, so you can find me on Instagram and Facebook, Reddit, Pinterest. I've got a website, a newsletter, a blog, and I've even now got a new Ko-fi page where you can download some free step-by-step tutorials with photos. So it's not a video, it's just a word tutorial, it's a little bit different. And there's also some charts and things which might be useful, all for free. You can donate, but you know, they're free for everyone who wants them. So that's a bit of info, but let's get on with looking at the pages. So as I usually do, I'm going to start with Johanna Basford, and here is her first book that I've got on my pile. Now this is one that I'm trying to finish before Johanna's new book comes out in October, so I'm trying to do a fair bit in this one. I haven't done as much as I normally do, I don't think. Let's come in a little bit closer. This was actually part of a video. I was testing out some pencils, I think. Yes, my Staedtler Design Journey pencils. So I was testing those out and did it on this page. I just feel that I did this ages ago, but anyway, it's from this month, so that's that one. I kept it quite simple, and I just really colourful because I was trying out all the different colours of the pencils, so that was fun. Now this little tree here, we need to tip it a little bit because it has got some sparkle. So basically the sort of brown bits in the tree are done with a no, they're covered in a shiny Sakura pen, and the door is in gold. And the idea was that the tree's quite plain and boring, but the door looks like there's something exciting inside. I find sometimes on these pages, because they're quite small, it's not always easy to get lots of different colour and detail in, and actually on that day I wasn't feeling too well, so I just coloured it in quite simply. So this page is
coloured with, I'm just looking, Georgione pencils. They've got some really nice blues and purples. So I don't normally colour this page, to be honest. 2 copies of Enchanted Forest. I haven't covered this, coloured this one, I don't think. No, so I don't know why. It's always because it's so black. I tend not to do it, but I did. Now here I did this page. I love this page actually in Johanna. This is one of my favourites from Enchanted Forest, and I kept it quite stone-like. I did it with polychromos because obviously you need a really sharp point for these books, and polys work well. I didn't do the dragons like here. This one, there's a tutorial for this one actually somewhere. If you look up miniature Enchanted Forest, there's lots of tutorials from this little book. If you look it up on my homepage in YouTube. So that's that one. And I also did this very simple one at the back because I'm trying to get all the pages complete. Sometimes I'm just like, I just want to do one quickly and get it done. And this is quite a simple one. If I'm not in the mood for doing anything too difficult or I'm watching the television, this is the sort of page I pick. And this one was done with very thin pencils, the Prismacolor ones, because they keep a nice sharp point, which again, you need for this one. So yeah, that was just one, you know, watching a telly or whatever, let's just do one. So that was fun. Let me just pop that down over here. Next we have the planner. I've been doing the planner. I do a video for every month. You can have a look at those if you want to. So this is from the first week of March, and I did this with the Artex pencils. I was quite pleased with how the leaves came out. Although they're all the same, I think they look quite fun. I enjoyed it anyway. Then I did this one with Polycolour and a stencil with a pastels for the brick wall in the background. There is quite a lot of pastel on top of the flowers, but you know, it was fun, it was different, it was just something I was just playing really. This one was done with Chromaflow pencils. Yeah, I had fun with that one. Someone said they copied some of this idea, but they put some yellowfish in as well, and actually I can see what a good idea that is, because it would balance the colours. There's no yellow anywhere else on the page, so I think a yellowfish in there is a great idea. And then the last one for March was this one here. This was done with Castle Arts metallic pencils. You can see there's a bit of a shine. I just thought shiny fish is quite good, and then I sort of did shiny buildings as well and sort of kept the 2 colours different. And the background was done with, I think, maybe a different brand of pencil, but I'm not sure. There's a video for this, so if you want to do it, you can find the video anyway and copy that. Now this was a lot of fun. Now in this copy of Magical Jungle, I only ever colour pictures using other people's tutorials, okay? And this picture was a Chris Cheng. Now I'm sure a lot of you have seen this before, you may have even done it yourself. I did mess up a little bit. Down here she's drawn in some vines like these, and I just couldn't get it to work, so I coloured over them. But I had a lot of fun with this one. And I want to do more of hers. I do love doing hers. I've done a lot of hers in here already. I've actually got a flip through of this book with all of the pictures that I've done in it, following different tutorials, with a link to the tutorial in the back so you can see which ones I've done. I haven't done many, as you can see. A lot of Chris Cheng and things like that. But I haven't done any for ages. The flip through, this is the only one that isn't in it. So I'll try and remember to put a link to that so you can have a look, because it's a fun video to look at, I think, personally. But so there's that one. So that was different and fun, and I enjoyed it. Now Rooms of Wonder is another book that I'd like to get finished before Johanna's new book comes out. So I've been working away at this, having such a lot of fun colouring in various pictures. So let me show you what we've done. So this is the obviously the origami room. Whoops. And let me have a look and see what it was done with. Kors pencils. Now Kors, K-O-R-E-S, brand of pencil. They have a pastel range, which I've used a lot of here, as you can see. But I've got my pastel and my normal set mixed up, so I can
use different, so these are obviously not pastel, so I just mixed it up a little bit. I had a lot of fun. I tried to keep a quite limited colour palette because there's so much going on, and it not only helped me with colour choices, but I think it's balanced the picture a little bit, so that was good fun. And that was one that's been daunting me a little bit, so I wanted to just tackle it, and then be a bit more confident when I do the other rooms that are similar to this one with all the details. So that was good. Then, whoop, let me see, I feel like the book wants to open on a different page. There we go. Right, let's move along. We've got this page. These are the sort of ice creams. So I had a lot of fun with this one. I was using my Staedtler pencils. I think I used a mix of Norris and Ergosoft and Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I've got them all now in the same case, so I just pick out what I fancy really. So I sort of mixed it up a bit. I think I was just trying to feel the difference between them. Norris is a lot harder and not so vibrant, but the others, the Ergos and the Design Journey, are quite similar, and the Super Soft. I think the Design Journey I prefer to the Super Soft. Ergo is still my favourite, but as they're no longer being produced, I'm going to have to switch over to Design Journey anyway. And sadly, Design Journey are not going to be available open stock. The place I used to buy my Ergosoft from, open stock, have told me they're not going to be supplying them open stock. They've got a few at the moment, but they're not going to continue with that. So they're only going to be selling them in tins, which of, 24, 36, whatever, which is a bit of a shame. But that's what I heard. That's the UK. Might not be the same everywhere. This one, I started this page trying out the Brute Funa metallic pencils that I'd been sent by Grabe, and did probably a little bit here. And then I continued the page with them, had lots and lots of fun. You can see they're slightly shiny, not massively. I just love the colours. They're so pretty. And I've ordered the 50 set from AliExpress, which has arrived, and they've been put away for my birthday, which is in months' time, months and months, but we just thought we'd grab them while we saw them, and they cost me less than 20 quid for the pencils and the postage from China. So 50 pencils, it just felt like it was worth it. And the colours are just so pretty. There's a few things on here that weren't done in metallics. The lights and some of the glass, I think. I can't really remember. But mainly it was done with the metallics, so that was fun. Right, now this page here was a set of videos, which you may have seen. And I used the Sarah Renee Clark Colour Cube cards. You can buy these from Sarah Renee Clark's website. It's the only place you can buy them. And the postage to the UK is quite expensive, but in America she's got distribution centres in America, so you can get them. I think the postage is more reasonable. They are still expensive, but they are thick and good quality. But there is an online version which is cheaper, so you do have that option. So what I did was I picked a card, and then I picked a picture. I think that's that one. Is that one? I'm just trying to work out. I think that's that one. That's the kitchen. Yeah, there we go. So I picked a card and chose a jar and coloured it. So that was a lot of fun. So I did that. You can use the cards in lots of different ways. I have a little review video of the cards where I show you them in more detail and talk about a few ideas on how I would use them. You don't have to there's instructions in the box on how to use them, but you can just do it however you wish. But that's a series of videos available on my channel. So that's all I've done in that this month. It isn't as much as usual. As I was editing this video, I noticed that I had missed out 3 pictures. So I thought I would just record this little insert, which will sort of be slotted into the video in probably a very odd place, to show you those pictures. This one is the, as you can see, the sort of wardrobe, oops. So it's just the cable falling down. The sort of wardrobe page from Rooms of Wonder. And what I wanted to show you on this one, which I couldn't really capture just by a photo, is this white dress. I wanted it to look a bit like a wedding dress, and I put little silver dots on it to make it all pretty and shiny. So that was a lot of fun. The other dresses were a bit plainer and more bog standard, but I had a lot of fun with that page. And also in Rooms of Wonder, I forgot to show you this shower page,
which again has glitter on it in the water. So that was a lot of fun. The leaves, these sort of sunset leaves, I'm not sure whether they look a little bit too mad, but you know, it's a bit of fun. I enjoyed that page. And the last one I forgot to show you was just a small one from this book. Oh, there's a small one from another book too that I've forgotten. Anyway, which I did the flip through of this book and coloured just this little mushroom here, but I wanted to include it to remind you about this book in case you had enjoyed the flip through, and the link to it will be in the description of the video. I'll have to edit it all, but that's fine. So there's that one. I also missed out a spring picture that I did from a Go to Pop. This is, I think it's called Spring Tinies, but I'm not entirely sure. She sent me quite a lot of different sheets, which was very kind of her. So that one there that I did, it is a video, I think, pretty sure I did it as a video, but I thought I would just show you that one as well as I was on just doing this excerpt. So that's my little excerpt. It will jump out and there'll be something different now. Sorry, thank you. But I haven't done as many video pictures as usual this month. I had a few days when I was feeling a bit off, had a few days out, and I've actually done quite a lot of pictures that took a bit longer. So it just, that was why. Now this is the Secret Garden 2018 calendar, which I'm determined to finish this year. So this is the March page. And this was done using the watercolours, Castle Arts watercolours, which I used for last month as well, so I thought I'd use it for this month, which was quite fun. I did notice that where I went outside the lines, I could actually erase that a little bit, which was interesting. But there's patches of pastel on here as well, I can see. Black pastel to make it look sort of dark and mysterious. And yeah, I just wanted to try something a bit different. I think in hindsight I would have tried to find a pink that wasn't quite so neon, maybe a little bit dark, a bit more purpley, but you know, that's okay. And there's a bit of silver there for the key and silver stars, but some of them show up much brighter than others. And that's done in Sakura metallic pen. So that's the calendar page. Right, that's all the Johanna Basford for this month. We now move on to Rita Berman. So this is her newest book, the Asian book, and I had a request to do the henna hand as a video, which I did, and then I just completed the page myself, not on video. So if you follow me on Facebook or Instagram, you would have seen this completed page, and you may have seen the video, of course, as well. That's that. I'm still learning skin tone, but I was quite pleased with how that came out using Polychromos pencils for that one. Oops, I'm just trying to put it down. There we go. Now this is Rita's spring book. Now spring is coming, or just about come, so I did do one page from here. Now actually 2 of these eggs are videos which will be coming out I think in April, so maybe I should have hung on to this page, but I'm not going to tell you which ones. So there'll be a couple of egg videos, just quick little Eastery themed ones, but I finished it off, and it's mainly using pastel tint pencils. If you don't have pastel tints, on my Ko-fi shop I have a comparison chart with Polychromos, so you can find similar-ish colours. Now you can't match them exactly. Polychromos don't have pastels, but I know a lot of people don't have the pastel pencils and they want something really similar. So I found my closest matches. It's not perfect by any means, but it might just give you a few ideas. If you want something really close, you can have a go. But I've also used Posca pens here. I've got pastel sort of shades which I've used. So that was a little bit of fun. Now we have another Rita book. I think this is my favourite of Rita's books, and I did this page. Whoops. Now I did a video, a little one, just of this, I think it was those two, flower and leaf, and I just did the rest of the page the same. It's very relaxing, I find, sometimes just doing it all the same, you know. I just find it quite chilled. I see I've made a mistake there, but never mind. So that was that page. As I say, there is a video for that one. Now this next book is Rita's Seasons book. It's the reason I haven't done much in her spring book, because I've been working through the spring pictures in here first, because this one is close to being finished. It's another one I'd like to finish this year, so I've been working through it. And let's zoom out a little so you can see the double page. So I did this double page picnic one, which is, let me just have a look, Arteza Expert pencils for this one. I like to have fun with all the different greens and things like that, so that was a nice page to do. Now this one I also did, I had already done this side, it was this side that I did this month, and I think that was Castle Arts Gold I did for that one. I tried to match it. I'm not sure if that was done with Castle Arts Gold. It might have been Arteza's, but I just tried to match up the sky fairly similarly. I think I just about carried it off. I really should have done it as a double page, but I didn't. But this double page I did as a double page. I had a lot of fun with this one. And I used Arteza Expert for this one. And my cherries were a bit of a strange colour, but the colour was so dark I couldn't change it. Oopsie. But anyway, I had a lot of fun. I like colouring fruit and veg, so it was a fun one to do. So there was 3 from there. Again, not as many as normal, but you know. Right, now we're moving on to Hanna Carlson. Now, I've got a lot of Hanna's books now. I feel very lucky. And I've been spreading my colouring through her different books. So this one was new to me this month. And in my video for when I did my flip through, I coloured this page. And I coloured it with Derwent pencils. There's also some sparkly pen. If I tip it to the light, the stars are done in a sort of purple shiny pen. I don't know how easy it is to see. So that was that one. We've got a daffodil there, which is very spring-like. I might, I could do that, couldn't I, for a video? Anyway, oops. This was a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. She's got this book, so she picked some pictures from this book for us to buddy up on. This is one of them. The other 2 that she picked are also in other books that I've got, because this is Hannah's compilation book. So I put some in other books as well, because I just like to spread my colouring through the books a little bit. So I had fun. I don't think the white that I did in her hair came off very well. I should really have coloured over it, I think. But I'm still learning skin tone and hair, but having lots of fun. And this was done with Derwent pencils, actually light fast, so that was fun. I was just trying out different brands for skin tones and things, so, and I'm still having to look at guide photos all the time to get my skin tones, and they're still a bit pale, but I'm getting there slowly. So it's just, I'm just building my confidence, and Hannah's books help me with that. Forest Kingdom, this one I did with a big mix of different brands of pencil, so I can't tell you exactly which ones, but I had a lot of fun just doing different colours, pinks and purples and blues really mainly, but that was a fun one. And then we are on to Witch's Cottage. So lucky I have all these beautiful books. Now for this one, Witch's Cottage, I'm actually colouring through the book in order. I don't know why, but I just happened to be. And this one I picked a colour cube card, so we've got this one, and did this, which was fun. We have our rabbit. Now I've shared this picture on my Facebook page, but you won't have been able to see the glitter. So the centre of the flowers have got glitter, as have the wings. Okay, it's just a bit of fun. I think with the witch, like there's glitter on that page too, because it's witchy and magical. I like to use glitter on pages, so that was fun. I don't on all of them, but okay. We now have Jewellery Box, and this is one of the ones that was from Grains of Gold that my friend Michelle picked. But I did the Jewellery Box version. I just like, as I say, I like to use the different books that I've got. This was done with Polychromos and Prismacolor, so a bit of a mix of pencils. Although I can see lots of polys there. I started the background and I thought, oh my goodness, this is a mistake. It took me a long time, but I had fun and I think it was worth the effort, to be honest. So that was good. Now in Daydreams, again, this was one that my friend Michelle picked from Grains of Gold. We have the little kitten. Not very sure about the colour of our kitten. I was trying to make him look like a sort of ginger tabby, but it didn't really, I'm not very happy with it, to be honest, but yeah, it is what it is. And that was done with Artex. I think I was slightly limited with the colours and things in the Artex set. I'm still getting used to them. So yeah, and I think the sky's a bit messy, but you know, never mind. It is, as I say, that's that. And I've got another version in the Grains of Gold, so I can do it again and make it better next time. This is City Among the Stars. This was a new one I was given this month as well, and when I did my flip through I coloured in this. Now it's just pastel and metallic pen. It's very straightforward, but it was just a lot of fun. I needed one that was quite quick and easy to go at the end of the flip through, so that was fun. So that's Sakura metallic pens, they're very good, and pastel, just to make a sort of galaxy sky. But that was that, but I'm looking forward to doing more in this one, as I am all of them. I'm really loving Hanna at the minute. Magical Dawn, this one I did over the weekend actually, so you won't have seen this one on my Facebook page yet. I just looked at this bird and thought this looks like a phoenix. I looked up some pictures of phoenixes because obviously they're real. There's lots of photos on no, on the search engine, and found lots of pictures, and I was really daring because I coloured it first like I do a sunset, so it was really quite simple to colour with polychromos. And then the background, and I saw this background and there was like smoke and sunshine and fire, and I just had to go with my pastels, and I was really pleased with how I carried it off because I wasn't sure. So and the stars are done in a black, I'm not sure what black pen I used. Some sort of, oh, Posca, just a black Posca. So that was that. So that was so much fun, and I'm thinking I might do another bird like it, and maybe I could probably do a tutorial, couldn't I? I think you might like that. I'll see if there's another one somewhere. I'm sure Hannah's got other birds. Now Summer Night, sorry, I just got to grab my hanky and we'll move. This one I just finished yesterday actually. And I love colouring doors, so I thought I'd have a go at this one. This is Polychromos. There is some pastel in the background. What I did was I used quite a lot of greys and greens and sort of tried to put in a bit of moss. It's quite hard to see. And so in the background bit, I tried to make it look like the stone wall behind, and used greys and slight sort of pinky browns like the flowers, and some greens and things to just sort of make it look like a mossy wall behind. So that was a lot of fun. And there's a yellow Posca pen for the dots as well. And I tried to make the bit around the door here match the flowers a little bit. I was going to make it look like it was jewelled with some white pen. When I finished my yellow pen, I sat there thinking, there's something else I need to do in pen. Couldn't remember, and I've only just remembered that I was going to make those with a little white glow to make them look like jewels. But I didn't. Good memory, eh? Right, seasons. I've done a couple in here. Firstly, this was a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. She chose this page with the two bottles, which was fun. And I did this one in Polychromos again, but with a pastel background. And then this page here, you won't have seen all of these yet. There's one a day. We started with this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then here I think we moved on to these three. Oh, we did this one, and then the key, and then these two were sort of more Eastery, which are coming out
in Easter. So there'll be, and when I finished this, I realised it was the same colour as that. Oops. But those are, some of these will be coming later. I think it's probably these two, maybe that one, that you haven't seen yet. But there's that page, so you get a sneaky peek of those. Okay, I'm just going to disappear and then come back. Right, I am back. Had to hang up the washing. It was beeping at me. I don't think you can hear it on camera, but it was annoying me. So I've got a couple from my Lulu Mayo books. This is A Million Sweet Things, and I just did a really simple pastel tint design, but I used some shiny pens and did some stars with a stencil that I've got, and did a little bit of shine there as well. I was just playing around with my pastel pencils really, which was fun. And I think that Lulu's books actually work really well with pastel pencils. And then this one I used Castle Arts Gold and some sparkles as well for the water. These are actually, it says Sakura, but I guess it is. It looks a bit like I might have used, I think these dots are these stickles, waterfall stickles. I'm pretty sure they look quite thick and nice and glittery. So that was that one. It's a bit of fun with Lulu. Now, let me just check. I'm starting a new pile, so I just need to make sure I'm going to the right pile, and I am. This is a little book that my friend Michelle sent me, and I started off by doing this one here, which was rather fun. I wanted to keep the background white, so I thought I would do a border instead, so that was rather fun. Again, nice simple, you know, watching telly, just colour something in, and it was done with Polycolour, which I really like. And this one was actually done with Castle Arts gel pens. I've been thinking that I need to use mine. I've had them for over a year. I don't want them to dry out. I bought them because I thought the glitter ones and the metallic ones would be really nice. The metallic ones, I've run them nearly out, so I'm just trying to use up the others. And so I did something with blues, which I thought was rather fun. So that was that one. And this, oops, it was sliding away there. This is another book that my friend Michelle got me. She got me these for Christmas, I think. And this is just a carnation picture. Again, a quick sitting in front of the TV one with Giorgio pencils. I don't think the Giorgio pencils were particularly good on this paper, so I'll try something different next time. But it's sort of just experimenting really. Now, I was thinking that I haven't done anything in my Castle Arts colouring books. They kindly sent me their full colouring books, and I have got a flip through of them all somewhere on the channel, but I haven't coloured in them for ages. I did some Christmas ones, but I wanted to have a go at the one of the fantasy ones, and I thought I'd have a go at this girl and try practicing my skin tone. I took some of the colours and designs from the picture in the front. There are really teeny tiny pictures showing you how to colour. I didn't copy all of the colours. You can see it's quite different, but I used it to help me see what some things are, because it's not always easy to make out from the line art what's going on. But I sort of picked my own colours and just played around. Her dress has got some gold pen on to give a sparkle, but not very good at colouring horses, so you know, it didn't come out as well as I'd hoped, let's just put it that way. And I sort of ran out of steam really. Sometimes I do that with pictures, but because I'm a completist, I have to finish them, so sometimes I rush it a bit, and I think that's what I did with the unicorn really. This one is, I used another colour cube, this card here, and you can see where I've used all the different colours. And I used Bambino crayons. Now, they didn't really go down particularly well on this paper, but you know, now that looks black, it's actually dark brown, so I used the brown for that. No, they didn't go down that well on this paper, but you know, it was a bit of an experiment, so I need to remember to use something different in this book, but that's okay.
that's what comes of trying different things and learning. Oop, my pile is sliding. Right, this lovely little book, it's got gorgeous paper. I've recently did a flip through of it. This is a little video that I did. It was just a really simple one with some pastels and glitter and oh, hang on, I need to turn the page of my book. Artex pencils. I'm still learning the Artex pencils. Maybe wasn't as sophisticated as it could have been, but you know, it was a bit of fun. And this one was one that I started when I did my flip through. I just coloured the hedgehog, so I finished off that page, and that was done with Castle Art Soft Touch pencils. And I've done another picture for a tutorial from this for the, there's some nice spring pictures, so that's coming up. I'm not going to show you that one. You can wait until next month to see it. Now this is a book that I was sent to do a flip through of. It's a dot to dot book which you can then colour, and they're all different dogs. This one I did take quite a long time to do all the dots, which is great if you like dot to dot, keep you entertained. And then I coloured in the picture. Now what is good is that all the dogs featured in the book are from a particular website, and I went to that website to look up the pictures so that I could get the right colours for the dog, because I don't know much about dogs. I used polychromos for this. It's quite rough and ready. Dogs aren't something that I am used to colouring, but I had a good go, and I enjoyed it actually. So I haven't done any more in the book, but that was the one that I chose to do. It's a big old book as well. Okay, now here is a mandala book which my friend Michelle sent to me. We had been doing some buddy colours, but actually I don't think she's put her book away, so I've been doing a few on my own. This one was from this colour cube. You can see the different colours that I used from that, so that's quite fun. This one, look at that. I really just wanted to do something with my Sakura metallic pens. I used them a fair bit on details, but I wanted to do a whole page, and that was so much fun. This one was done with an alcohol marker as a background, a chameleon marker. Now I got sent that for free. Never used alcohol markers, well, once before, so I used a few Sharpies once in a page. The smell got to me. I don't know if I'm going to use it again or give it away, or I'm not really sure. But you'll see I did an unboxing because I got some free gifts with a purchase that I made, and I did an unboxing video which is coming out on the 1st of April, so you'll be able to see what other goodies I got sent for free. But I was testing this particular one, and so I did a base of orange alcohol marker and went over the top in some different Artex pencils. So it was an interesting experiment. I can see the attraction in alcohol markers. They go down quite quickly. The smell puts me off. It leaked out of the lines everywhere. I'm not that good at staying in the lines, but because of this paper, it just, you know, it didn't stay in the lines. So it sort of bled, which was interesting. And of course we get that on the back, so it's fine for a single-sided page like this. It was a fun experiment. Now this one, again, I was thinking about my Castle gel pens, and I hadn't used them and I didn't want them to dry up, so I had a go at this. Very bright, all the neons. Yeah, so that was that one. I think that's, yeah, that's the last one. So that was, again, sort of just a relaxed day when I didn't feel like doing lots of shading and complex things, so I just had a go. Now, Elegant Elephants. It's a lovely book, and I do love my elephants. Now I have found by looking at people's completed pages from this book that actually doing blocks of colour seem to be a better way of approaching these designs than doing lots of shading. So that's what I tried in this particular picture. I used Castle Arts Gold, and I just blocked in the colour. And it was just an experiment to see how it looked. I was quite pleased with how it looked, to be honest. So that was interesting. So that was rather nice and rather fun. Now this is a book I was sent quite a while ago to review, and I like having a little go at the mandalas using the colour cube cards. So this one
you can see. I think that's the right one. I couldn't match the colours particularly well. Like that was quite hard to match in the set that I used, which was Prismas, actually. There probably is one that looks like that. Anyway, that's what I picked, and that's what I did for that one. And then I did another one as well, the one on the back. This one I used my Brute Funa metallic pencils. You can see there's a bit of a shine there, but I just love the colours. It was such fun just putting the colour down and playing around with those. That was great fun. So that was that one. Then I did a picture from Botanicum, in the mood for Easter. Whoops. No, I'm lying. This was from a tutorial, actually. You will see this tutorial tomorrow. Actually, someone asked me about colouring birds, so I did this one. I've done a few birds this month, actually, but this one was good fun. I did the bird and the cherry in the video with Black Widow pencils, and then I completed the bottom. I wanted it to look like it had a little bit of gold plate or something on it, so I used a Sakura metallic pen. I haven't done it particularly neatly on the bowl, but there we go. So that was a fun one to do. I didn't do a background, I just kept it simple. It was a Twilight Garden that I did an Easter picture from, another Maria Trolle book, and this one, it was great fun. It is polycolours. Yeah, I got some new polycolours and I was just having such fun with them. So that is my sort of one of my Easter themed pictures. It's not a video, it was just one for me to have fun with. Now, Colouring Heaven sent me a couple of their magazines to flip through, and I'm an affiliate for them, so they sent me those. And this one I did with this colour cube card here. It's quite dramatic, isn't it, that picture? But I sort of picked one that I thought would match with those colours, and it was rather fun. Leaving the white background I thought worked really well with these cold colours, so that was a fun one. And the pencils that I used for that were Arteza Experts. Okay, now the flower year, I do one a month from here. I've been tending to pick the really simple ones to start with, because I'm sort of getting used to the paper and the style, because her style, she has so many little details that I find it a little bit easier doing something more simple to start with. This was done with Carlson Arts Botanical pencils, actually a buddy colour with my friend Michelle. So we did this one, which was fun. Now this book I was sent this month by Colour, I think that's how you say it, French company. I don't think you can buy this one in America yet, but you can buy it in Europe. And I did a flip through and a couple of videos from this page. I think I did the daffodil. I think I did those two bits on the first video and those on the second, and then I did this bit myself. So I used different pencils to try out the paper. It's beautifully thick, smooth paper, and I tried out Prismacolor. Ergosoft might be the other way around. I think that was the Prisma, not sure. And Castle Arts Botanical, and it all went down really nicely. And I did a full page myself. Here we go, which I used. I haven't written down what I used. I don't know what I used for this. Let's come in a little closer so you can see. It's rather fun. I'm trying to look. I cannot identify what I used there. Never mind. Stedler pencils, definitely. I can tell by the browns. So I used Stedler. I had a lot of fun with the floor and the table and the wood. I preferred that to all the details, to be honest, but it was a fun page to do, really cute. So that was fun. It's a very pretty book. As I say, there's a flip through on my channel. On this channel. This one I haven't used for a while, but I fancied having a go at this fish picture, and I used metallic pencils
I used the Brute Funas again on this. I was looking for things that would work with the metallics because I was just really enjoying them. So that was that one. So that was a bit of fun. Reptiloids. Oh, we're getting to the end of the pile. Getting there. My favourite's coming up, so stick with me. Reptiloids. I used a card here. So this one I picked is quite a summary one. Whoops. Let's hold the book open so you can see. So I used the sort of blue for the sky, and then the lighter blue for the skin, and then the really pale colour for the clothing, and the browns for the rest. So that was rather fun. I do like this funny book. It's great fun. So that was that one. This is a book I often do buddy colours in with my friend Michelle. In fact, that's all we use it for. And this one, I used this colour cube card. You can see the warm sunsetty colours, and applied it to the page. So that was rather fun. Usually we do quite a lot in this book, but we only did the one this month. Now, Matchstick Mouse Springtime, I have 2 copies. One copy I copy Morgan O'Brien's pictures, so I'll show you that one first. This one, this was one of his. I coloured it in Castle Art Soft Touch, so he did one really similar to this and I just copied it. Yeah, I thought I might have put some shine on the rain, but I didn't. So there's that one. Let's come in a bit closer for you. There we go. So that's one of his. So I copy ones that he puts on his Instagram page. Oh, and I also copied that one in that book. And this book is the book that I do myself. I've actually done more in here. Me and my friend did, and Michelle did, a selection of Easter themed ones. We've got our hot cross buns. And that, oh sorry, the last one was coloured in Castle Art Soft Touch. I don't know if I said. This one was done in Polycolour. Again, I had a new set, so I was having a lot of fun with them. This one was also done in Polycolour, but all the Easter eggs have got a shine on them, so they can be easily spotted. I thought that would be a bit of fun. Then we have the egg painting page, and there's some glitter pen on the egg. I don't know how easy it is to see. I've missed one out. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. There's 3 birds. This was done with Castle Arts Botanical. Had great fun with that sunsetty sky. It's lovely, or sunrise. I think it's the morning. I don't know why. Now this book I finished, and I did a few of these this month to finish it off, and there is a flip through which has already gone out actually. But these are the last few that I did. So this was done with pastel tint pencils for the sort of background, and Castle Arts Gold as well for some of the darker parts. This one was done with Chroma Flow pencils with a bit of yellow and white Posca pen on some of the plants and the clouds. This one was done with Arteza Premium pencils, so that was fun. And then this last one I did with the Arteza Expert. There's also a bit of white pen on that one as well. So there's a full flip through of that book showing all my designs. And then my other Morgan O'Brien, I did this little girl doing her yoga. I haven't done any yoga for a while. I need to get back to it now. I'm feeling better. And that was done with Castle Arts Soft Touch. And then this one was a lot of fun. I used this card, and look at that. So it was quite a interesting palette. So I looked something up. No, I looked at this picture and I thought, well, the sun is reflected in the water, and the scenery is all really dark. So that's what I did, and I had lots of fun. That was a really interesting one. And then this one I did with my Brute Funa metallic pencils. So it's a little bit shiny. That was a bit of fun. Okay, lastly, I have got some loose pages that I have done. This one, let's come out a little bit, was sent to me by my friend Mary actually. She sent me a bunch and I put them away and I had forgotten I had them. So this is a clown, obviously. The silver background here hasn't come out very shiny at all. I'm not sure why, but the outside frame has come out really shiny. So it's interesting, but my pen's splattered everywhere, so it's a little bit of a disaster. But I used Bambino to get really bright colours for the rest of that. And then this one was another one she sent me. She hasn't said what books they're from. I think they're from the Colour It books, and she tears them out of the book and sends me pages. This one was really cute, and I used Staedtler pencils. Now this is my favourite of the month that I coloured. This is a Go to Pop. This is one of her Easter pages, and I printed it out on some new Derwent paper that I bought, which is really nice, and used polychromos, and I also printed it out in grey, so rather than black, so you can't see the black print so much, which I really like. I'll be sharing these close-ups on my Facebook page, so you can have a closer look at those. And I did these in polychromos. Now these are her Easter Tinies page. You can buy them in either all of them on 12 on a page or in 6s. I did them smaller, had a lot of fun. This one was a video, but the rest of these are done with Artex pencils, it says. Okay, so I did those with my Artex pencils, so that was fun. I don't know what I did that one with in the video, I can't remember. Now this is the floral this is her floral Easter page. I did this one, that'll be coming out as a video soon, but the others, they're done with Prismas. I don't know what that one's done with, but these are all done with Prismas. So I did those afterwards and sort of finished off the page. So that was fun. I'm sorry, keeping them all labelled so I know which is which. These are the Spring Tinies. I had loads of fun with these as well. I did these with Prismacolor too. I was playing around a lot with light and shade on these, like on the edge of the pot, things like that, and around the cup, and kept sort of earthy colours. I just had such fun with that page, so that was good. I've got a lot of other ones of those to do as well, so that's fun. Just keeping them together. And this is the very last one, which is the from her sweets pages, and this is the sort of mandala, which was a lot of fun, lots of bright colours, and Prismacolor. So that's my last one. So I'd love to know which one you like the best. My favourite, as I said, was the Easter eggs, although the Phoenix came quite close. So I'd like to know which you like. But thank you for watching. I hope you have a really lovely day or month or whatever, depending on when you next tune in. But thank you for watching and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my completed pages video for the month. Just a quick thank you to everyone that supported me this month with comments, likes, subscribing, following me on my various social media channels, leaving me comments and things like that. It's very much appreciated. And for all of you that have visited my Ko-fi shop, which is fairly new, at the beginning and end of last month, and I have got all these sorts of charts and things like that you can download for free in there. In the description is the link to that. There's lots of links in the description. There will be links to all the books that I'm going to show you, as well as links to my social media pages, including the Ko-fi shop. And it's very much appreciated if you subscribe to the YouTube and like the video if you like it, and also go to the others and follow me on those. And you know, you can keep up. Facebook is the best one. I've shared completed pictures on there, lots of them, and I try to do it on Instagram too. Those are the two I keep up to date the most. Right, let's get on with the video. So I did 97 pictures this month, and
I think I would have easily done 100 had I not been making charts as well, but that's fine. I had fun making the charts. Let's move the book out of the way. We're going to start with Johanna Bastard. Rooms of Wonder is, I'm trying to finish this before the her next book comes out, Small Victories. But, you know, I have actually been concentrating on a few other books this month, but I've done a few. I've done the inside cover. Now, this one I just had a bit of fun with, and I use Castle Arts glitter pens. It's always a bit hard to know how to do keys when there's so many like this. And I'm trying to use up my glitter pens just because I don't want them to dry out before I use them up. So I did that one with those. I've done a few other glitter pen pictures as well, not in here. Right, that card goes with that. This one here, it was done with Prismacolor mainly. There's a little bit of sparkly gold pen and some white pen on that as well. But that, as I say, mainly Prismacolor. But this one was done with this Colour Cube card. These are Sarah Renee Clark's Colour Cube cards. I've done a review of them. There is a review video. If you just look up Colour Cube card, you'll find it on my channel. And so I used the darker brown for the sort of gills and the lighter brown for part of the top of the mushroom, and then the yellowy one for the middle, grey for the stem and blue for the background. And I used, I think, I'm just going to check for you, Black Widow pencils for that one. So that was fun. So there's the whole thing. I'll take my hand away so you can see it. And now someone did ask me a question about this picture because I posted it on Facebook. They asked me how did I sort of do it. I did all the background first, then I did all of that colour, then all of that one, then all of that one, then all of that one. Or maybe not in that order, but I did one colour at a time. So I didn't do each mushroom at a time, I did each colour. I find that's much quicker. The yellow, by the way, was the dots on the mushrooms, but you really can't see them. Because, sorry, just making some piles, getting organised. Yeah, you can't see them because it's too similar, but that's okay. Now this page, I did all of these office bits and pieces. This is quite a tricky one to do in the sense that I didn't know what colour to do, envelopes and things to make them interesting, but I just played around with it, had some fun, as I always do, and that was done in Staedtler pencils. I used different types. I've got the Design Journeys, Soft Touch, Ergosofts and Norris, and I just played around and used different ones really. And I also did this room here. This is obviously the sort of geologist room. I taught my son who's studying geology. The gems I did all the same colour and put a sparkle pen on top, and the rest of it was done in Ergosofts. I asked my son about it and he said there's no little tiny hammer to get into these, and he said you wouldn't keep them in a bucket, but he was quite impressed with how it would look like, but he said all the crystals are all look like quartz, so yeah, but you know, that's that. But I had fun with it. And then I did the back cover again with the sparkly pens. I've also been working on a page for videos for you. I can't find it. I think it's nearer the front. There we go. This page, I finished recording this page now, but I will be doing this page as well for you as well. So we'll get through those. So these are our morning videos. You can have a quick sneaky peek at what might be coming up for you. So it's been fun. So that one I'm working on still. So a work in progress. I'm just trying to find a space. Oops, to put this down. I just knocked something on the floor. Desk is messy, out of shot. In shot looks good. Out of shot. Upside down. This is the Secret Garden 2018 calendar. And this is the April page. As I set myself the goal at the beginning of the year to finish this calendar and to do a page a month. So this was this month's page, and this was done with polychromos mainly. The background was done with soft pastels. I had lots of fun. I think I probably should have used a bit of white gel pen on those moths, but actually I think I decided that I wouldn't because it might look a little bit odd and there's no shine on the berries. But actually I think I just like the colours, but that flower looks so fluorescent in this light. It's really dark in here. It's raining, it's miserable, and then the lamp is shining very brightly. Now this is Johanna's Miniature Enchanted Forest, and it's another book that I am trying to get finished. I'm going to come in a little closer because it's a smaller book. So I've been doing a lot of pages from this, and I will finish this in May, I'm sure. So I'll show you this one first. Now, as I said earlier, I've been trying to use up my gel pens. So this page, I basically did the background in a sort of mix of random pastels. And then I did the trees so that the tree trunk was in a plain pastel, plain pen. These are Castle Arts, by the way. And then the leaves were done in a similar colour, but a shiny pen. Okay, and that's just how I did it. And it's really bright. Nothing like what I would normally do. But I've done this page so many times, I was just trying to find a different way of doing it. And that's how I did it. Now this double, I did both. This one, I did with Ergosoft pencils. It's quite small detail, so I decided to, use a fine pencil. So that was that one. And this one I used this colour cube card. I've done this page quite a lot of times as well. Quite a few of these pages I've done lots of times. So I decided, to use this colour cube card to help me. And that was what I came up with. I used Arteza Premium pencils. Had to keep sharpening them. It's quite fine detail, but that's that one. Let's come back into the middle. That's this week's planner page. Or last week's, week before, I'm not sure. Anyway, someone said to me the trunk was facing the other way in the planner, and it was. We'll see it in a minute. Anyway, I didn't do that this month. I did this one. This one was done with Giorgione pencils. They're a budget brand that I got sent from Grabi to try out. And I just did them all the same. I don't know why. I just thought they looked better. Now I did this as a sort of double. I did it with polychromos, and obviously, I say obviously, it's a pastel background. So yeah, I sort of matched them. It was quite fun. And this again, a double, but I used this card, and you can see it looks nothing like the card. The card's got a sort of tropical vibe. Let's put it there. And the colours don't, but you see I used the oranges for the flowers and the sort of golds for the mushrooms and things, and the paler yellow down here and in the background, and then the sort of, I took 3 shades of green, not just the one. I took the 3 off the back, and the sort of rusty colour for the other bits, and I was pleased. I really liked this page, and I didn't want to mess it up, and I felt like I didn't. Sometimes, there's a bit of pressure on a page that you really like, and picking a colour cube card was a bit of a risk, but actually I picked the card and then chose the page, so it wasn't quite so risky. Oh, look at that. My husband makes these bookmarks for me. Now this is obviously the dragonfly with a pastel background and some shiny pens. I've got a template with stars on which I used, but the actual dragonfly is coloured with Chromaflow pencils. I think I kept the colouring plain and just tried to make the background look a bit more fun. This is this one. This one, again, a picture I've done so many times because actually Johanna's got a free download of this, so I'd done it a few times before I'd even got my copy of Enchanted Forest. Let me see, Black Widow pencils. Again, with this book you need pencils that you can sharpen to a fine point. That's what I used there. Now here, I used just 2 greens. I used 2 greens that don't use very much. One was, I'm trying to find it in my book, Pablo. I've got a Pablo pencil in a green, and the other was a Tombow Erosion pencil. I've just noted I've missed a bit there. So one was the sort of base and one was the rest of the colour. So that was those 2, yeah, that bit. Never mind. Another colour cube card, this time for here, look. So I didn't know what to do with this. I always struggle a little bit with this one, knowing what colour to do it. So I grabbed this, and so it's really different. So we've got a sort of autumnal look, which actually goes quite well with that.
but the building's in the blue. So and then the pink is just for the cat and the windows a little bit. So that was fun. And that was using where is it? Oh, there it is, very thin pencils. So the Prismacolor, but very thins. Now this double page was interesting. Now you see the background is very textured and messy looking. That is, I used a Koh-i-Noor Magic pencil for that. I found it fascinatingly interesting to use and good fun. I've got a review video coming out of them because I was gifted them, and they are really interesting, really fun. And I've also done a swatch chart of them showing the different colours in each one that you can achieve and things like that. So I also use them for the sky, so it looks a little bit patchy, which I think is more realistic, so that was quite fun. But for the small details, they're the chunky pencils. So for the small details, I used Ergosoft. Bear with me, my phone's ringing. Sorry, that was a call centre. I don't know what they wanted. They hung up when I said I didn't have much time, so I don't know. So possible they may ring back. Anyway, the little details in the picture were done with Ergosoft because they're, as I say, they were chunky pencils, but it was a really good fun page. I only did it yesterday. Now this one, again, it's a tricky page I find to know how to make it look a little bit different. And so I grabbed I'm just looking, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Giorgione pencils. Not very keen on how it came out, to be honest, but you know, I think the water looks too intense in colour somehow. But anyway, I probably could lighten it with a bit of gel pen or something, but there we go. Right, this one was, I did this duck pond picture. I'm just trying to find, oh, I used Giorgione pencils for this one as well. I was using them a fair bit because they do sharpen to a nice sharp fine point, which is always, you know, as I say, useful for this book. And I just made it quite fun, bit of a sunset or sunrise, not sure which. And yeah, that was good. Now we have another colour cube card for this page. This page I'm always struggle with. I've got no idea how to colour it. I just never know. So I grabbed a card to help me. I'm really not sure about it at all, but you know, it's done now. And I used, let's have a quick look, Black Widow pencils for that one. This one, I used my Brute Funa metallic pencils as a bit of a shine. I just thought the unicorns needed something a bit special, but I didn't really, I only used a very limited colour palette. It was quite fun. Now this double page, I did using Ergosoft. Again, a fine tipped pencil. I have only, my Staedtler collection is actually in here a lot for doing that Rooms of Wonder page, so I've been just using my tin of Ergos that I happen to have next door on my desk. So yeah, so that was fun. Just lots of different greens and, you know, different things. Never sure what colour to do a castle. Chose that colour this time. Lastly, this dragon, this was done with the Brute Funa metallic pencils as well. You can see it's got a bit of a shine. I thought dragons need to be shiny. I'm looking forward to actually, I'm going to get some more of these so soon. So I've got the 12 set at the moment, which Grabi sent me to try out, and I'm going to get the 50 set soon, so that's exciting. But that's the last one in there. I've got very few left, so that'll be finished soon. There'll be a completed pages video this month, I should imagine. Oh, something's just fallen over next door. I'm just going to go and investigate. Hold on a minute. Can't see what it was. Right, this is the planner, Johanna Basford's planner, so we can have a look at these months. Now, each month for the planner, each week, I do a video. So if you follow my channel, you will see them on a Monday afternoon, and there might be one or more. There was 3, I think, for this particular page. which was coloured with Arteza Experts and a pastel background. I was really pleased with how this one came out. I don't know, the colour scheme just tied together and it really worked, and the pastels went down really nicely, and I was just really happy, so that was good. Now this one I used Polycolours, which are the Koh-i-Noor pencils. I wasn't sure how well they would really work, but again I was really pleased. Lovely bright colours, a lot of fun. I just yeah, I really enjoyed that one. I think that was 3 videos as well. Then this one we had a lot finer detail, so used the Ergosoft pencils for this, so it was and a very limited colour scheme, which is something I tend to do for detail pictures. I just find it a lot easier. And then the last one, as I mentioned, this one, Treasure Trunk, is facing the other way. I used Artex pencils for this one. On the miniature book I wouldn't have been able to use them because the picture is too detailed, but this one it's been blown up a little bit and there's some soft pastels in the background. I've done the next one as well. I'm not going to show you that one. You can see that on the 1st of May on the when I do the video for that, the tutorial. But we are now moving on to Rita Berman. Now this is another book that I want to finish before Johanna Basford's new book comes out, so I've done quite a few from here. This one to start with, I just did this very small amount on here. It's a little page, so it wasn't very much. But I used my Chroma Flow pencils for that, the Derwent ones, and I also turned over and used the Chroma Flow again for these little emblems, which was good fun. These are each at the beginning of her individual seasons books. This is her compilation seasons book, and so this is one from each. In her compilation book she doesn't have every picture from her individual ones, but some people say it's the best ones, but you know, I've got flip throughs of them all, so if you're interested you can have a look. Now I think we're just about far enough away for you to see the whole page. So this is our sort of spring bulbs page, which was a lot of fun. And I'm just having a look. Polycolour I use for these, so I was using my Polycolour a fair bit. I like the amount of colour. These I did in white. It's very unlike me to do something in white, but it was fun. There's a bit of blue pastel in the background as well for a little bit of sky. Now this, although not a double page, I did do both of these. This side was done with Black Widow Scorpion pencils. And then this side was done with Giorgione pencils. So very different pencils. But you know, I think they work wellish together. I haven't tried to pair them like they're a double, but you know, that was fun. So there are those two. Oops. And then we skip to the mice. I did the sort of Harvest Mice page, which with my Artex pencils, and I tried to keep to a limited palette, so we've got a bit of touches of red and blue, and then mainly just quite a bland page really, just to so you can see the mice, because they're quite pale, but I wanted them just, you still notice them amongst everything else. Now it's not Halloween, but I coloured this pumpkin page. This one I did, I think I might have done a video for one of these a long time ago, I can't remember. But I decided that, you know, if I'm finishing this book soon, it's going to be before Halloween, so I might as well just do this page. And I've got another copy of this page in the autumn book, so I can do it as a video if people want it anyway. So I did that with Ergosoft pencils. And then I did this double sort of cold autumnal windy page, which was great fun. I just like doing lots of bold greens. I think it was really good. I just had a lot of fun with it, even though it's quite plain. And that was done with Castle Arts Soft Touch pencils, so I was playing around with all the different green shades as well. So that was that. So that was all the ones from that book. But I also did one other Rita Berman picture, which was this postcard. I'll hold it up a bit closer so I have to zoom the camera in. I did that with Ergosofts. This is from her Asian postcard set. So that was fun. I just love the elephant. I haven't done the elephant in the main book yet, but it was a lot of fun.
Right, now we are starting with Hanna Carlson's book, so I'm just going to come out a little bit because we probably need a little bit more room. Just push that out of shot, it's distracting. Okay, so Grains of Gold is her compilation book with 11 new drawings that aren't in her other books. And I did this one. This was actually a buddy colour, so I didn't choose it, but it was a lot of fun. And I used, let me have a quick look, Black Widow pencils for this, but the background is done with pastels, and there is some shiny glitter pen in there on the key here and on the dots. I don't know how easy it is to see, usually if I tip it that way. Okay, so there's that one. Then we have Daydreams. And in here I coloured this page. So we have our bugs and our locks, and if I tip it you can see the glitter on the outside of that. And that was coloured using Castle Arts watercolour pencils, but I used them dry, not wet, because I didn't think there was enough space to really wet them. So that was fun. Okay, Midnight Masquerade is our next one. And this was when I did my flip through of the book, because I had it new this month. I coloured this one just using Black Widow pencils. So that was fun. That's the only one I've done in there. Which is Cottage. I'm working through this one in order. So my page for this month was the actual Cottage. So that was a fun one to do. I'm pretty sure, yeah, polychromos for that one. Oops, hit the tripod. City Among the Stars, there's two from here. This one that was done with pastel tint pencils and Castle Art Soft Touch for the metallic-y bits. So there's that one. There's a lot of white pen as well in that picture. And then I did this one as well, which was a lot of fun. And I used Artex pencils and lots of pastel. I just love the warmth of it. You know, I just had a lot of fun making a really warm picture. And there is some sparkly gold pen as well. Always tricky to show. There we go. And Forest Kingdom. This book belongs to Paige in here. So mainly soft pastels. The pencil is done with Castle Arts, and the crown has a little sparkle on the outline just to make it stand out a little bit from the wood, because I sort of made the wood the same colour, which was a little bit silly. But hey ho. Right, Seasons. Oh yeah. This one over here. So this one was coloured with Ergosoft pencils, and there is the background is done with some metallic pens. No, the background is done with soft pastels, but there's some metallic pens on the dots and things, and a little bit of white on the bottles. You may have seen quite a few of these if you've seen my completed Hanna Carlson video, because I think I'd done quite a few of these before that. So this one is done with, I'm guessing it is done with, yes, Prismacolor, I thought so. But this edge of the circle is done with a metallic pen, just to give it a bit of shine. So that was fun. Look, my pile's getting a bit tall. Magical Dawn. This one here was the one I did this month, that one I did last month. I used Giorgione pencils for this. I just wanted to see how well they went down. Couldn't find something to do a good circle, unfortunately. Might have been better if I'd had, but never mind. It's just what it is. And there are sparkly dots in the background as well. My pile's getting wibbly wobbly. It's like a Jenga game going on over there on the other side of my desk. This was also a new book this month, so I've only coloured this one so far, which was the one I did when I did the flip through of the book. And that was done with Polycolour pencils. Oops. Oh, we've got one more Hanna Carlson, Summer Nights. Now this one I didn't write down in my list, but I'm pretty sure it was this month, not last month. And it's done with, I think, Prismacolor, I think. And the background is soft pastel with some sparkly pen. I'm pretty sure that's this month's and not last month's picture, but I didn't write it down in my book. And also this one. This has been a series that I recorded of one video for each of the mushrooms. So that's that one. That one was done. Those are being coloured in Castle Arts Gold. And we have two last pictures, which are postcards. These are from Seasons postcards. They're actually both from the same page from Seasons, but I didn't realise until after I coloured them. So this one is done with polychromos. They both are, but I've done them with completely different colour schemes. But it was a lot of fun. Yeah. Right, let's move on to Morgan O'Brien. Now it's springtime, so you thought I might have done a lot from this book, but this is the only one that I've done, and I think this was a video. I'm pretty sure, but I think I've shown you, I think I've made a mistake, and I don't think that, I think I'd done this one a long time ago, but I'm not sure. But this was done with, oh, this was done with Polycolour, and I tested them out. So maybe it was this month, I'm not sure. But that's the only one I wrote down for this month. Let's start a new pile. And this is a book that I finished. I've recorded a flip through. I'm not sure if it's gone out or not yet. But I'll just quickly show you the pictures that I did in here, because they'll be in the flip through. I'll come in a bit closer. And I'll quickly just read out to you what pencils I used. So this was done Arteza Premium, Castle Arts Gold, Polycolour, had fun with that one, Chromaflow, Arteza Expert, Artex, Castle Arts Gel Pens, and Chromaflow again. I'll just move it, there you go. So that was that. So there's a much slower, better explained flip through of the whole completed book that you might be able to look at. I don't know if it's, as I say, I'm not sure when it's coming out, but it won't be long if it isn't out already. This one was also a tutorial, two-part I think, of this cute little lamb that I did for you in Black Widow pencils. So that was fun. There's a bit of pastel in the background there and lots of white pen going on that little lamb. So that was that one. So that was, so as I say, there is a video for that one. This one was also partly a video in the sense that I did a tulip and a daffodil in a video to show you for the sort of spring theme, and then I just finished it off myself. I've already shared that completed page on my Facebook, but just in case you haven't seen it, there it is. Then the ink house, I did a video with a few bits of this page, which I then completed. Oops. So I did the little chick and a couple of the teapots for sort of, the chick was for a sort of Easter theme, and then a few teapots after, just to show you what I was going to do with them. But that is the completed page. Some of them I haven't coloured in. I haven't done that one, or that one, or that one, or that one, or that one. I've done the rest.
just because they've already got a bit of colouring on them, so I didn't do any more. So that's that one, and they were done with polychromos. I always use polychromos in the ink house. I don't know why. There's no logic or reason. Just gonna straighten up my bookmark pile because it's falling over. Okay, we have a little tiny book. Let's come in a bit closer. There we go. Sorry for the glare of the lamp. Right, this one, oops, I did first. This was done with mixed pencils. I have a few open stock pencils of various brands that I try out from time to time, and this was from those. I think quite a few of them were Posca pencils. I've got a handful of those. And this one done in glitter pen. I realised after that I did that should have been left blank, but it didn't matter really, does it? I was just trying to use up those glitter pens, as I said earlier, and I thought that one came out rather nicely. Okay, let's come back out. Can make you dizzy. In and out, avoiding the okie dokie. In, out, in, out. Maybe if you're not English, you don't get the reference, or if you're young. Okay, so this one was done using this card. Let's put that there so you can have a look at it. I will try and look up what pencils I used. Castle Arts Gold pencils for that one. Oops. This one, it's a bit bright, isn't it? That was the Prisma Neons. I felt like it's about time I tried out the neons. Just see how bright they are. They're quite bright. This was done with the Brute Funa Metallic, and I used a little bit of white gel pen in a few places as well. I was really pleased with how that came out. It's quite shiny. And then this one I just did the other day. Or was it this morning? I can't remember. Anyway, this was done with Ergosoft pencils. I just happened to have them out on my desk, and I had the right colour matches, so that's one. I think that's the last one of those. I've got to do another one of those soon as a buddy colour. Right, this book, this one is very bright. It's done with felt tip pens and gold, a gold pen. Quite fun. It's actually a chrome marker. It's an alcohol marker, so it's see through the other side. Now this one I was using my Castle Arts pens, and there's one called a Swirl which sort of changes colour, so I was using it, but I always find it a bit strange. I started here, it's a nice bright pink, went around. By the time I got to here it looks quite browny colour. Not really sure what I think about those, and I use different ones for the flower centres and things, but yeah, I'm not really taken with those. But there we go. Another mandala book. This is Camellia and Jacova's one. I did 3 in here. This one, the centre circle there is done with an orange alcohol marker, and it's one of the ones that changes colour. So I started off and it's sort of white, and then it went darker and darker, and then I started off in the middle white and got darker as I went round, but it doesn't last very long, the other colour, and it seems to have faded, which is interesting. The rest of it is done in the Staedtler Triplus pens, which again I'm trying to use up. I've had them for such a long time, and I'm just thinking I don't want them to dry out. I was really brave as well. These are all snake based pictures. This is done with glitter, Castle Art glitter pens. As is this one's done with Castle Art, a couple of glitter, but the rest are just really bright neons, I think. So that's those 3. Now this one is from a book that I was sent, a PDF book to try. So I printed off, I did a flip through for you, and this is the one picture that I coloured from it. And I used mainly polychromos. The white is actually, I think I used my Luminance pencil, or I might have used my Chinese white, I can't remember, but I used a sort of better white. The polychromos white's okay, but there are better ones, so that's what I did. So that was that one. Now the Flower Year. I'm sorry, the book, I didn't tell you who it was by, I haven't written it down.
it'll be in the description. So if you like wild cats, there's loads of them in the PDF book. And of course, once you've bought it, you can print it off as many times as you like. This is Leela Dooley's The Flower Year, and I'm doing one a month. And this is the Common Dog Violet. And that was coloured using Polychromos pencils. I have another book by her, but it's coming up. I didn't put it next to it. This was another picture I was sent by an artist requesting me if I could colour it and sort of highlight her work. She's called Sue Lynn, and she has got a couple of, maybe one Amazon book for sale. I'm not sure whether there's two or just one. And she mainly does people, but I asked her to send me something that wasn't a person, because I'm not, although I'm getting better at people, it's not my area of speciality. So she sent me this one, which was fun. I think it's Polycolour, but I can't be entirely sure. I didn't write it down. So that's that one. Now we have Night Garden. Let's come out a tad. There we go. And I did this one here. This was a lot of fun. This is coloured using Black Widow's pencils. And yeah, I really enjoyed making these blues and greens and making it look really pretty. Such fun. And then this reminded me of these weird wickery chairs that we used to have back in the 80s. And so I sort of coloured it a bit like that. I don't know whether anyone knows what I'm on about, but there we go. There's that one. Then I was in my Colouring Heaven patterns. Whoops. And I did this one again with my gel pens. This one ran out. You can see I had to use a different one to finish it off. I don't find the Castle Art gel pens are very thin. You get a very liney effect, and the paper crinkles in these books, but that's fair enough. But that's that one. Now here is my other Leela Dooley book. I've sent this one by the publisher to review. I have done a flip through, and while I did my flip through, I coloured this one little page here using Staedtler Design Journey Super Soft pencils. It wasn't a good test of the paper because obviously it was on the cover, but the paper is pretty thick and smooth. So I'm looking forward to trying it out. Maybe do that one. I don't know. Anyway, haven't had a chance yet. This book I was also sent. Colour Yeah sent me this one to review, and I've done a flip through, and I've coloured a couple of pages. This again, sorry, the tripod gets in the way. This was done with gel pens. Actually, if I fold it back, it makes more sense. And this one, whoops, was done with Sakura. The last one was Castle Arts. This was done with Sakura gel pens. I showed you in the video when I did the flip through and did the background in the Mungyo pastels. So yeah, there's a flip through and colour of that. Sorry, I'm revealing the next picture. I have done a picture in pencil in this, which is part of a video. It comes out next month, and the pencils went down really well. But I've used their books before. I've got another of their books, used pencils on, and yeah, lovely, really lovely. Now this is a download by Agata Pop. She sent me this for free to try out. I did one of these, this one, as a tutorial, and then I just coloured the others. I think that one was last month, might have been this month, I just can't remember. But I did these in Polychromos, and what I found quite fascinating was how fluorescent the Polychromos look, some of them, when they're on this dark paper. It was really interesting, like this pink. That's like the rose carmine, which to me never looks that bright, but wow, really pops off the paper. So that was a lot of fun. Right, we have a Lulu Mayo. I haven't done much Lulu Mayo lately. It's like I've got so many beautiful books. I'm so lucky, and I will get them all done, I'm sure. Now this one, I know the cats are white. I purposely left them white because I've got a lucky cat, which is next door, which is white. and that Rita Berman sent me, actually, when she sent me a copy of her Asian book. And so I copied that, and so it's sort of red and black and white, so that's what I did. So I had a lot of fun with that one. It was done with Artex pencils, actually, so there we go. And I sort of didn't know what these berries were, I just copied the colour from the blossom, so that was fun. There you go. A couple more left. We have Maria Trolle's Botanicum. Oops, I've done 2 from here. This one I just finished this morning, which was fun. I'll hold it like that so you can see it better. The main part of the picture is done with Castle Art Soft Touch pencils. The blossoms are done with the pastel tints. I wanted them to be really pale. And then there's some soft pastel in the background with a cloud template. I didn't use the template in all places, it didn't always quite work. And the little bee has got a little bit of shiny pen on his wings. So there we go, so that's fun. Oh, there's another one. I was actually listening to a podcast while I was colouring that, so that was good. This one was done with Derwent pencils, and the bee again has got shiny wings. That one, had fun with that one too. And last but not least, Millie Marotta, another book that I've abandoned for a while, but it's just, you get a new one. This page is absolutely covered in glitter from the opposite page. I'm just gonna, it's not supposed to have any glitter on it at all. Now I looked up this bird. This is a Tui bird, T-U-I, like the holiday company. And it looks similar to this. It's got the brown body and this black and white bit, but this bit looks similar to that, but the head isn't quite so colourful. But I used a bit of artistic license because I just thought it would look pretty. And this is done with Prismacolor. So there we go. I was trying out Prismas because I find Millie's paper tricky at times, to say the least. Prismas went down quite well, but I always think my colouring looks a bit messy on her paper, and I don't know why. But this felt better than when I use other pencils. So hopefully I can practice a bit more with Prismas, and I will colour better. So that's me. So thank you so much for watching, and thank you for all your support this month. And as I said at the beginning, please subscribe, like, comment, follow my social media channels. It all helps and I really appreciate it. And thank you again for everyone that supported me this month, everyone that's visited my Ko-fi shop, followed me there, especially those that have given donations. That is fabulous and I appreciate it so much. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful month, but please tune in every day for my 2 videos, and yeah, have a wonderful May, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my completed pages video for May 2023. I have written out all the pictures that I've done. It's quite a lot. There are 117 this month. I don't know if that's a record, I think it could be, and across 46 different books. So and I finished a few books this month as well, so I was sort of beavering away trying to get books finished, which was really good. I love finishing books. But we're going to start with not on books I finished. I actually start with Hanna Carlson. I'm going to put my my book up there so I can see what's going on. So I've just noticed I've got a lot of shadowing. Hang on a minute. I put the light on, and I think it is probably better with just the lamp, not the light, then you don't get all the hand shadows across everything. But you do get this shine on the on the cover, but I can't win. The sun's shining on the desk, the blind is shut, so I'm doing the best I can. Now I think this is probably my favourite picture of the month, to be honest. You can see the silver pen shining, but if I do it that, you can see the rest of the page a bit better. So this is from Hanna Carlson's Tales from the Witch's Cottage. I'm working through this book in order, so next month it'll be a double cap page. But for this I used
Castle Arts Gold for the pencil, but there isn't a lot of pencil. The background here is in a metallic pen. I'm just trying to see what it is. I haven't written down what it is, so some sort of metallic pen. I suspect it's a Sakura. The background is done with blue pastels, and there are little white dots on the background, which I don't know how clear it is in the distance. I saw someone else doing that and I thought it looked really nice, like paint splatters. But all I did was used a little gel pen. But I have got a video coming up where I show you how to do a background like this. So you can learn if you want to, or see how I did it. It's much easier than it looks. Well, I think so anyway. So that's Witch's Cottage. Now with my Hanna books, I've got so many that I tend to just do one a month from each book. You know, they're such beautiful books and it's hard to choose which book to colour from. So I just think, well, I do one from each and then maybe two. So this book I've done two from this month. This first one was done using Arteza Expert pencil. As you can see, I didn't worry with the background here. I just did this. I felt the white framed our picture quite well. There's some metallic pen dots, I think, or blue. I don't know if it's metallic. Turn it to the light. I don't know. It says some blue pen dots. Might just be a blue Posca. It doesn't actually say on my notes. And this one I did, it was a buddy colour. I know a lot of people have been doing this one on Instagram. When my friend suggested doing this one, I was really pleased because I'd seen it done so many times. Now this is mainly done with Pablo pencils, which I got new this month and I absolutely adore them. So that was, it was so easy. Normally with new pencils, it takes me a little while to get used to them, but with those, just straight away I could use them. But the background, there are pastels, soft pastels, both around the outside and inside this part. And I've done some dotting with Posca pens, but it's hard to see. There's yellow dots in this bit and there's gold dots in this bit, but I don't know if it's gonna shine. The Pablos are quite shiny, so I don't know. So that was that one. So yeah, two from that book. Now City Among the Stars, I only did one in here, and I used a colour cube card. These are the Sarah Renee Clark colour cube cards. And what I decided, I would do a picture from the book with a card. I grabbed a card and then I chose a picture, and I thought these colours went well with this picture. Now these pinks, I don't have many of these, particularly that one. So I used Prismacolor because I felt that there's a colour in Prismacolor that's that colour, I can't remember, rosy beige or something, I'm not sure. Anyway, it seemed to have the colours that would match. In the background there are some soft pastels with a cloud stencil in pink and blue and grey. So I just did a few bits and pieces there just to, some of it looks a little bit dirty rather than skylight, but anyway. There we go. But I like these colours. I felt it was a sort of Victorian style balloon, and I wanted something more muted, so I think it worked well. So that was that one. Then we have Midnight Masquerade. Doing all the smaller size books first, put them on the top of the pile. This one, I was practicing my skin tone with my new Black Widow skin tone pencils. It was sort of, it wasn't my first time of using them, but I'm quite new to them. So I was a little bit, not too confident, but I was pleased with how it came out. And I did the gold and orange. I always think come out really well together. And actually the gold I made using the skin tone pencils as well. But I obviously not the orange, I don't think. Did I say? No, I just put Black Widow. I think the orange was from a different set. There is an orange in the skin tone, but I don't think it was that one. But and there's some white pen. I find the lines that Hanna draws in the hair, I don't like them, so I sort of went over them a little bit and then tried to colour over them. There's a little bit hidden. It's not. It could be better, but you know. I've actually done another face picture using a tutorial from a book yesterday actually. And I'll show you that in a minute. I was really pleased with that one. This one, though, isn't a face. This one is a bird with a crown. You may have seen this if you follow me on Instagram or Facebook. I put my completed pictures up on there, and this one has gone up already. I did this during the coronation of our king, so I wanted to pick a couple of sort of crown based pictures just to sort of tie in with the theme. This one was done with polychromos, and again, no background. I felt the frame was just okay without one, and you know, obviously there's a background in there anyway. Oops. And then I did another crowned one during the coronation. It's a long coronation, it's about 6 hours. So this one was also done with polychromos, but the background there, you can see I did some soft pastels and tried to keep it nice and warm colours there in the sky or background there, and there's a bit of a shiny purple pen. Like purple, I think, is always a very regal colour. Apparently purple dye was the most expensive, so only the wealthiest people would have them. So putting purple into the crowns and things I felt was good. Now we have jewellery box. I only did a simple one from here this time. I'd been fancying doing this little charm bracelet, and I used Carlson Arts metallics for everything, but they're not very shiny. You can see it is really shiny. Hopefully you can see it's catching the light. What I did was I glazed over the charms, not the actual bracelet, with a glitter pen, the Sakura one that's just plain, so you can see through it. So I did that, so it's a bit more shiny. So I think sparkly shine is sometimes absolutely necessary. Now, Grains of Gold is Hanna's compilation book. It says here 83 favourites and 11 new drawings. Now, the one I did is from Spirit Animals, and I'd already done this lady, and so I wanted to get this Lima done before I forgot what pencils I used, because I wanted to match it up. I didn't match it up perfectly, but I think it's near enough. So these were Derwent Light Fast pencils. So I wanted to match up the berries to be the same. And this colour I wanted to match in the scarf, but I've used the wrong one. But, you know, it's fine. I was okay with it. And then Lima was a lot of fun. And because Derwent leave a lot of white paper showing through when you use them, it's just something I've noticed. It worked quite well for the fur because the white looks like it might just be fluffy bits. So that was quite useful. Now we have Magical Dawn, and in Magical Dawn I did a fish. I was trying out my new Brute Funa metallic pencils. You can see there's a bit of a shine there. So that was, but on the edges of the scales where these loopy bits are, that's actually a Sakura glitter pen, and the bubbles are glitter pen, and obviously there's a background there which I did with soft pastels. Nothing too technical, just you know, swish it on, and there we go. I always feel somehow that Hanna Carlson pictures need backgrounds. They usually do when you see them, but this one I didn't put one on. Have we got enough room to get it in shot? Yes. So this is Spirit Animals, so they need to match, is my thought. Husband said, there's no hens that look like that. And I was like, well, not quite. I mean, the feathers are usually quite black, but I rather like the green that I saw in some of the photos that I looked at, the roosters. So I sort of put probably too much green in the feathers. The hen itself is a little bit dark, I think, feather-wise. It probably should have a few more golden ones, but I matched that to her hair and matched all the gemstones. I just thought it was fun to match it all up together. And her skin tone is a little bit pink. I think I was saying to my children, my skin is pink. I always think it's pink. And they were going, no mum, it's not. It's apricot-y peach colour. I was like, okay. So maybe I didn't quite do that right, but I used polychromos for that, and I used the polychromo skin tone pencils, well, the sort of flesh like flesh and things, so they're probably a bit pink. But anyway, I'm still learning my skin tones, so that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm making progress, and that's the important thing for me, and enjoying it, of course. Now this is the skin tone picture. Hang on, I can't move my books along. Hang on, let's move it along like that. There we go. That I did using a tutorial. This was from a Helen Elliston book, and her tutorial was in Prismacolor, so that's what I used. Interestingly, it was very much, it was like peach and beige, sienna, brown ochre, those sorts of colours. There's some French grey in there, there's some black in there. So you can see the black and the French grey is the shadow. So that was interesting, and I learnt a lot actually. And I also whited out the outline. It's not completely whited out, which is fine with me. And with the hair, I said earlier I don't like the way I'll find one. There aren't many people in this book. I'm not keen on the way the hair has lines in it. Here we go. It's got these sort of lines. So I whited them out on mine, but I did it quite early on, so then I covered it with lots of things. I used lots of different colours in the hair. I started with a sort of sienna, the darkest one I used on the skin, and then I went darker and used sepias and brown, umber and things like that, and all sorts of different colours. And then I even used a very thin Prisma pencil to do some strokes to make it look stripy, but a lot of the lines are the white paper showing through, but that was okay. I was quite happy with that sort of look to the hair. And of course I did a lot of gold on here. It's quite daunting, but actually it didn't take as long as I thought it would. The background was really straightforward. I used some yellow soft pastels, and they were quite splodgy, so I made it more splodgy with some darker colour, sort of brownish yellow, and then it sort of matched. It looked intentional. The stars in the background are done with a Sakura metallic pen. I would have preferred them to have been more intensely red, but there isn't a really intense red in that set. But they still add some sort of magic and sparkle to the picture, which is rather what I think is required. Also with the body, with the their bodies here, I think it was drawn so that this was, they weren't wearing clothes here and it was just part of their sort of top of their neck, but I felt that I wanted them to have some clothes on just to add another colour into the picture. So I actually drew in this sort of arm here. It was really, really simple. My son said to me it looks a bit odd the way the hair's making the edge of the clothes, and I thought, well, I hadn't quite decided whether I was going to do it like that or not, you know, whether to draw one in or not, but I think it sort of works. So that's how I did that one, getting a bit more confident in my people, which is good. Okay, we're now going to move on to Johanna Basford. Now I've been doing her planner page every week in a video, so you may have already seen all of these. Whoops. But I'll just talk you through them just in case you haven't, just quite quickly. I used Castle Arts pastel tint for the flowers on this page, and then just use some soft pastel for the background on that one. And it looks to me like the watering can's got glitter all over it, but I didn't write that down. Then for this one, come a little bit closer. I can't get central because there's a pile of books in the way. There we go. I used Castle Arts Gold for these. And then this one I used my Brute Funa metallic pencils. You can see there's a bit of shine on them. I actually tested them out on this page, so it was a bit of a different sort of video. Now this one I used Polycolour pencils. And then the last one here, I used Arteza Expert pencils, but a lot of it is the background, which I used my Mungio soft pastels for, and some glittery pens for the stars and things. But it's all in the tutorial how to do that. So I like the warm colour. Oops, I'm just trying to shut the book. There we go. Now, Miniature Enchanted Forest was a book that I finished this month. There weren't loads of pictures that I did this month though. I'd done quite most of them already. So this one here, I think I did this one with just some Tombow Erogeton pencil. It was just all the same colour. It was very simple. I just felt it needed to be done, even though I didn't do the in cover. I felt I wanted to do that bit. Now I did this one. So this is obviously our treehouse picture, but I wanted to keep it really simple. I found it quite daunting because it was so small and detailed. So I simply, where have I written it? Yes, I used coarse pencils, which can sharpen to a nice fine point. And then there's some green pastel in the background to try and make it look like we're looking through into trees. I don't know how effective that, whether it gives that impression, but I think it just finishes it off. Now this one again was really daunting with all the leaves, so I kept it quick and simple by making them all the same. I used I used Castle Arts soft touch pencils for this, but this green in the background of the leaves and the yellow, that's soft pastels, just to give it a background. And then this was the last one I did. Well, I don't know if I did it last, but this is the last one to show you from this book. You can see it's quite pale. That's because I used Staedtler Norris pencils. I haven't used my Norris for ages, and I thought I'd just have a go. But as you can see, they're a real pale pencil. But you know, if you want a pale look to your picture, that's fine. Or you can, of course, layer and layer and layer and get them a little bit darker. But I just wanted to have a go. Right, now we have Rooms of Wonder. I'm going to come out a little because we're not all in shot. You'll see the edge of my pile of books. Now, this is a book that I'm hoping to finish, actually, in June. I've done a fair bit from it this month. Some of it in videos. This page was a video set. Well, it went across quite a few months actually, from April, because there's 50 images there, so one per video. So if there are any you fancy having a go at, you can go and find that video or do them all or whatever. My favourite, I have to say, is the picnic basket. I like the bonsai tree and the hat. I don't know why. And the marbles as well. Now these were done, sorry, with Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Now I did this room here. This is our sewing room. Now I decided to sort of match it in-ish with this one. I didn't use the same, well, I don't know what pencils I used for this. It was actually, that one was actually a video a long time ago, so I could have looked it up, but I didn't. I sort of thought I'd match colours reasonably similarly. I used Tombow Erogeton pencils, and I try to keep certain things the same. So all the ribbons and fabrics are the same colour, all the furniture is the same colour, all the pots are the same colour, all the cotton is the same colour, and it just made it a lot less daunting, because to be honest, this sort of busy page I find quite difficult to do. And there's no background. I had thought about it and then I didn't know what I could do that would work, so I didn't do one. Now this page, oops, took quite a while. There we go. And again, no background, because I just didn't know what to do. There's such a big range of colour here that I just wouldn't have any idea what colour background to do, so I didn't do one. I've seen people doing brickwork, all sorts of amazing things, but yeah, I didn't. So this one has been done. I'm just trying to have a look, find it. Oh, there it is, shelves, Pablo pencils. Yes, I was trying out my new Pablos, so it was a good page because there's so many different items and different colours to do. Then it meant I could try out all the different colours, so that was that's good. Now this one here I did with 3 colour cube cards. I will show you. This one was the top one, number 85. I used Staedtler. Which Staedtlers did I use? Hang on. Office 3. Oh, I used Ergosoft. There's that floor and there's that floor. So it was quite interesting doing these greys. We don't have the sort of browny greys in the Ergo, so I just used all the greys that I had. So there's some more cold greys than warm greys. But I feel this looks a bit like maybe the lights are off and it's the end of the day. I mean, there's no one in any of them, so they are It's quite pink, isn't it? Which one would you prefer to work in? I think, no. I don't like the look of the grey bananas. I don't know. I think blues and greens may be a little more restful. But that was just something to try, because colouring office things is not really something that I got too excited about. So I thought if I added in a colour cube card, then it would make it more exciting for me, which it did. Now this one was quite a mammoth task. I used my Ergosoft for this one, and yeah, there's so many different random items. I find these sorts of pages a little bit daunting when they're so small and there's so many. I think Johanna's next book might be a bit like this, I don't know, but we'll see. But someone asked me to do a buddy colour, and she suggested a circle page in here that I'd already done, so I suggested this one, and she was like, and I was like, I know, I need to have some, you know, to do it, and I need sort of help, so, you know, so we both did this one. Now this one I used my Tombow Erogeton pencils. I used quite a few of the paler shades, so it looks a little bit less. But I used some neons here, and I think it was a bit of a... having a few dark things here and everything else pale, I think was a mistake. But anyway, it was all learning. They're new pencils to me, so I'm still learning about combining the different colours. But, you know, it's looks like a tasty enough cake. Now this double page, you may have seen again, I put these on my Facebook and Instagram pages. So I did one of them, and then I decided to make the other one match. They're using Ergosoft pencils, excuse me, because of the small details. And the metal, the gold was quite orangey, but I thought actually they're brass instruments, not gold instruments. So hopefully it sort of works. I used quite a limited colour palette because I found some of it a bit daunting. It's not something that I've coloured before, so, you know, but I was quite pleased with how it came out, so that was good. So that's that one. Oh, we've got a little postcard now. I coloured, I did a flip through of Johanna's Rooms of Wonder postcards and coloured this little snail in the flip through with Ergosofts, and then I did the butterfly myself a bit later on with Ergosofts as well. So there is our little postcard that I've done. They're quite small, which is good because they fit in envelopes. I would never post a coloured postcard out without being in an envelope, and some of the postcards I've got are too big to fit in the envelopes I have. Okay, so now we're on to Ivy. I did one picture in here. This is Ivy. I tested out some skin tone. I think I used my Black Widows. I'm just checking. Yeah, so I showed you how to do this sort of face, and then I just finished the rest myself. But this post-it is here because I'm going to do this facing page in the same pencil, so I wrote it all down. But I haven't done it yet. I might do it this month. But I don't usually use post-its in my book because of the glue. But I used it here because it's on top of the story bit that I won't be colouring on. But I'm still not sure whether it was a very sensible idea. But anyway, that's Ivy. My book's getting really battered and I've hardly coloured any in it. I need to do a bit more, but I'm sure I will. Now this is my calendar, my Secret Garden 20, no, is it Secret Garden? Yeah, Secret Garden 2018 calendar. This is the May page that I coloured. I really enjoy colouring these little sheds. The other things are a little bit small, but I usually do these as blackberries, but I did them as raspberries for a change. I don't know why, but that's okay. And I used Arteza Premium pencils. Maybe there wasn't quite the right colour. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's that one. The small details are quite tricky. You would think on a calendar, because it's a bit bigger, it would be quite easy, but I still found some of these a bit tricky. But there was that one, getting through my calendar, which is my gold, one of my things to finish for the year. Right, now we are moving on to, oh, we have the Lego page. Johanna gave us a free download of this page. I printed it on this really dark paper and I'm still learning to use it, so I'm not sure. I was
mightily impressed with my effort. This is Derwent branded paper, so I used Derwent pencils on it, a mixture of different Derwent pencils, I think. I'm just checking. Yeah. So, and white pen. But as I say, I'm still getting used to using the toned paper, so I wasn't hugely impressed. And Derwent can be quite difficult to work with because you see a lot of tooth through. Obviously you can use their blender to help you with that. But I thought maybe with the paper it might be better, but it wasn't. But yeah, I think they're really designed for lots of layering. Okay, let's move on to Rita Berman. This is her Asian book. I did a buddy colour in here, which you may have seen on my Instagram page, and it was this peacock. And I used polycolour pencils. Now polycolours I find are quite bright. You can see that it's quite a nice bright vibrant colour, but I find that you can only put down 3 or 4 layers and then that seems to be it. So it depends what you're looking for really, but I do really like them. But you know, different pencils work for different pictures and different ideas. So it depends what, as I say, it depends what you're looking for. Okay, now we have this book. Now this book I finished this month, so I've done a flip through already. You may have seen the completed one, so you would have seen these pictures that I've done this month already, but I can tell you what pencils I used, which might be useful. This is Castle Art Soft Touch pencils, and I sort of tried to do a bit of a rainbow and did some gold and things like that. Now the pictures that I've got, that I had left, were all the ones that I found daunting. It wasn't that I didn't like them, it was that they had a lot of detail going on and I wasn't really sure what to do with them. And I think that's slightly reflected in when I show you them, you'll go, So this one was done with Prismas. It says, I don't think that looks like Prismas, but anyway, maybe it was. This double page, look at that, my husband painted that, I like that. He's lent me these, I might have to keep that one. I shall steal it. This one is the, oh, I haven't got up. Is it across the page? I haven't written that one down. Oh, there it is. Castle Art Soft Touch again. Yeah, because I wanted a big selection of greens. There's a lot of greenery going on. So we can come in a little bit, can't we? Now this one we have, I did it as a double. I wasn't really sure. The water seemed to be a double, but then some of it went up here and it splashed across the page. So, you know. But this one was coloured with Ergosoft. Then we have the wild boar picture. I coloured that with Derwent pencils. And this one was Tombow Erogeton pencils. Apart from the background, which is a bit of soft pastel. It went all over the clouds and I erased it off. Now this one again has got soft pastel background. Very odd looking cloud shape going on here. But the main part of the page was coloured with, it doesn't say. I'm having a look. There's lots of very pretty greens. No idea. I'm thinking maybe it's polycolour, but I don't know. So there we go. These were done with my Derwents. I didn't know what to do with this page, so I did a sort of rainbow, but we've ended up with a lot of autumnal look over here and then lots of mad weird colours over here. There we go. But this, as I say, this book is finished. There is a flip through of the whole thing on my channel if you want to see. There are some much nicer pictures than those in it. Right, on to Millie Marotta. And now Millie's books, I find the paper very smooth and I'm still trying to work out what pencils work best on it. These were, no, let's turn the page. These were done with Castle Art's metallic pencils and they weren't too bad. I find getting a nice even, like I'm trying to fade. I find that really difficult on this paper to get it really even. I don't know why, whether it's me or not, but it was okay. I'm trying to find somewhere to put my books. I'm going to have to put them on the floor. But this one I found better. This squid I coloured with Polycolour. Actually, it doesn't look very neat either. I think I did one with Prismas last month and that was a lot better. So I might try a few more Prisma ones that might be, they might be better. I'm just determined to find a pencil that works well because I've seen some really beautiful work in her books, but I don't know what people use. If you use something that works really well, tell me, please. Right, well, on to Maria Trolle. I got a lot of new Maria Trolle books this month. I was gifted them, which from France's. So I've done quite a few different books. This one was done as part of the flip through, and I used Polycolour pencils for this, and some shiny pen for the bubbles. And then Twilight Garden, this was a book I already have, actually my parents gave me this. And I did this owl as a tutorial. You can find that on my channel now. This page I was asked about as well. There is a tutorial for this, not for the whole thing, but for a little section because it repeats. So there's a tutorial for a little bit of that as well if you want it. But they happen to match. That wasn't my intention, but because we've got acorns and things, it just felt like oranges and things, the colours would just work. So it's a bit autumnal for this time of year, but that's okay. I like autumn colours. Okay, so Nightfall was another new one. Whoops. And I did this one on the black paper. So this one was coloured with Castle Arts. I used the Monet set because I didn't need many colours. And there is a bit of gold metallic pen on that background bit as well to shine. So that was that one. That is a video. There was a flip through and that was the page I chose. So I've done a little bit of it on the video. And another new book, Flora. And in this one, whoops. Actually, it was a new book last month, I think. So this... for this page I did a tutorial for these two, but there's also a tutorial for the bee and the background. You know, I said right on the very first picture that I would show you how to do the blue background with the white dots. This is the page where I demoed that, so there's a video already out showing you that. So that's that one. And the last Maria Trolle is Botanicum. Well, she does have another book. This is the last one I did. Now, I did this as a buddy colour, and Michelle chose both pages to do, and I decided to do them as a sort of double. Not completely, but the background you could see sort of works across both. And I thought I would use the same colours in each. These flower here, I saw some of them this morning by the canal path and they were beautiful. They were pink. But so that colour there is in the butterfly there. And the red's the same and the pink is the same and things like that. So I tried to use the same colours across as far as I could. I couldn't do it for everything. But and our robin's eggs are very bright. Robin's eggs are that colour. They are. Look it up. Google it. And then prove me wrong. So that was that, and I used Arteza Premium pencils for that. It had all the colours that I wanted. Again, that's a slightly older book. I haven't done much in it though. Okay, we have Circle of Life. Now this is, what did I do in this one? I'm trying to find it on my list. I just got distracted by the beeping that's going on downstairs and the time, it's got so late. So I used Arteza Premium for our snail and then used some yellow pastel behind him. I just felt he needed a little bit of something. That was, I don't know why I chose yellow, but it worked well. And I did one from Lottie Ford's book, Colour the Forest. I think this was a tutorial actually, or part of it was. I think it looks like Polycolour to me. No, it's Castle Art Soft Touch pencils, not Polycolour at all. Then Microscopic Marvels. I did a double page in here using my magic pencils, the Koh-i-Noor pencils. I felt that these sorts of things were quite good for doing a sort of mixed colour. Hang on, I will come out a little bit so you can see. So I was just basically trying out, working through the tin, trying out all the different colours. And and I did these in just blues. So it was just trying out my new pencils really, which is always exciting, as I'm sure you know. Now we have a small book. This was a gift this month too, and you may have seen my I started this bit in a when I did my flip through and I finished the page. You may have seen it already, but I haven't done any more in there yet, but I'm looking forward to doing more. The paper is gorgeous, and I've got another book in the series which I did one from this month too, again the same gorgeous paper. That last one was done in polycolour, and this one was done in polycolour as well. So that was that one. It was all pencil, even the background, but it just went on so smoothly. There's a little bit, actually I say it's all pencil, there's a bit of rain in metallic pen there. So apart from that. Okay, now we have, whoops. Ruby Charms colour. Now this is the swatch book, but on this page where I swatched my new Tombow pencils, I made a bit of a mess here by testing them out, but I did coloured in the little fox. Yeah, I did a bit of a blend there, and yeah, I was putting them in colour order in my pencil case and I put together a chart actually of them in what I felt was a sensible colour order, but mixing up all of these different sets. So that's available on my Ko-fi shop. If you are interested in grabbing that, it's free. So you can just download. It does ask you for a donation, but you can just put 0. So you can grab that. The link to the Ko-fi shop is usually in my video description. Might not be in this one because I was run out of space, because you're limited word-wise on video descriptions, and so sometimes I have to knock out some of the stuff like links to my social media. So this one I was really pleased with. This was my very first picture with Pablo pencils, and it is from Beautiful Planet by Leela Dooley, which I was sent by the publisher for free. This is a very generous, and the only bit that isn't, there's a bit of white pen on the wings of the insects, but that's all. Some of what I've done on the wings is I've drawn in the missing bit of flower that I felt might have been underneath it to make them look more see-through. So that was quite interesting. But that's that one. Right. Got another Leela Dooley, The Flower Year, that I do every month. And I picked a really small picture this month, which was this one. This was done with, I did it with Tombow Erogeton pencils. Now it's actually Hawthorn. Now Hawthorn is beautiful, it's usually white, but it does come in a pink. So I did that pink because I'm not very good at colouring in white. Now we have Lulu Mayo. And I did this satchel. Again, I used my Tombow Erogeton pencils, playing around with my new ones. But the background is a soft pastel with the white little dots. Got into my white dots. Then we have another Lulu book, my other Lulu book I should say. And this one was done with metallic pencils. I used my 50 Brute Funa, my new ones, for that. And there's a bit of white gel pen and things on there as well. Right, then I did a couple of pictures from Matchstick Mouse. Now I have 2 copies of this. One of them I'm copying Morgan O'Brien's versions of the pictures, and one of them I'm doing my own. I didn't copy any of his this month. I'm miles behind, he's got quite a few. But anyway, this was my own. This one I did with Pablo pencils, which I wanted to see how they work on the Amazon paper, and they're just beautiful. And then this one I did with Polycolour, which always work really well in these books, I find. So that was Matchstick Mouse. Now I had this download from Agota Pop. She sent me this for free. You can buy it from her Etsy shop. I'll try and put a link in. And I'd done this particular picture on a video when I was sort of showing you her pictures. And I finished this off with my Tombow pencils because this is a really smooth paper and I thought they would go down quite well, and I think they did. And then she also sent me her newest pictures, which are all butterflies, and I just did this one. This is only on copy paper, and I think it looks like I used, yes, polycolours. They didn't go down too well on this copy paper. They like a bit of tooth. Now we have a small flowers colouring book, and this one, they're quite simple drawings in here, but I grabbed my polycolours and layered them up a little bit. It's Amazon paper, so a bit more tooth, so they liked it, and I did that one. Oh, trying to work out where to put all the books. This one, I did a couple from here. I was using up some gel pens, and this one I was trying out. I've got some Kohinoor highlighter pens. They're bright, aren't they? I was just trying those out. Just a bit of a chilled colour, really. And this book as well I tend to use for trying things out, or just, you know, something a bit simpler. So this one was done using actually felt tip pens, which the grey's running out. I can see that. I think it's run out completely now. And then this one, I used my Brute Funa metallics, and I just picked a couple. You can see they're shiny, and just wanted to play with those, really. So that was those two. And now we've mainly got mandalas left. We're on to the home straight. So this is a Colour mandalas book that they sent me to review, and it doesn't even fit in short. We might, but I did this one with pen because with felt pen, because I know that people might want to know how pens go down on this paper. It's really thick and smooth. Bit of a problem with the pen. It's dried now, but it didn't dry very quickly, so I smudged it. And normally with felt tip pen, it dries so quickly, water-based marker, that you don't ever smudge it, but it did. So it goes on fine, but you have to be aware that it might smudge. Now this one I did using my magic pencils, which was, I was just playing and trying them out. I want to play with them more. They're really interesting because they change colour, so that's good. And then I did this one where I tried out my Tombow Erogeton new pencils on this page. I think mandala pages are always good for trying out pencils. So that is that book. Oh, I'm just trying to, that's it, organise it. Now, Colouring Heaven Patterns, I just did something really simple in here with a marker, water-based pens. I was actually trying to use up my pens because I'm sort of, everything's taking up space and they're nearly run out, so I thought I would just run them out. They nearly are all run out now. I can't use them in this book. It's double-sided and the paper's really thin. It's Amazon paper. So I used my Brute Funa metallics on that one. They aren't particularly shiny, a little bit. That was that one. Now this was a new book that I got. There is a flip through coming, and for the flip through I start colouring this page, which is the very first one, with Brute Funa metallic pencils. You can see how shiny they are. So you can see a bit of that. I didn't complete it in the video. I also had a go at this one with a colour cube card. It's a bit of the grey, bit of an odd colour mix, but yeah, it takes you out of your comfort zone. Oh, and this one I've started. I'm trying something different with the black, but no, you'll see that next time. I'll finish that today, I hope. 101 mandalas. This is again by Camellia Andukova. I think that is that. I think, but I think it looks like I was just used lots of pens, so I'm really unsure whether that started out being that card and I just got a bit carried away, or what happened really with that one. Then, oops, then this one, this is done like that one was with Castle Art gel pens. Again, sort of trying to use them up before they dry out, because I know gel pens will dry out. I've had them quite a while. I wanted something a bit regal, so that was all patriotic really. But that is gel pens. This is felt tip pens. This is felt tip pens. This one isn't though. This is a these are metallic pens. I'm just trying to see which brand they are. They're the Brute Funa, but the 12 set. This again, a Triplus felt pens. Those are gel pens. And this one was done with Posca. So that's those. And we have one last book, which I have finished, and I am going to do a flip through of the book soon. Oops, but we'll start here. I think that was that. I think. Okay, that was gel pens. My gel pens are Castle Arts, by the way. This one was done with the 50 metallic Brute Funa pencils. I reckon I used a colour cube card for that, because I don't know if I would have done that colour scheme myself, but it's pretty. Water-based markers, water-based markers, water-based markers. Magic pencils. This one is, I'm thinking they're metallic. Brute Funa metallic. Nope. Look at that. Gorgeous colours. Polycolour. Arteza Premium. Would you put purple with browns and orange? No, it works, doesn't it? Bambino crayons. Arteza Expert. Holbein Pastel. Water-based markers. Water-based markers. Staedtler metallic pens. And my last 3 gel pens that I hadn't run out. I was like, oh, they're gonna last. But there we go. They're all my completed pages. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a fantastic day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is that time of the month to show you all the pages that I completed in June. I usually try and get this video out at the end of the month, but actually I've got a few other things, so it's the 1st of July, but I'm sure that's fine. And we are going to start with Hanna Carlson and then move through there. I did over 100 pages this month, which is quite astounding to be honest, but I think I might be able to get time in July to do even more, so we'll see. Anyway, if you could do me a favour and click the subscribe button if you haven't already, that would be really kind, and we'll get on with showing you what's going on. Now I have I used a colour cube card which I've got here, and I can't find the page that I used it for, so we might have got a little mystery to solve as we go through and try and figure out which page is black, grey, burgundy and red. We'll see. Anyway, that's my own little personal challenge as we go through to try and remember to find what page that is, because I didn't note it down. So let's stop wittering and have a look. Spirit animals. In this book I couldn't decide what page to do, so I just did this one. It's quite shadowy because I've got a pile of books at the back. There we go. So this is the sort of this book belongs to page, and it does look like I used this card, but I didn't. I just decided to keep, I wanted the ladies to match the cat, so I kept their hair grey like the cat, and yeah, so that I had quite it was really different for me to colour grey hair. I've never coloured grey hair before, and my hair's going quite grey, so that was okay. I'm just trying to figure out what I used. I used Pablo pencils, so this is the first time I'd done skin tone with Pablo. I thought it went a little bit too dark when I was doing it, but looking at it now I think it's fine, and I really like the colour of their lipstick.
which I think is the same as the gemstones, just to try and match it out a little bit. So that was good. I'm just moving my lamp down a bit because there we go. So that is my first picture. And I did a picture in all of my Hanna Carlson books this month, but one in each. I think one of them I may have done two. So this is Seasons, and I did a series from this book. This was a series of tutorial videos, and I used my polychromos for this, and you may have seen these. They sort of, I think they went through the end of May and just the very beginning of June. So you, as I say, you may have seen this series. If not, you can go and have a look if you wish. So that's that one. And then we're into Daydreams. Now this one I did with Staedtler pencils, and when I finished the pencil work, the background is done in Mungio pastels, I wasn't really very happy with the tones of colour. I thought this looked a bit dull, so I tried to use a really bright pink pastel to sort of lift it up off the page, but I'm not really sure whether it just made this look even duller. So I'm not sure. I mean, it sort of worked, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't how I wanted it, let's put it that way. I put little pink dots of Posca and purple Posca pen and things trying to lift it. It just didn't quite look as pretty as I'd hoped, but you know, there's nothing really wrong with it. As I say, often I think we all are guilty of having an idea of how we might want something to be, and then when it isn't quite how we imagined, we feel disappointed, even though it could just be, it's fine, you know, it could just be absolutely fine. This one, however, I was pleased with. This is done with Prismacolor, and I just wanted her to look like she belonged in the sea. Obviously she's got all her shells and fish, so that's, and I also was I started off by thinking I want to do a face that isn't just normal colours. I want to do some blue hair, so I looked for a picture that I thought would work with blue hair, and I picked this one. And so I tried to keep a minimal colour palette, so you can see the shells are all one colour, the fish are all one colour, and that sort of thing. I'm not sure, I did her earrings and I was going to do the shells the same colour, and I forgot which colour I did and picked up the wrong one, but you know, it's such is life. But I think I was pleased with how it came out anyway. I think the minimal palette helps her to stand out. Her pale face stands out, and the lipstick being this colour, it was really quite daring actually for me. I've seen much more daring pictures, but for me personally, and I was really happy. So that is that one from Magical Dawn. And here we have Summer Nights, and we have this sunflower picture. This was done with Arteza Premium pencils, so a budget range of pencils, but the background is done with soft pastel. So I tried to sort of, I wanted yellow to sort of match with the sunflowers, but obviously I needed it to stand out from our sunflowers, so I kept it paler at the top and then very quickly graduated it to an orange at the bottom, just to create a sort of atmosphere, which I, you know, like it's a sort of sunset or something, but still the items all stood out, so I was pleased with how that worked. It was a bit of an experiment. The butterflies are mainly black and white Posca pen. There's obviously the orange pencil underneath, but it just helps them to stand up off the page a little bit. Had I not outlined that one, I think it would have just faded back into the sunflower. So, but that's quite often how I do butterflies. So that was that one. I think actually it may not have been black Posca, it might have been just a black fine liner. Now jewellery box, I just did this one here. I'll come in a little closer because it's quite small. I actually sent my father a Father's Day greeting. I did post him a card, but I didn't see him on Father's Day, so I sent him this picture with his Father's Day greeting, because it was a little bit more masculine than some of the pictures I do, not that it necessarily matters. This is done with Black Widow spider set. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. Maybe I will. I'm going to argue with myself for a while. So I used the browns and yellows and things to create this sort of gold look, which I was rather pleased with, I have to say. I wanted it just to look like it was a gold-plated door knocker. I did hope that the ears, the eyes and the teeth might look like they were silver, but the grey in that set is very brown in its sort of colouring rather than black, so it looked a little bit dull. But anyway, I'm still really happy with it. So there's that one. It's just a little one from there. We have grains of gold next. Oh, my cable's getting in the way, sorry. Let's come out a little bit, and so you can see the full page. So this lady, there we go. Now she was done in Black Widow pencils as well, but more of a mix from different sets. I know for a start that this leaf here is the Cobra colour. I chose Black Widows because there's quite a lot of fine detail. Now obviously there are different ways to colour this picture, and I know some people would choose to make this all skin like she's got a tattoo, but I felt like I wanted it to look like a jumper with a high neck. It's just how I envisaged it, so that's what I did. Now the bird, he's the same colour. I just wanted to keep a really limited colour palette, and her eye is sort of green to match in with the greens and that sort of thing, and her lips are the same colour as the darkest red in the flowers. You know, I probably should have put a bit of white pen on some of the beads and things to make it a bit more sparkly, but that's fine. I'm still happy with how it is without that. And the background again is done in the Mangio soft pastels. It's so quick to just get a little bit down and just create a sort of atmosphere behind without putting in much effort, which is why I like them. It could leave it white, but I felt like it just needed a little something, so that's what I did. And the background literally takes about 5 minutes, so that's good. Now we have Tales from the Witch's Cottage. I did a double page in this one. Let's move those bookmarks. That's it. So this one has got a lot of pastel background, but it is also done, oh, it's done in, hang on a minute, Black Widows. I thought it was. It's also done in Black Widows, but I spent a lot of time on the fence. It took a long old time. I really enjoyed doing it, actually. I like colouring wood. And then I just decided to do all the flowers and the butterflies and things matching, and the cats sort of matching. This poor cat has got quite a yellow leg from the pastel. So we've got the Mungio pastel, so I did a bit of green here to look like the greenery from the plants, and then I pulled it up into yellow, because green naturally blends nicely into yellow up to orange to make it look a bit like it's the evening, maybe the sun setting. And then we've got these sort of sparkly magic which is around the cat. This is coloured in metallic pen. I think it's glitter pen. No, it can't be glitter pen, it's just metallic pen. If it was glitter pen there'd be glitter on the page, and there isn't, so it's just metallic pen. So that was that one. Then I've got two from Tales from the Forest Kingdom. I have got this one with the fairies, which I decided to do. I've done quite a lot of the front of this book, so I thought I would just fill in this page because I've done those as well. So that's why I chose this one. And it was quite difficult to know quite what to do with this page. I did the mushrooms first because they were lovely and easy, and I know how to colour them. I used my Pablo pencils, by the way. And then the fairies, I started with their wings, and I did them, I can't remember what colour, and I didn't like it, so I redid it a little bit with some pink on top, and then I much preferred it. But what I've done with the wings is they're not only coloured in pink pencil, actually I went over some purple underneath, or a sort of more plummy colour. I went over the markings on the wings in a white pen, and then over the whole wing in a sparkly, it's like a see-through sparkly pen, the Sakura one. So then we've got sort of sparkly magical wings. Obviously their dresses are blue, And in the end, with the background, I wasn't really sure. So I made this sort of magical lines as if it was sort of misty smoke in a very light browny grey, but a different shade to the mushrooms, so it looked different. And then I did the background in just this, I think it's called night blue or something, and just to make it quite dark. And then we've got all the little dots and stars are done in a metallic Sakura silver pen. So that was that one. Oh, and we have our little red bug, of course, just sort of tied in, so it sort of matches with everything. And then this bug, which was done right at the beginning of the month. I think it was done this month. There's a bit of pencil sharpening. There we go. Now he is done in Arteza Expert pencils. Now when I did the legs, because they look like leaves, I thought I'd do them green, and they looked really wrong with these bright colours. So what I decided was I would do a green background and then they would blend in a little bit more. And I think that really worked, actually. They don't, compared to, you haven't seen how it looked before, but compared to how it looked before, I think I was much happier with it. Now the silver swirly bit here is outlined in silver pen, and the stars are outlined in gold. So we have a bit of sparkle on the page, which there, maybe you can see there. And there are some white dots around him as well, but they're small. I don't know how visible they are. But I was pleased in the end. It took me a bit of fiddling before I was happy with it, but that's good. It was worth me spending just 10 minutes or so putting on that pastel. Now we did this little chap, me and my friend did a buddy colour. Quite a lot of these are buddy colours, actually. And this little chap is coloured in Artex pencils. And I haven't tried to do gold in them before, so I was quite pleased how it came out. That was my first try, and so that was good. And I just wanted to make him look very regal, so hence the purple, the red. I just felt that he needed to look like a king, so there he is. And I didn't bother with the background on this. I didn't feel that it needed it. You know, sometimes I feel a picture does, sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes I'm not in the mood, but for that one I would have done one. I was in the mood, but I actually felt it was better without. And sometimes I just leave the pictures on the floor overnight, particularly if there's pen on them, to let it dry and have a little think about whether it needs more, like I did with this one. So this is from City Among the Stars, and I used all the greys. It's Stedler Design Journey, so I used lots of different greys, and I wanted to make it look quite silvery. It doesn't. It just looks grey. Now I had a thought I could have got a silver pen and gone around all the edges to make it shine, but I decided that it would probably make it look worse, so I decided in the end to just leave it as it was. There are bits of white in there which is supposed to look like shine. I don't really know why it didn't quite come out as I'd hoped, but I still like it, and I think the fact that it's just greys is really interesting in its own way. So that's that one. Okay, that's all the Hanna. So we're moving on to Maria Trolle, and this is Moon Valley. Now I have this, this is the Dutch edition, and the paper is just delightful, I have to say. I need to try watercolours, and it's so thick it feels like you're turning over 3 pages. So this one is obviously a stag scene, and I'm just looking. I used Derwent pencils for this, apart from the moon, and the stars, which are done in a silver. Derwent doesn't have a silver pencil, so I don't know what. It's probably a Prisma. I don't know. So I really had so much fun doing the trees. I love colouring trees, trying to get some shape and shadow into them. It was brilliant fun, and yeah, I just wanted to make it look like a sort of slightly mystical night, and yeah, I was happy. And then I did this one at the back. Now this was a new book that I had last month, and so I did a flip through video, and this was the little picture I did as part of the flip through. and she was coloured in polychromos. So there we go. So that was Moon Valley. Next we have Botanicum. Oops. And this is the one I did from Botanicum. So this was mainly coloured in polychromos. I chose them because there's quite a few smaller details on this one, and of course you can get them really sharp. So that was helped me a lot. But the sky is actually done in soft pastels, but I didn't want it to be thoroughly blue. So I've just done patches of blue and left some white to make it look like it's cloudy. I don't know how well that comes through, but I was happy with how it came out anyway. And interestingly, this girl's wearing yellow and blue, and the girl in Moon Valley was also wearing yellow and blue in my picture. And on the front of Moon Valley, she's wearing yellow and blue. There's a theme. So there we go. This lady on the front of Flora isn't wearing yellow and blue though. But I didn't do a person in this book. I did these grapes. This page jumped out at me when I did my flip through video. And so I really wanted to do it. And I was sort of like, should I do it right away or should I leave it as a treat for later? And I was like, no, I'm just going to do it. So the main part of it is done in, hang on, Prismas. That's right, I was looking at the wrong one and it said polychromos. I was like, these aren't polychromos, this is Prismacolor. I use Prismas because it's quite big areas and so you don't have to worry about keeping them really sharp. I had a lot of fun with the grapes. I just love colouring things like the fruit. And then it came to the background and I decided to make it look like we're glimpsing through to see more of the tree in the distance. So we've got our green and bits of pink around as well, just to sort of be similar to those colours. And yeah, I was really pleased with that. And of course she drew such a cute little mouse, which was lovely to colour. Then we have Nightfall. And this one I picked again. This is my favourite, was my favourite picture when I did the flip through. If you know me, you know how much I love colouring berries. So I just couldn't resist colouring these blackberries and this little cute mouse. So this one is done in polychromos. Yeah, and I just loved every minute of that one. It was just, oh. And of course with the black background, it doesn't take too long. But it's interesting doing ones with the black background. It's a bit different to what I'm used to. And now we have Luna. And I did a few in here just because I did that one. And so I thought, that's, let's do a bit more. So I also did this bird. I did them all in Castle Art Soft Touch. I tried to make that look metallic, but I wasn't sure how well it came out. I think it's okay looking at it now. And then the this book belongs to, tried to make the hummingbirds look a bit shiny. Wasn't easy, and but I like the colours. Maybe the leaf colour is a bit similar to the birds, but that's okay. And I tried to make this look like it was silver, and that one hasn't really come out too well, but that's okay. It's all learning, isn't it? Right, we're moving on to Johanna Basford. I'm just turning the page of my book. So, now this is Rooms of Wonder, which I finished this month, and I've done a completed book flip through, which you've possibly seen, and so you will have seen these pages already if you've seen the flip through, but I'll just quickly show you what I did this month. So this page was a set of videos that I did, and I used colour cube cards. So this one, you can see, that was that one, and that was that one, and then that must have been that one. Or have I got them round the wrong way? No, I think that's that. No, that's that one, and that's that one. That's right. And then there, a blue one. Now with my colour cube cards, I tend to work through them in order. Unless I'm doing a buddy colour with someone who just picks a random one. So I pick my next 4 and just match them to the best pictures. So that was how I did that one. Oh, and they were coloured in, let me just find them, polychromos. And then this page, hang on, let's try and move it into shot.
it's come out a little bit, oh, got a bit of a shadow going on over there. I was trying to adjust my lamp slightly, but I'll hold it up a bit. This one was done in Pablo's. I kept a really limited colour palette for this because it was quite daunting, but once I'd decided to limit the colours, it went quite quickly, and yeah, I was pleased. Now this, I think, is my favourite page of the whole book, not just the drawing but how it came out. There's a video for this, there's several actually. There's a video for a little section to show you slowly, and I talk to you about how to colour it. Then there's a speed colour of the rest of it, and there's a real-time colour of the rest of it, so you can have a look and just watch the videos if you want to. And I didn't do this one on video though, but it's very similar. And these were both done, I suspect, I'm just checking my list, yes, in polychromos, again with small details. And I wanted to, small details that I can also sometimes do in Staedtler pencils, but with the fruit I wanted a good range of colour, and I know that polychromos has all the colours that I wanted for that. Now here I did this page here, I wanted to sort of match it with that one a little bit, but I used some Sakura metallic pens to do the things inside the bottles. I sort of cheated, I suppose, by making them all match, so it was really easy. But it took a long time getting this ironwork done, which was I enjoyed. And here we have our sort of cake / sweet shop. I used polychromos again because of all the small details, and kept to a limited palette just to make it easier for me, so I didn't have to keep choosing from a million colours. Well, it's not a million, is it? This one I did with Prismacolor. I haven't coloured all of it. There's some sections in here which I didn't colour. I've actually seen one that is on Instagram where someone put gemstones in these bits, and it looks amazing, and I sort of half wish I thought of that, but I just left them blank just because I didn't, anyway, it didn't, I wasn't feeling it, and I felt that the way I'd coloured it, it worked best like that, and I still think that. I'm just tidying up my bookmarks. Now this was a series, this series is still running at the moment, so you can see the finished page. So you can get, I think this is today's, but what day are we? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So yeah, you won't quite have finished this series by the time this video goes out. So, but all the dressing table items, and that's done in polychromos again. I've used a lot of polychromos. They are my favourite after all. And then we have this cake shop. This was the very last page I did in the book. And I made sure that I didn't rush it, because when you're doing the last page, the sense of satisfaction when you've completed a book is really lovely, but you don't want to rush it and spoil your last page just to get that. Hang on, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, that was lucky I stopped the video, it was very loud. But I didn't rush it. But what I did was I limited the colours a little bit down here, but I went a bit wild up here, and I'm quite happy with how that worked out. I thought that was good. And this one is done, that was done with polychromos, but this one was done with Prismacolor, and I actually did a video of one of the cakes, and of course they're all the same, and I got a really interesting look which I wouldn't have got with polychromos, and yeah, it was a bit different for me. Then I did these two. We'll look at this one first. This is done in metallic pencils. I'm just looking which ones, because I've got a few. This was Castle Arts metallic pencils, and this one was just done, I suspect, in I think that was, yes, oh, that was done in Castle Arts soft touch pencils, it says. I think they might have been Staedtler. Anyway, who am I to argue with myself? I don't know. And then I did this kitchen. I kept quite a limited palette. I didn't use a colour cube card, I just used my own palette. I just didn't want it to be too,
it was so overwhelming, and if I kept to a limited palette, it made it easier for me. There's a little bit of apricot-y coloured pastel in the background of there as well. I think this was last month's, but I'm not sure. No, this was this month as well. This was Castle Art Soft Touch. I think, and then this magical circle here, which was done in Arteza Expert pencils. That's a video as well. And then all the letters, which I used Black Widows for. And lastly, I did this room, and that was done in polychromos. So that's all the ones in that book, and that book is now finished, as I said. And there's a flip through, but I think so many people have viewed it, I suspect you all may have done. Now this is my Secret Garden 2018 calendar, which I'm trying to finish this year. So this is the June page, and I used my watercolour pencils on it. I do tend to, it's upside down, isn't it? It's not that you would necessarily notice. I tend to use watercolour pencils here. It makes the page a bit curly, but I don't mind because it's single-sided. I haven't used the calendar or anything. And there's also a bit of glitter pen on the wings of the bees. So that was that one. And then we have the planner. Now all the planner pages are videos. There we go. So you can see how it transfers, because I don't put paper between the pages. Make sure you do if you're going to use that side. So that one was done in Pablo pencils. This one, oh, it's shiny. This one was done in Brute Funa Metallic and Sakura Metallic pen. This one was done in Ergosoft, and so is this one. This had some pastel. They both know that one. Is it pastel or pencil in the background? That's definitely pastel. I remember doing that. So that was that one. Haven't done July's yet, but I need to. That's that one. Let's just pop that in a different pile. There we go. Right, we have Lost Ocean. There was a video that I did on this in this book, which was this, trying to show you how to make this very complex page a little bit simpler, because I know it's quite difficult to do these. So that was that one. And I did use Staedtler Design Journey pencils for that, because they're easier for little details. Now this is a very recent video. I think it may have gone out yesterday, and I did the cake in the video and then finished the page myself, but I used all the same colours for that bit as for the rest, just to try and match it all in together. I mean, obviously I didn't try and match this page, it's really different, but that's okay, that wasn't my plan. And I used polychromos. So that is all our Johanna Basford, and now we are moving on to Rita Berman. The summer book, they're in the wrong order. The summer book first, let's come in a little closer. So obviously it's summer, so now I finished her seasons book, which is a compilation book. There is a flip through of that somewhere. I thought I would do some pages from the summer book. So I did this one. This is just red roses, and I used some red stickles to make them shiny. And in the background there's some Mungio pastels with a green, and there's some red and green splodges. I just wanted to add some texture and make it look a bit different. And the pencil I used was actually Black Widow. So that's the only one I did from there. And then what's the next one? Oh, this one, yes, they were in Lander. And I did this peeping bird, I call him. I thought it was such a cute picture. I used polys and prismas on this page. I think I mainly used polys and then I ran out of greens, so I grabbed some. I've got a little supply of Prisma greens in my drawer on my desk. So of course I was attracted to all the berries. It's a very autumnal picture. This page I really want to do, but I'm sort of saving it because it's so many lovely berries. In Asian, I did a little series for you as a tutorial of the different swimsuits with my Tombow pencils. So that's available on my channel for you to have a look at if you wish. And then I did a fun one from Vasa. I'd already done this page in Castle Art Metallic. So I did this page in metallics and I just did them all different colour metallic pencils. It was really straightforward. I was just straight colouring really, and just a little bit darker on their fins, and then some silver pen in the background. I'm just checking which one. Yeah, Castle Arts Metallic. So it was just, you know, just bright and cheery really. Why not? And then Europa. I did this fountain page. Me and my friend did a buddy colour on this one. It was quite interesting because we both did really similar looking pictures. But yeah, it was, I used my Giorgione pencils. It's the only time I used them this month. And of course they bleed into the white pen on the balloons, which was, so we've got bits of neon as well as white, which is a bit annoying, but you know, such is life. It's just colouring. Now we're going to move on to Millie Marotta. So we'll come out a little bit because her books were a little bigger. There we go. So Secrets of the Sea. I was experimenting because I'm struggling a little bit with Millie's paper to work out what pencils are the best. So I thought I would use this picture of 3 crocs or alligators, I'm not sure which they are, to try out a few different pencils. So the top one is watercolour pencils, and they actually worked really quite well. This one is Brut Funa metallic, which was okay, and this one was Prismas, which a lot of people recommend, and they were okay but not brilliant. But the watercolour is the best, but I don't always want to put lots of water into books, you know, I get a little bit worried. Although someone told me to try dipping them and then colouring with them, dipping them in water rather than wetting them after, and I might try that. It might be interesting to try. So when I went into Wildlife Wonders, I used Prisma and I did this one. Now I was really pleased with the grass. It took me a long time, and but the leopard I found harder to make him. So many little lines on him, I wasn't sure about what to do with them all. I didn't know whether to use a white pen and try and cover them or what to do really. But yeah, I was pleased overall with how he came out. As I say, that was Prismas for that one. So they did go down well, so I think they are probably the answer. Oops, just knocking things off my desk, bear with me. Right, now we have Circle of Life by Melpomene Chatzipanagiotou. And I did this chameleon. I was looking for something fairly simple actually, and because there's not many different colours, so I did use polycolour pencils, and yeah, they went down really well. And obviously, well, not necessarily obviously, in the background I used pastels to just do a green. You know, I wanted to keep the whole sort of green camouflagey type theme. Obviously we want him to stand out, but we also want him to look like he's trying to blend with the leaves. So the top piece here is the same colours as the branch, and his body is the same colour as the leaves, but mainly. But because of the way I've coloured it, you can see him, but you know, there's a bit of contrast, so that was how I did him. I also did one from Nature Mandalas, and I picked this bright sunflower page. This is also done with polycolour, and yeah, I wanted to do, I was, you know, feeling nice sunshine and flowers and things, and kept to a limited palette, all the greens pretty much the same. so that the sort of flowers and the sun would really stand out. That was the plan. Okay, now we are on to Layla Dooley and Beautiful Planet. Now last month I did this one, which I was really pleased with. So this month I did this one, and this is with the same Pablo pencil set. Yeah, and I just used a slightly different colour scheme. I'm not so keen on the pink as the orange. It isn't as striking, but I enjoy doing all these nice berries and things like that. So that was that one. And I did one from her flower year as well. I do one each month from flower year. Oops. So this was from the June pages. It was a really simple one. This is a meadow crane's bill. I just looked up how it should look, and I'm just trying to look, and I didn't write down what I used. I used pencil. I don't know why I didn't write that one down. I'm trying to look. I can't. It could very easily be polychromos, but it could easily be something else. Don't know. I usually use polychromos in the book. Right, let's go to Lulu Mayo. A Million Sweet Things. This one here, the Suitcase of Fun. So there's no background on this one. There's so much colour. I thought it would pop off the page better with a white background. And I used Polycolour, which are really bright and vibrant. And that's that one. They're such cute little critters, aren't they? But my books are sliding. And then in my other Lulu Mayo book, I chose this one. And this one I actually did with polychromos, it says. I don't think these are polychromos at all. But that's what it says. I'm sure they're not. Maybe. I don't know. That's not polychromo. I don't know what they are. Anyway, but I quite enjoyed this sort of hilly glacier. I thought they were mountains. Yeah, it was interesting to colour. So that's why I picked that one. Okay, we have Reptiloids next. Haven't done any of these for quite a while because I've sort of been busy finishing up books, but decided to have a go, and I did a buddy colour with my friend. And this one, it looks like it's metallic. Yeah, Brute Funa metallics for this guy. They do make me laugh, these pictures. And then we had, oh, my books are sliding. And then we had, from this book, we picked this guy, the Magician. I used Artex pencils for him. I wanted him to look quite bright and colourful. So, yeah. So there were those two. Then I did a page from this one, the Fluff Balls book. And I picked this dog. Now, I'm not really a doggy person, but I really like this dog. And all these little bits and pieces. I kept the colours quite similar, trying to tie it sort of together. And I used Polycolour because they work really well on this paper. Although this paper is lovely, I find it probably is going to work with everything. I did a bit of a grey background because it's raining, and I didn't want to colour the bones because I like them being white. I know bones aren't naturally really white, but I think if they're not, they look a bit nasty. So I wanted to leave them white, so I did the grey. So that was the idea behind that. Just making some space to put these books. There we go. So this is Animals of the Forest, the same series of books. And I picked this sort of eagle. I used Polycolour again. You can see why I picked it, because of these berries. I had great fun layering up different colours to do those. And there he is. So that's that one. And I grabbed my elephant book and picked a page from here. My cable's getting in the way, there we go. And this page I chose. So I don't know what did I use? Pablo pencils. Okay, I don't think yeah, I used pencils for the whole thing. So that was, sometimes I use pens for these sort of background bits, but I just went over the white lines, because if you look here you can see there's like white lines. I just went over the white lines with pencil, and I wanted a grey elephant, so that's how I did him. So I was pleased with that one. Then I did a page from Matchstick Mouse Springtime. I'd like to do a bit more in here. I'm sure I will this month, although it's not spring. This is this sort of Valentine's-y type page, I suppose. She's got a bunch of flowers. Maybe it's Mother's Day. I don't know. But I did that with Arteza Expert. That was a buddy colour as well. I had fun with the sort of all the pinks and things, trying to make it look really pretty and sort of contrasting with the browns. And let's put that one there. And in this book, which is a mandala book, I used my magic pencils, the ones that sort of change colour. I'm still experimenting with these, and they can be such fun. But I'm trying to work out quite how to make the most of them, really. So I had a sort of play around on this page with them. So that's that one. Then I did a page, whoops, I need to turn over. Sorry, I hit the tripod off the desk. That was very clever of me. There we go. Lucky it didn't all go, wasn't it? This is Microscopic Marvels by Jennifer Delaney. And I did a sort of, oops, not that one, a double page, because that's what was the next page in the book that I hadn't done. And I've got a set of Posca pencils with only a blue, two blues, a purple, and a peach and a grey and a red, whatever they're called. I don't know what they call the actual colours. So I used all my Posca pencils on this page, and I thought it came out really well. I was really pleased. It was really simple. I just did a bit of a darker bit around the outside and less in the middle, and just worked through it slowly. Tried to make it random if I could. It's quite hard, but yeah, I was happy with that one. Then I did one from my Colour Ya Mandalas book. It's quite hard putting a bookmark. You have to put it in the side. Oops. And I turn it on its side because it's symmetrical. I used my Pablo pencils for this. The paper in here is really smooth. I'm not sure it was suited the pencils that well, but it's really, really thick paper, like card. So I'm trying different pencils, but I really enjoyed that colour scheme. Now that isn't the colour cube card that I'm trying to match, so I think I must have just made that one up myself. Sometimes I do. Now Colouring Heaven Patterns book, I did the one from the front cover, you see, and these hummingbirds. What did I use? I used polycolour, yeah, for that, and yeah, I was pleased with it, how the birds came out. I was a bit confused by this outline around here, but apart from that, I was happy with that. Now I was going to do both my Kirby books, but I only got time to do one, and in Worlds Within Worlds, I used my Prismacolor because of the background. I decided to do the background in pencil, so I wanted to use something that was going to help me with that. You can't really see, there is a blue background there. I kept the colours quite muted. That's how I started, and so that's how I continued with it. And I did the flamingo's legs the same colour as the buildings because they blend into them, and that's how I felt it would work. And when I coloured the water, I coloured it over the top of everything that was in the water to make it look like we're looking through the water. I'm not sure how well that's worked. Maybe I should have used a bit of white pen because it's quite pale. I wasn't sure it would show up that well. And we've got a couple of pops of colour at the top. Not sure how well that works. It was a bit of an experiment. I think it might have been better if they'd been purple, but of course those plants aren't purple. But I could have used a bit of artistic license. But it was getting me back into Kirby because I get a bit nervous when I get out a Kirby book. But once I started, it was fine. Now this is Escape to Wonderland, and I found this really fun page to do. This is our mock turtle, and it's like a pretend Campbell's soup can. So that was really interesting, and I just did a sort of, what did I use? Polychromos, and then I just used some pastels in the background to make a bit of a... I used the colours from the turtle-ish. I did colour these in white pen, but they look a bit muddy still, but that's okay. I still like it. Now this one is Agatha Pop, I should say, sent me this downloads of her plants pages, and this one I did in a video using Tombow pencils. So that's that one. I haven't done any more on the page. In the flowers book, I had a go at this one. I used my Arteza Premium actually for both the pictures I'm going to show you. I had quite good fun blending two colours here, so I used a sort of apricot and a red, and I liked how that looked. And then here I decided to use blue and yellow because my greens are running out, and it looked terrible, so I had to go over it with the green, and it's still, if you squint a bit and pretend, it looks okay. But it just didn't blend very well on this paper. However, this one worked, and this was a video you may have seen where I tried to demonstrate how you can just change up a picture a little bit to give it a little bit more, look a little bit more three-dimensional, I suppose, rather than just doing flat colouring, if that's what you want to achieve. It was just to show you some techniques you could try if you wanted to. Now here is a little book that's come in. We've got quite a few in here. So, whoops. This one here was also a video. I did a video showing you how to use this colour cube card. I have done one before from this book with the colour cube card, showing you how to use them. But I thought I would do it again because I get quite a lot of questions from people asking me about them. So I thought I would do a sort of colour cube card chat and colour, really. So that was that. And someone had told me I'd missed a bit out. I can see it now. Never mind. Now this one was a really interesting card because we've got all these reds and browns, and then we've got a sort of bluey grey. So that's how I interpreted it on there, and I was actually really pleased. It could have put a bit in the background, but I just left it. This one is coloured with Arteza Expert, the same as the last one. Did I do another one? Yeah. Oh yes, I used my Black Widow dark skin tone pencils here because I haven't used them much because I haven't been daring enough to colour dark skin tones. I thought I would just have a go and get me used to the different colours. So that was quite a useful exercise for me, just sort of seeing what they all look like, really. So it was a bit of just a bit of playing, really. And here is the Uplifting Words book, which I've been working through, getting nearer to the end. This one was quite tricky to know quite what to do with this page. So I just used 2 shades of blue, and it actually looks like there's only one. So the circles are a different colour to the rest. And I used, actually used Norris pencils for these, which are quite pale, which is probably why you can't see the difference between them. And then this one, which I can turn around for you, I wanted to make really bright and colourful. And yes, Polycolour, I thought it was. And then, oops, this one. This one I used Stedler, and I used this is a colour that I don't use very often, so I put that down first and then just try to match in. So that's that one. Now this book we might find that colour cube card. Where is it gone? Did I mix it in? No, there it is. Right. This whole book was done this month. This one was part of my flip through video. I did a corner of it. There we go. There's some sparkly pen but mainly it's Castle Arts botanical pencils. Then this page, aha, that's got to be that, hasn't it? That page. So that's this one, and it was done with Arteza Expert pencils. I had fun making these look silvery and things. Look, I've completely missed that bit out there. Oopsie. And this page, look, you can see that one. I didn't quite get that green right, but I don't always worry too much about getting it spot on. Those are poly colours, and I guess they probably didn't have one that colour, so I just got the nearest. Why not? This one I didn't have a card. This was done with Castle Art Soft Touch pencils, and I wanted to do a background because I've seen some done with backgrounds and they look really good. Wasn't completely pleased with how that came out, so I think I still need some work, but that some sort of practice, I guess. But I was pleased with this one. This was done with Stella Design Journey pencils, and I prefer it without a background to the one with a background. You know, that's that. It's all learning, isn't it? Then we have the 100 Beautiful Mandalas by Camellia Andrukova. Let's come out a bit more. And this one was really interesting. Actually, we can come back in a bit because they don't fill the whole page. This was one very thin, it's a Prismacolor, very thin pencil in black. And I wanted to experiment with texture with black, and I had such fun. I'm going to do it again with a different colour. But this one was also very thin pencils, but this time obviously using that card. Oops. Then this card for this one, to put that sort of apricot with those blues. Never thought of that, but I'm really pleased with how it came out. And that one was Artex pencils. What I do with the colour cubes is I will often look at the colours and then pick a set of pencils that has the correct colours. This one is Pablo. That one says it's Triplus pens. It absolutely isn't. That's definitely pencils. Those look to me like Polychromo's phthalo greens. I think that's what that is. That's Triplus pens. So I've missed one out. Oh well. I'm trying to run out my pens before they run out, if you know what I mean. This one ran out, so I could only use it a little bit. This is Sakura metallic pens, just a bit of fun. Some shine, like a shiny page every so often. This one was Prismas. Bit fiery, isn't it? That was Holbein and very thins, it says. I can't see any very thins. Pretty sure that's all Holbein. Ah no, that's Holbein. That's very thins. So again, there's another one missed out. They didn't add up properly when I was trying to work out how many pages I'd done. So that one there, it's quite a lovely autumnal palette, isn't it? I like that. This one is Artex. Yeah, that's Artex. That's actually written down on the page next to it. And this one is also Artex. It's quite an unusual colour, isn't it? You get your brown, rusty browns and your blue and your pinks. But it worked, I think. This one is metallic. Yeah, Brute Funa Metallics. I love these shades. Another Triplus one. That's it. You can see, I'll just show you, they do come through the page. You should put a piece of paper behind because it was in risk of coming right through. I always put if I'm using pens, I always put a laminate behind to make sure the wet doesn't get through. The last book, we have another Camellia Andrukova book. This is the 101 Mandalas. And the first one is this one. Let's put it into shot for you. I used Arteza Premium for these. And then this one, I used Polycolor. This is a really pretty colour scheme, and that was Giorgione pencils.
so it says. I'm not convinced that is what they are. That's what it says, 98. This one is a really pretty colour combination. That's Staedtler Super Soft pencils. This one, Arteza Expert. No, 99 it says was Arteza Expert. Now I'm confused. I've got a bit muddled, sorry. I don't know what these are actually. This one, this says Arteza Premium, I think it is. I really like this one, how it came out with those colours. I think it worked really well. I was really pleased. And then this one is our last one, I think. This was done in Very Thins. Yeah, that's it. So that's the last one. So thank you if you managed to stick through all of those. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is that time of the month again to show you my completed pages. Now I have quite a few again. I've done just over 100 pictures this month, which is quite surprising as there was a lot of tennis to watch and other things going on. But some of them are smaller, but you know, there we go. So let's start, starting with Johanna Basford. Let's just pop my planner aside. Now this is the Johanna Basford planner, where each week I do a tutorial of some of the page or all of the page. So this is the first week, which was done with Castle Arts metallic pencils. You can see how I didn't bother putting a piece of paper in between the pages, and so when I coloured this, it came out. That's why you put a piece of paper between the page. Then we had our island. I'm actually rather fond of all of the pictures this month. This was done with Staedtler Design Journey with some soft pastels in the background with a cloud template. And then the butterfly, unfortunately this has come off on here, which I need to erase from the picture on the back. Silly mistake there, but it will erase off, which is rather good. Just see that we can just get rid of it, but I won't do that now. But that was done with Black Widow pencils. And then we have this one, which, yes, you would have seen all of the videos. This was a 3-parter, and this was done with Pablo pencils. Now I don't have this one done yet. This is my next video to make after this one, so I will show you this in next month. But I've got an idea for this. I actually want to do this page as a series in the actual World of Flowers book, but I have an idea for this page because it's much smaller. It's going to not work with my idea for the series, so I do something a bit different with this page. So I'm just going to put that aside because I need to make sure that I remember to make that video. Okay, so my next Johanna Basford that I did anything in this month was Ivy, and we did this double page spread. Let's come out a little like that. As it was a 5-part series. It's quite a long series, but there was that one. I was really pleased actually with how that one came out, and I really enjoyed doing the series. So I was asked to do this one, so hopefully there'll be a few more. Now this double page, this page was from a long time ago, but I completed this side this month. So there was a series with all these pictures in. And I also just actually last night completed this page. Now this page I used to test out my Crayola skin tone pencils and coloured it in. And I just wanted to match it up. So I'd actually kept a note of the colours that I used. It was Black Widow pencils. So I matched it up with that one. I didn't actually tell you, the postbox page was done with Castle Arts, as was the other page, but because they're series you'll be able to look them up if you want to and find them. So that was that one. And then the very last Johanna Basford one that I did was the calendar page. It's upside down which this is the 2018 Secret Garden calendar. Sorry you can't see, the book's in the way, there we go. I found this really difficult. I just didn't know what to do with it, so I just kept it really simple and used polychromos and a very limited colour palette. I didn't really know what to do with the background, so I just didn't do anything on this. In one of my versions of Secret Garden, I did a window and a wall and things like that, but I just wasn't up to it on such a big page. I just left it. So that is that one. Now we're moving on to Rita Berman. This is her Lander book. We'll come in a little closer. Done one picture from here, which was this bug maze. Coming a bit too close. There we go. This was done with Artex pencils and, as you can see, some white pen as well. Again, quite a simple one, but that's okay. Sometimes it's better if it's simpler. This is Rita's summer book. I thought I'd do loads in this month, but actually I'd only done the one picture because I had so many other things to do. So this one was done in Pablo pencils. It's really simple. I just was in the mood for something quite straightforward. So I'm repetitive. Sometimes I really am. Just want to put some colour in a box. So that's what I did for that one. And then we have her Europa book. From here, I did this, and this was a series for you of tutorials, which hasn't long finished actually. So there's that one. I am going to do this page eventually. Not sure when, maybe in August. I don't know yet, haven't decided, but it will happen. I hope it won't take 2 years like the Ivy one did. If you are desperate for it, nag me and I will probably do it. And in her water book we did the fish. Now actually this might be a bit of a spoiler because the fish video won't have finished, series won't have finished yet, but I enjoyed putting lots of sparkles on all the fish and lots of different colours, so that was one that I had a lot of fun with as well. And lastly, her Asian book. There's a bookmark in there to remind me to do a video from a page in there, which I haven't coloured yet. But this one, I used Pablo's for this, but also a few glittery pens for the bubbles, as you can see. I just wanted something simple. Again, I've been in the mood for a lot of simple things this month. Sometimes you are, particularly towards the end of the month. So now we're moving to Hanna, Carlson. I've got all her books, and this one was a real simple one. It was a video. I can come in a bit closer, I think. Yeah, it was just nice to take my time with this one on a video, showing you what to do really slowly on quite a small picture. So that's what I did for that one. And then we have jewellery box. We're going to have to come out of it a little bit, not too much for the first picture. Oh yeah, we do. Sorry, getting muddled between my books. So this is jewellery box, and this is our bug tutorial. We did the 6 bugs. And also this was a video as well. The bugs, sorry, were done with oh, they're both done with Castle Arts Soft Touch. So this one, where I actually only coloured the pen, the rest, this is in glitter pen and the background is in soft pastel. And the bugs were also in Castle Arts Soft Touch pencils. Then Witch's Cottage. I don't think I've done any tutorials from this book, maybe apart from the very first one. But anyway, I'm working through it in order, so I just usually do one and don't think about doing a tutorial. So this is our witch, and I did her in Castle Art Soft Touch as well. But the background, I have this brick wall stencil, and I haven't used it much, but I just thought it was really good just to give us a little bit of context, because she's got her broom, so I thought she would probably be inside. But I put a bit of a black floor. It looks a bit dirty, but it was quite, her feet looked like, made her look like she was floating in the air. So I tried to ground her a bit. But there we go. So that was that. And then we had Midnight Masquerade, and I did this lady. I found her quite tricky, I have to say. I wasn't 100% happy with how she turned out colour-wise. You know, all the hair, I wasn't sure, but I've done better hair in other pictures, but you know, it was a bit of an experiment, kept to a limited colour palette, and I'm done with Derwent pencils. And that was a mixture of different Derwent sets. So Summer Nights did this frog. You may have seen this one on my Facebook page. He was coloured in polychromos actually, and I decided I wanted him to be in these sort of bluey greens. Now I wasn't sure about the background, so I looked on my colour wheel, and the opposite colour to green is pink, to this shade of green, so I thought I would have a go. And I thought it worked quite well. It's very different. I wouldn't normally do something like that, but you know, why not? Have some fun. Experiment. So, Daydreams. I did the castle in Daydreams. I find Daydreams a little different to, a little more detailed than some of the other books. I find it a little bit more daunting sometimes. But I used my Pablos, and we did some, oops, the rain at the bottom is actually glitter pen. It's quite hard to see. But yeah, I enjoyed these sort of purpley tones, and there's a soft pastel background which is a sort of greyy blue, which I thought suited the rainy look of that page, although I suspect it's supposed to be bright and cheery, but yeah. Seasons. This lady, now her hair came out much better. I'm trying to come out so you can see it. Oh, there we go. She was done in Castle Arts. Yeah, I love the purples in Castle Arts, which is why there's a lot there, but it's all done in pencil. This is a sort of light cobalt blue, I think. Yeah, as I say, I think her hair came out better. Basically, I whited over the black lines quite a bit, although you can still see them a little bit. I think it looks better than quite often the hair. Hang on, let me show you one. A big one, come on, there must be one somewhere. Here, look. No, the hair's really covered up in that one. You can see here the hair's got lots of lines in it, and here. And I find they look better if they're covered over. For me, you might not agree. It's fine. Okay, Grains of Gold, which is the compilation book. I did this little mouse. You may have seen him on my Facebook and Instagram, but you will not have noticed that the key is covered in a glitter glaze to make it really shine. So that's done with Black Widows. I was having a real good go at the fur, trying to make it look quite liney and furry, so it's a bit of an experiment. Spirit Animals, yes, this one. Oop. I find this book quite daunting because it's mainly double pages, but this page I really wanted to do. I like colouring fire and dragons, why not? Good fun. And I had this idea of putting all this smoky soft pastel around, and there's a sort of black and greys, which was really quick and easy, but you know, sort of adds to the effect, and to make her look like the dragons, so because they're spirit animals, that sort of thing. What did I use? Just having a look. Tombow. So I used my Tombow pencils for that one. I haven't used them much, and I think that was the first time I tried gold with my Tombows, so I was quite pleased with that as well. Just experimenting around with those. Forest Kingdom. We have Artex pencils for this one. A little deer. With I really like the colour of these mushrooms. I tried gold again. It
wasn't quite so successful as with the Tombow, but my first time I think with Artex trying out gold. There is also soft pastel in the background and some metallic pen on these dots, the sort of magic-y dots. So that was that one. I found this, I messed up this background. I kept having, it didn't want to sit smooth. I kept going and going and going, and it's really hasn't smoothed out nicely. I'm not sure why. But I don't think Artex pencils are normally bad. I think it might have just been me. Okay, Magical Dawn. This is our last Hanna. This book's got, the cover needs wiping off. I think this one's gone up already on Facebook and Instagram. It's done in metallic pencils, a bit of a shine. It is the Funa 50 set of metallic pencils, and that's why the colours are a little bit muted, but I still try to mix them up a little bit to put in my own shading to create the idea of shine, particularly on the keys, as well as the fact that they're shiny. So that's what I did there. Okay, so that's all our Hannas. Now we have got Maria Trolle. So here is Luna. And in Luna, I basically did this double page spread. It's huge, isn't it? So these daffodils were a video. I just used watercolor, Carlson watercolor pencils, and I just wanted a really simple video, so I did that. And then later I coloured this bee using Staedtler Design Journey, and did these forget-me-nots in Staedtler Design Journey as well. I just wanted to sort of finish the page really, and keep it quite simple. Then we have Nightfall. Oh. And I did this bird bath. Now it looks quite pale in the camera, but it isn't. I think it's because of all the black. The camera sort of adjusts. It isn't quite as pale as it looks. They are pale, pastel-ish colours, but we've got our bird, and I tried to make this look a bit silvery, like it was a metal bird bath, and very pale blue water. It looks, in the photograph that I took and put up on my Facebook and Instagram page, it just looks like that's a bit white. But this was colour with polychromos. And then I also did this page. This was a two-part video, which you've probably just seen if you're keeping up with my tutorials. So this was coloured with Castle Art soft touch pencils. There's soft pastels, there's some pan pastels, there's some glitter pen, there's some white Posca, there's a bit of everything. You can see, I don't think I showed you how shiny the silver pan pastels were once I put them on the cobweb, but there it is. So when you sit it down, it just looks a little grey, but when you turn it to the light, it's all shiny. So no, I think I forgot. So slap wrist. Flora. So in Flora, I did this picture. Now this was coloured with polychromos, but the background soft pastels. Just my Mungio pastels. I've only got 3 pan pastel colours, and 2 are metallics and 1's pearlescent. I just wanted to get something different to what I had with my Mungio pastels, just so I could try a few out. There was a sale in on Jackson's Art. Now this one, which is from Moon Valley, is done with Black Widows, it says. Really? It doesn't look like Black Widows to me. Oh well, that's what it says. Maybe it is. That could be the charcoal green, I guess. Yeah, maybe. And the background, as you can see, maybe is soft pastel with a cloud template. A bit of soft pastel down there as well. That's that one. Now we have Botanicum. Ooh, I can't get hold of it. Now I just fancied doing this sweet little page. I saw a flower like this, and I remembered that there was one like this in this book, and I just wanted to have a go. I used my Holbein pencils for some of it, but then
darkened it with something else, but I can't, it just says various, so you know, I mixed it up a bit. And then just some blue Mangarian pastel in the background. It's got a bit of blue stainage on the leaves, petals, which is a little bit annoying. Oh, and glitter on the wings, of course. Got to have glittery wings, haven't you? Have you? I think so. Twilight Garden. Now I did this first page, the sort of book plate. I tried to make this look like it was shiny gold. I'm not sure how well it came off, but you know, it's we're all learning. This one, it was Pablo pencils, so that's that one. And I did a big mix of colours, which is something that I don't normally do because it normally looks a bit messy. But because we have different plant types, I try to just colour true to the plant type colour. I think it's okay. Apart from these, I had no idea what these are. Anyway. And this one doesn't have a plant register, so you can't look it up. You have to just guess. But we're going to move on to Lulu Mayo. So a very different style. This one, I wanted to try and give a sort of pearlescent-y effect to the shell. Probably would be good if I put a bit of my pearlescent pan pastel on top now to make it look really shimmery, but I didn't have it when I did this one. I used my Prismas to sort of do purple and pink. I think it was lavender and lilac, something like that. Those colours you can't get anymore, but the new ones are out in the UK now, so I gather, which is interesting. Right, this is A Million Little Monsters. This is her new book. I've got a flip through of this, and I coloured this. I think I coloured just Nessie in the video and then finished it off off camera, and that I was really pleased with how it came out. We've got various different elements. We've got the sea, and we've got the gold, and we've got the galaxy sky. I'm not very keen on the colours I picked for that, but hey, you know, that's fine. And I used Castle Arts Gold for that one. Haven't done any more in there yet. It's definitely a cute book, but because I try and colour in lots of different books, I tend to only get one done per book for the sort of books that are a bit trickier, I suppose. This one, I decided I needed a background, an interesting background, because it's quite simple. So I tried to put some white on the straw to make it look see-through, and it smudged all the black paint with print, which was a little bit annoying. But anyway, it's probably because I use pastel tint, so it's not white, it's probably magnolia or something. Anyway, the background, I just did a sort of rainbow of soft pastel, you know, just, and they blend into each other so easily. And then there are the stars. Oh, they're not? No, they're not pen. I thought they were shiny pen. They're not. They're just a pencil. There's that one. Right, where are we next? We are Wildlife Wonders, Millie Marotta. It's quite a big book, isn't it? Oops. Oh, there's 2 bookmarks in here. No, that's not a bookmark. That's just the list of animals. You can print off on her website a list of the animal names. I think that's what I'd done. This is, I thought it was probably a tapir. I haven't done his eye, I've just noticed. And I haven't written down what pencils I used. So that's brilliant. From looking, I think they could be Derwent because of these sort of really earthy colours. But I have got no clue. But there we go, there's the tapir. I'm just experimenting still with Millie's books because I'm struggling to find pencils that feel nice on her paper. However, this page, where I used polycolour pencils, I was pleased with. Look at that shimmer. That is the Pan Pastel Rich Gold. So when it's not in the light, it looks like that. You can see it's very flat. But when it's in the light, look at that. I love it. The whale has also got Pan Pastel, the pearlescent colour on it to make it shine a bit. But yeah, polycolour. I was really pleased with how they went down. It's not perfect. We've also got some shiny pen dots and things. Had I spent a little bit more time on it, I think I could have got a smoother look to the water. But
I did like those. Right, we have got, oh, I need to turn the page of my planner. And then we're on to Melpomene, Chatsapanagio 2 and Nature Mandalas. So this one, I think you may have seen this one on my Facebook page, etc. It is coloured with Artex pencils. I'm not sure if that background is pencil or pastel. I'm pretty sure it's pencil. So it's all done in pencil. But there's her picture. I think the yellow just works very well, I think. It's a good choice, she says modestly. Circle of Life. Oh yeah. I grabbed my Black Widows and I just did this one. I wanted this to look a bit like a grey sky, but the greys are quite brown in my Black Widows. But this one was blue, so you've got a bit of a contrast, night and day. Obviously, we've got some metallic pens for our sort of stars and bits and pieces on this side, but not on this side. It's a bit messy. It's what it is. Right, Leela Dooley, Flower Year. Every month I do a picture. This month I chose the foxglove, which I used Castle Art Botanical. I had to be really careful because in the centre of a foxglove there's white and a dark purpley pink in this particular colour of foxglove. But that dark purpley pink goes pink if you put white pen on top of it. So I made sure I left little white bits in rather than using a white pen in that one to try and avoid that nasty neon pink that appears if you do it wrong. So that was a bit of a challenge. And then her Beautiful Planet book, I did this seashell design, which you may have seen a picture of already. I can't get any closer than that because I can't move my book. And I used polychromos for that one, and I was sort of the light corals and things like that, beige red, just to, I never know what colours to do shells, but I was happy, so that's good. Okay, now on to some mandalas. This is the Mandalas Volume 3 book by Colour, yeah? Let's come out so you can see the book. And, oops, I coloured. I find it really hard to open this without shadowing the page. I'm trying to find the first one. Here we go. Now, husband gave me some watercolour, Winsor & Newton watercolour marker pens to use. He bought them and he didn't. He said they just didn't do what I wanted. I said, oh, what did you want them to do? And he said, I don't know. You know me. I just buy things. So I tried them out here. I'm not sure they went down particularly well on this paper, but they're very obviously bold. I've used them in other books, which I'll show you as we go through, and they went down a lot better. I think because of this shiny paper, this is better for pencil, but that was fine. And I think I did another one. Yes, here it is. Now this one has got a base. I'm going to turn it that way because it doesn't really matter which way up it is, and show you. This I used a base of alcohol marker, and even though the paper is very thick, it still goes through. So I've got only one alcohol marker. It's an orange chameleon alcohol marker. I just did it all over the base, and then I used Pablo pencils in various orange and brown shades to just bring out details, and that was good. It sort of saved me doing a background. Some areas aren't coloured, they're just coloured with the pen, you know. So it was an interesting experiment. I've done it a few times before, but it seemed to work in that book, whereas those other pens didn't. This is their newer book, which I think the flip through is in July, where I coloured this page, some of it anyway. Now this is coloured with polychromos. They went down really nicely on this paper. It's very, very thick but quite smooth paper. Now I worried about the smoothness because of this trouble I have with Millie Marotta's books, but this one seems better. There's obviously a little bit more tooth on it,
And then I also did this one. For some reason I managed to scribble all over the back. I don't know how, but it's quite hard to show you it all. But basically this is done in Prismacolor pencils. There is gold pen, which you can see in metallic pen. There's soft pastels, there's more gold pen. There's a bit of a mix, obviously white Posca on there as well. So, you know, lots of different things going on. I just wanted to play and yeah, was pleased. So that was that one. Oh, we're moving away from mandalas now. We've got Animals of the Forest. It's coming a bit closer for you. And for this one, this was such a teeny tiny detail page, but it really appealed to me, so I was just in the mood for it. So I used my Cores pencils. Now they're a budget brand, they sharpen to a really fine point, so I thought they'd be really good. I can actually see where I've missed so many bits because it's so small and tricky for me. I need some new specs. I can't see particularly well. I should have worn my magnifying ones, but I didn't. But still, there was that one anyway. And then this one, which is the same sort of series, different illustrator though, same publisher. I fancied doing this page with the cat. I wanted something fairly simple because there's so much background. It was quite straightforward. I think I used Arteza Premium for this one, and yeah, just, you know, enjoyed trying to do a sort of shine along the leg, give it some shape, that sort of thing. Now Reptiloids, I did a couple in each of my Reptiloids books. This is the first one, and I used Bambino crayons for this one. I find they work quite well because the shading is drawn in for you. You can just colour on top and you don't need to put in your own shading if you don't want to, which is what I did there. Oops. And then this one, oops, I used Ergosoft for, and it's not very bright. I sort of decided to do his skin in grey and then wanted a silver bucket and things, so it's, but you know, but I didn't want to do skin in green because of all the green, so I was a bit stuck really. But I did some more adventurous skin in this one, which is number 2. It's got pink. I started it and then thought, ugh, I'm not sure about that colour. So I did this around here to try and make it offset it a bit. But there she is. She's done with Bambinos as well, so it's just a quick one. And they just make me laugh as I colour. And this chappie, look at him looking up, reading his book. This was done with Ergosoft. So there we go. It's just a little, they're such fun books. I've got flip-throughs of all the books I use, but they make me laugh so much. I giggle through the whole flip through, I think. This one is Matchstick Mouse, as you can see. It is a springtime book. I have been trying to get it coloured through summer, but that's okay. Some of the pictures aren't particularly spring-like. They can work like this one. I realise she's spring cleaning, but you know, I usually spring clean in the summer. In the spring it's too wet. You know, don't do windows and things. Anyway, this is done with Polycolour pencils. And then we have our guinea pig. I think I should have looked up a picture and maybe done the guinea pig in a few different colours, because guinea pigs aren't always all the same colour. But there he is. He was done in, just trying to look, Arteza Premium pencil. Oh, it's written by the side. And then this one I did with pastel tint. This is a little bit faded. I think maybe I should have done mouse in maybe a darker pencil, but the cherry blossoms I thought came out nicely with the pastel tints. And then this one I did with Arteza Expert because I knew they had some good colours for bricks. I wanted to make it look a bit brick-like in the background there. So there we go. Next one
oops, is my little house colouring book. I'm not going to zoom out because it's quite a small picture. It's just this little one up here of Suki. Now I didn't actually colour Suki, the cat, or the table, but the lamp and the lamplight. The lamplight was quite interesting on the back there, and the wall and the violin, Par's fiddle, and that was done with polycolour, which of course I did all the words as well. I may do the words on the next page in the same colour, but I don't know. I have to remember what it was. Where are we? Oh, Atlas Botanica. I did quite a few from here this month. I don't always get many done. This is a book I was sent by the publishing company. So we have Love Apples, Polycolour. Then we have this one done in, Holbein. I'm trying to push it up a bit. There we go. This is Holbein's and Posca pencils. I've got a couple of Posca pencils. I can't work out where the Posca pencil is. No idea. This was done with Prisma. This is the yellow chartreuse. It's a bit bright, but Broom is really bright, but possibly not quite that bright. This one, took some photos of this at the weekend, my boys, when we were at Slimbridge. So the colour is not quite right, but you know, that's some Holbein as well. Now this is a white rose. I just use white pencil and a bit of grey for that one. And I used, what did I use for that one? I think I used Holbein and then Prisma for the white. And then this one I used Prismas for as well. So that's that one. That one, the colour, I chose completely the wrong colour, but never mind. But that's that one. Okay, now we have the Uplifting Words book. There are a few colour cube cards. We start with this one. Now this colour cube card has got red, which is here, and 2 greys. I used 2 different greys, and the green, but I didn't use the blue anywhere. I think that was a creative decision that I didn't know where to use it. I could have done the words different colours, but I didn't, so that was that one. And then this one, also a colour cube card. Let's turn it around so you can see the page. Oops, there we go. Now this one is, I used the one before. I didn't tell you what I used. Arteza Expert. This one I used Brute Thinner metallic pencils, and I had all the right colours for this card. And but there, it's just a little bit dull because metallic pencils don't quite stand out as much, but that's okay. I'm thinking the next one's this way. Oh yeah, so here we have all the pinks, and then we have a brown and a blue. So I just did an accent colour of those two and let the put the pinks through most of it, and that was done with Arteza Expert. Then we have a Castle Art Seascape. This was a complete disaster. I did the tree trunk in green. Why? Who knows? I thought it was just a plant, and then I realised it was a tree. I rubbed it out and it smudged all over the place and I couldn't get it to disappear. So I just went over it in brown and I just hoped it would be okay, but it doesn't look very good because I sort of lost enthusiasm for it because I ruined it. So I just finished it quickly, and yeah, that was that. But I can't leave a picture unfinished, so it's sort of finished, but it's messy. And then probably if I did a black pen in the background I could cover all that up, but I just didn't think it was worth it, so I didn't bother. This one though is better. Now this is this Castle Arts, I think. Now this donut, for example, you can see there's white on it, but because this colour goes pink if you put white pen on it, I decided to leave the white paper showing through. So that was a bit different for me. I don't normally do that. I normally use a white pen, so it's just a little thing you could do as well. So I drew that sort of curve and then just coloured in the rest. so that was a bit different. So that's that one. I think that's the last one. Yeah, I'll probably finish that one soon. I've got quite a few books that I'm nearly finishing, which I've been spending a little bit more time on, including this one. So this one, right, the first one is here. This was done with Very Thins with this colour cube card. I think the colours are so pretty together. It's such an autumnal palette, but it was just lovely. I really, really liked it. Now this one is done with those watercolour pens. It looks far better. It's much neater. I think I got used to them as well, because as I use them more, they look better. Now this one, I think I did, yeah, this one was done with watercolour pencils. And I don't know why I chose, because I didn't really wet it very much, because there's such teeny tiny detail in here. And it's just a bit of a mess. This one is done with metallic pencils. You can see they're a little bit shiny. These are the 12 metallic Bufuna pencils in the little box. This was so daunting, teeny tiny detail. So I didn't want a big colour palette, so I grabbed my Koh-i-Noor highlighter pencils and just went for it. This one is Polycolour. I could tell by looking. This is Polycolour. This one is Bambino crayons. I didn't really know what to do with these bits. Yeah. This one was Holbein pencils. I used I've only got about 14, 15 Holbeins, mainly pastels. This one I haven't written down, but I can see that it's pen. I think I just did some patterning in some of it instead of colouring it in, just for something different. So these pink is a felt tip, and then these are like fine liners. This one looks like it's, yeah, this is Holbein again. The pastel pencils. This one is the Bufuna metallics again. And this one is Stella Design Journey pencils. So it says, and this is the pens again. Now these, I'm getting better at these. They look more even, a little, you know. So that's that one. So I only got a few of those left. So those will probably this book will probably be finished this month. And then we have another small book, the flowers one. I did the Peace Lilies in Arteza Premium pencils. And then I did these, I don't know what they are, again in Arteza Premium pencils. And then these in Ergosoft pencils. They're quite simple drawings and quite thick lines, but they're quite nice for doing when you just want to, you know, you're not in the mood for doing anything too, I mean, I'm not going to do it like that looks like that, photorealistic. It's quite good for just something relaxed. Now, the 101 mandalas, only one, and again, this was done with these markers, the Winsor & Newton watercolour markers. Now, they are so expensive. They are stupidly expensive, so I wouldn't recommend them. They just, like a felt tip pen, they just go down quite nicely. But really, for a mandala book, it's far too much money. I can't remember how much they are, but they're just stupidly expensive. And the 100 mandalas, I did more in. These are both by Camelia Andrakova. Now this one, used this colour cube card, so that was fun. And I used, I need to turn the page. Black Widow pencils for this one. I think what I do with the colour cube is I often grab the card and then I have a look and I think, what pencil sets do I have with those colours in? You know, and then that decides for me. This one was done with those markers, and yeah, they went down really nicely. This is American Amazon paper. They didn't bleed, you know, seep out of the lines. I mean, I've gone out the lines, but that's me, that's not the pen. This one was a big mix. So the background is done with
Distress ink. Then the blue colouring is done with polycolour pencils. Then on top of the main mandala, there's pearlescent pan pastel, and then on the edge there's silver pan pastel, and you can see that the silver pan pastel has got very little colour on it. I think if you put it on black paper it would really show up, but I think it's because it's quite transparent. Is that the right word? See-through. It means that you could put it on top of things and it gives it a bit of a shine, so it's rather fun. So that was that. So I played and played. Now again, these markers on this one, Winsor and Newton. Okay, that's all of those. Right, another whoops, nearly knocking all my books on the floor. And then another mandala book here. This Nicola Lehman, she posted this morning on Instagram. She has only been producing books for 2 years and she has got 14 books. She's got colour-alongs now on her YouTube channel of her own books, and they're really, really pretty. And so I would recommend having a look. Also following her on Instagram, because she produces the most beautiful pictures from her work, from her drawings. Now I couldn't quite remember what was what here. Polycolour, it says. I'm not convinced this is polycolour, to be honest. I don't know why. And then this one says it's Arteza Premium. Could very well be. I know there are all those colours in Arteza, so that's... But it says, oh, various pens. I don't think that's various pens. Ah, am I looking at the wrong... I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hang on. Let's go back. This says Pablo. Actually, it's written by it. This is Arteza Premium. This is Pablo. I actually written it on. These are the Winsor and Newton pens. I didn't write this one down in my book. So these are, again, those pens, and they're nice on this paper. This is, again, American Amazon paper. Seems not to bleed too much. Like, oh, I know alcohol markers bleed. It's a bit messy, but that's me. It's not the pen. Now, the Stunning Patterns book, I grabbed this card and I was really, really pleased. What I decided to do was to try and mix up some of the colours. So here we've mixed the sort of brownish, the yellowish, greenish tones together, and I just was really happy with it. Yeah. Now this is a new mandala book that I was sent for review this month. I've done 3 in here. I was testing it out really. I didn't do that one on the front there. Here we go. So this first one I did partly, I don't know if I did all of it in the flip through video, and that was with polycolour pencils. Then this one was a bit of a strange colour scheme with Arteza Premium. I sort of wanted it blue and yellow, and then I added in an orange, and then it all got a bit weird. But this one I experimented with pens. Now, the central circle is done with Posca pens, and they were absolutely rubbish on this paper. This is UK Amazon paper. They kept feeling like they were running out. They've gone all thick and nasty. They didn't lay down nicely. It was rubbish. So I was like, ugh. So I gave up after I did this bit and used metallic Sakura gel pens, and they went down a treat. Absolutely brilliant. No problems at all. But I thought I'll try a different type of pen on the outside just so that I can give you a little pen review. These are normal felt tip pens. They're Staedtler Triplus pens. They went down fine, apart from the fact that the pink ran out. I was eking it. I felt like I was almost squeezing it to get the last bits of colour out, so I didn't have another one. So it looks rubbish, but as a test of pens, it was quite useful. So basically on the Amazon UK paper, this particular one, I mean, I don't know if they always use the same paper. I find the paper quite good, but not for... It's all rough and nasty, not for Posca. I think if you were doing a little bit or a highlight or something, it would be fine, but, you know, not for big details. Microscopic Marvels. I did a double this time. Just move my stuff along a bit so that I can show you all of it. I didn't want to do anything too complicated. This is done with Carlson Art's Monet set, and I just picked out the sort of alizarin crimson and the rose pink and the purples and blues, and just kept it simple with some black, and just blocked it in. It was a really simple page, you know. I'm gonna sneeze. Try and hold on until the end. There's only a little bit left. Imagine Morphea, Kirby. I always look at Kirby, get really, really frightened and scared, but when I do a picture, I'm always pleased, and it's always much easier than I think because Kirby draws in all the shading for you. So with this one, what I did was these two bugs. Now, half of the bug is like a real bug, this bit here, yeah, and this bit here. And then this half is like a mechanical bug, yeah? So what I did was I used Carlson Art's gold pencils for the real bits, and then for the mechanical bits, I used their metallic pencils and tried to match up the colours, you can see it shiny, as best I could. So that was a bit of a different experiment, and I kept the colouring really simple. You can see here, it's just, I have ignored all these bits and bobs, and I've just kept them the same sort of dark to light. It's easier. And I tried to make it like one of those oily shiny bugs, but you know, I don't know if it worked. It was just one I looked up on my search engine. I tried to copy. Well done if you've got through it. This is the last book, and it is Colouring Heaven's Patterns book, and I picked this picture number 10 in the book and used polychromos. I just wanted the flowers to really stand out, so I kept the greens a little bit dull. I'm not actually convinced those look like polychromos. Oh, they probably are. Yes, they probably are. And so we've got our carmines, I think, for the pinks, and then I think these are the olives and the, yeah. So that is us done. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed looking at what I've been doing. I'm afraid I haven't had time to look at what other people have been doing very much. Instagram isn't being very kind in showing me your completed pictures anymore. The algorithm has changed and it's awful. And I haven't had time to watch videos because I've been watching tennis, but maybe I'll get a chance to look at some of your completed pages videos soon. If you you could always drop a link in the comments if you want me to have a look at yours, and I'll come over and have a little look, because I do find them inspiring, but I just sort of forget and get carried away with other things. But anyway, thank you for watching. Have a super day, and yeah, happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my completed pages video from August. So I did over 100 pictures again this month, so let's get cracking and start looking at them. I'm just going to move my little book away a little bit, out of the way. There we go. So we're going to start with Hanna Basford and with her planner. Now, as you probably know, if you've been on my channel before, I do a video tutorial for each of Johanna's pictures in her planner, so you can find these if you want to have a look and you haven't seen them already. You can find them on my channel. So this is the first one in August, and I did this one with polychromos and a soft pastel background. And then we have the next one. So this was the done with Carlson Art Soft Touch, but you can see around the edges of the circles there's a little bit of silver pen. I think it's silver pen, yeah. And then this one was done with Black Widow Spider because we needed a nice sharp pencil for that one. And then the last one for August was this one, which was our big 4-part series. It took her a long time to colour this, and I've just noticed that my Secret Garden calendar that I'm doing as well has this picture in it for November, so I'm going to have to do it again and try and think of a really different way to do it, I think. But that's the planner. So as I say, you can find full tutorials for all of those if you wish to have a look. Now we have Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. It's our next Johanna book that I did. I haven't done that many this month from Johanna's books. And there was this series with the brooches, which is only just finished, I think. So each of these was one video, so you can follow along if you want to and have a go. I really enjoyed doing these. I do enjoy doing gemstones and metallics and things like that. So that was fun. And I did that with Polychromos pencils. And then on this page, I did just this little teeny tiny one here. Which was also a video, and I used Castle Arts Gold and Castle Arts Metallic. There's a bit of glitter pen around our little water droplet, and yeah, I really enjoyed actually spending quite a lot of time on such a small picture. So that was that one. Then my final Johanna Basford picture for the month was this one. This is from the Secret Garden calendar. I used Yova brand pencils. They're a new set of pencils that I had this month. There is a review of them. Well, it's a quick review because I hadn't really used them much, but here is a full page done with them. There's quite a few pages done with them in this you know, that I've done this month, so you'll be able to see what you think of them. They are a budget brand. I feel that although you can tell their budget in the sense that they don't feel like a really premium pencil, they're really good. They still blend and everything else really nicely. The difference is just that there's something about the way that you hold them or things like that, which you can tell, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. I think they're really good. And that was what I did with all the different greens. So this is the Secret Garden August calendar from 2018, the August page. It's one that I'm determined to finish this year. Right, let's move on to Rita Berman's books. This is her Lander book, as you can see. And I completed this page. This is there was a series of 5 videos for this where I showed you how I did this page, and I used Staedtler Design Journey pencils, and I tried to sort of match it a bit with this one. This was done with Prismacolor, so it's a really different, I can see the difference that it's a different pencil just by looking. And I did the background on this one in pencil and this one in pastel, but I think it matches up reasonably well. I think you can tell they're not the same, but you know, I was happy. So that was that. So if you want to have a go, you can see those videos somewhere. Now this is Rita's summer book. I haven't had as much time to do this summer book as I thought, partly because I've just quite recently finished her compilation seasons book. A lot of the pictures I've done quite recently, so I've been trying to look for ones that are only in this book, like this one. So this one I did with polycolour pencils, and there's a pastel background with a cloud stencil. So I kept it really quite simple. And then I also did this tomato picture, which I played around with the background a bit, trying to make it look slightly tomatoey but a little lighter. So that was interesting. And this was done with Polychromos pencils, but as I say, pastels in the background. I don't tend to do pencil backgrounds that often. It's quite time consuming. Now this one is Rita Berman's water book, and I picked this picture over here. Now again, I use Polycolor pencils for the reeds and plants, but the background is done with pastels. I mixed a few different colours up, some blues and some greens, and then I went over the top of these sort of rounded markings with a white pen. I felt it was black and I felt it was a bit too black. I left some of these black dots just to sort of outline a bit, but I added some white dots around them as well. And I did a picture in Europa, which was this one. This one I've been meaning to do for quite a while. I've seen really pretty versions of this, so I was really wanted to go at the lovely flowers and things like that, the front door.
Now this was done with polychromos as well. All of it's polychromos, even this bit of background, because I didn't take it right out. I just did a little bit as if it was a bit of the house just fading out. So that is that one. And then my final Rita picture was from her Asian book, and I did this double. Now this was a series of videos. Each of the girls is a different video, and then there was the accessories in another couple of videos as well. I didn't do a background, I just kept it. I felt that there was so much colour, I just didn't know what to choose, and so I just left it. Why not? And that was done with polychromos as well. Lots of polychromos so far. So now we're moving on to Hanna Carlson, which is Cottage. That's the first one. Whoops. And I did this one here. Now, no, I'm a bit confused. I don't know if I did this. I think I might have done this one this month with polychromos and pastels, but I'm not sure whether this was from last month or not. I'm confused, but it may have been this one, because it says in my book polychromos and Black Widow. Now this was done with Black Widow, so I think this was done with polychromos, so I think it might mean I did too. This has got a pastel background and some glitter pen. Oh, you can see the dots there. And then this one is a lot of glitter. The Black Widow for the pencil work, for the bugs, and then the background is soft pastels. I'm going to be doing this one soon. I'm working through this book in order, which is interesting. I don't do that with all books. I don't know why I decided to for that one. This one is Midnight Masquerade, also Hanna's, and we have this bird in a frame. Now he is coloured with Artex pencils, but the frame, I really wanted it to look shiny, like it was metallic, and when I coloured it, it didn't quite do that, so I put some glitter on it so that it looks a bit more metallic-y. The outside is soft pastel. So that was that one. There we go. I'm just fiddling with my pile of books. So this is another Hanna book, Forest Kingdom. We've got a big pile of Hanna books to get through. This is the Owl. I had a lot of fun with this one. I did it with Prismacolor. There's some sparkly pen actually, there's some dots in the sky. Not sure how easy it is to show you. But yeah, I kept to a limited palette. The sky itself is actually done with soft pastels, I think. Yeah, must be. So, but I wanted to sort of match it in. I think red and purple work quite well. So, and this sort of raspberry jumper with the more scarlety colours, you know, just a few different reds. So I wanted him to look quite regal, and that's why I used reds. And I was quite pleased with how these gold stars came out as well. So there he is. Next, City Among the Stars. Now Hannah's got a new book coming out. I think it's the 5th of September on Swedish, a site called Book Us, which doesn't deliver to the UK or the US, but it is available on Swedish Amazon, and my husband's ordered me a copy, so I'm hoping to get it soon, but we'll see. Now this one is, I haven't written down what I used, so I've got no idea. I'm looking to see if I can guess. I can't. The wings are done with glitter, as you can see. There you go. Shiny, shiny, shiny. It was just something, I was in the mood for something quite simple, and I do enjoy doing sort of bees, butterflies, whatever they might be. I think this might be, these might be Castle Art Soft Touched. And there's a soft pastel, very light pinkish colour in the background. Okay, now jewellery box. Oh, I do need to say, in September, I'm going to be online less. So I won't be responding to messages as quickly. I won't be putting up as many videos. but I will be scheduling videos and posts. It might look like I'm around online, but I might not be. So if I'm slow to respond to emails, to comments and things like that and questions, please don't be offended. I've got some family time planned and things like that. It's all the details are in my newsletter, which would have gone out today. If you haven't signed up, it's on my website, and there's a link in the description to my website, so you can hopefully find the archive newsletters section. Right, this is done with metallic pencils. The Brufuna metallic pencils I use for this. I really do like them. I like metallic pencil. You can get a bit of shine, but it's not so much the shine I like, it's the actual muted tones that I find is very pretty. So that is that one. I thought it looked quite complex, this page, when I first saw it, but once I broke it down into little parts, it wasn't really. Okay, then we've got Seasons. And this was a buddy colour with Melissa. And we picked this page. It was tricky to know what to do. I decided that I wanted to do something quite muted peach because it's a colour that I don't really use. So that's what I did for the background in soft pastels. I didn't do it first, I did it last. Just turning the page of my book so I can see what I'd used. I used Pablo pencils, but this one I did blue and bright, and I felt it worked together, but it's not a natural colour that I would put together, especially as this is so so bright. I feel like I should have put a bit of white pen on some of them. There is some glitter on the centres of the flowers. I just wanted it to look a little bit magical. So there we go. That's that one. Now, Magical Dawn. This page here I did as a video series, one for each of the necklaces. So you can find that on my channel if you want to have a go at it. What did I use? Black Widow pencils for these. Black Widow has some really nice gem type colours and metallic colours and things, so I rather like them for that sort of page. And you can sharpen them to a fine point, which can be extremely useful. These bits of... That's better. It's really getting on my nerves. Daydreams. This double page. This was a buddy colour that I did, I think. Anyway, it was quite a complex looking page, so I thought I would break it down again into parts. So we've got all the houses the same colour, then each type of flower is the same colour, so that it just, I think it's a bit easier on the eye. It makes it easier to colour. All the greens are the same, which is easier as well to colour and makes it look a bit less complicated. I used Castle Arts Gold on this page. Then we have Grains of Gold. This is Hannah's compilation book. Oops. You can see here 83 favourites, 11 new drawings. I did this one here. This is from Spirit Animals, I think. But I chose this one usually on Spirit Animals, which I'll show you next because I've done a page from it. I will do the pair because I like them to match. I don't feel like these two have to match somehow, so I just did this side. I used my Pablo pencils. It was all these bright colours. I just had a whale of a time. Fur, bit scary, but I just did lots of layers of different colours, stripes, you know. And yeah, I was happy. So that was good. And the background I actually did in pencil, and it's just light layers. I just felt it needed something, but I didn't want it to take from all the brights here, so it just needed a table and a wall. So that's all I did. I kept it really straightforward. Yeah, Pablo, I said that, didn't I? So that's good. So yes, as I said, Spirit Animals. So I did a double here. Whoops. I found a fairly simple one this time, I think. Now this one I used, I haven't written down. That's good. I'm trying to have a look and see if I can work it out. So I think this is Pablo again. I'm not sure. Now she didn't have any clothing on. She wasn't drawn with a neckline as if this was all skin, just like he is. But I decided I wanted a bit more of the red from there over here to sort of try and match it. What I try and do on the spirit animals is match it. So the colour of her face is the colour here, for example, and her hair is the same colour as his feathers. These feathers should perhaps have been the same colour as his beak. Maybe I should have matched the feathers with the feathers, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So we've got the same gold, the same colour stones. Her lips again are the same colour as the bow. So it's trying to just pair it up so they really match. So because they're supposed to be like spirit animals, their eye colour's the same. That's what I do in this book, and I think it you know, I like doing it that way. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but that's the way I do it. I'm pretty sure these are Pablo pencils, but as I say, I can't be completely sure. But I didn't know whether this background took from them, you know, because they were really popping off the page with the sort of metallic look. And then when I put this background in, it sat them back a bit. But I felt that I couldn't just leave it all white. Maybe I should have put a bit of pastel around the edge instead of the background. It's a bit late now. Yeah, something to think about next time. So that was that one. And then our last Hanna is Summer Nights. And I did this one here with all the toadstools. Now, I wanted it to look a little bit magical, so I used my Arteza Expert pencils, and then on every toadstool I did some shiny pen. So if you, these have got a pinkish metallic, these have got gold, these have got a blue metallic, these have got a different shade of gold. So they've all got, I'll try and gently tip it towards the light, you can see they've all got a bit of metallic or metallic magic. So yeah, that was and the background is done in pencil. It's not the neatest, especially if you look really closely, but hey, that's okay. I was in the mood for just doing lots of plain bit of colouring, so that's what I did. Right, Maria Trolle. We have Luna to start with, and we have this page here which I did with my Tombow pencils. I think it was the only Tombow picture I did. Now again, the background is done in pencil. I just took it really slowly, and it isn't particularly neat, but you know, that's okay. I accidentally made a bit of a mistake on her cheek. I dragged my pencil across the page by mistake and sort of knocked it on, and so it looks, her lips, the colour is there, but you know, I couldn't erase it, so I just had to go with it. But there she is. Trying to find a place to put the books that I've looked at. Right, this is Universe by Maria Trolle. Now this is a collection of her favourites with some new ones in, and I got this book this month, so it's quite last month, sorry, it's September, isn't it? So this one was done in my flip through video. Let's bring it a bit closer, and the wings are shiny, look. But I haven't done any more in it yet. It's you know, just working through all my books. But I try and spread my colouring through different books. I think it's rather nice. This one I absolutely had so much fun with. He's just such a cute dragon. This was done with various pencils. I started with a pencil, didn't quite work, I grabbed a different one. So it's just a mix of pencils. I couldn't tell you what was what. I just grabbed whatever worked. The moon and the stars are done with silver pen. I don't know how well that should, I think you can probably see if I do that, you can see how it catches the light. So that is that one. This sort of wisteria, which was nice to do. Then we have Flora. Now, I was asked to do a video with the black background from a Maria Trolle book. So here is the one that I did. So you can see there are videos for these. There's one just for the sort of leaves, one I think for the flowers, I can't remember quite, and then the rest of it. So it's all on the video, so it shows you how I chose to do it. I think this little cat was a bit of a mistake. He's, whoops, very pale and doesn't really show up. I think you need lots of colour on a black background. But you know, that's that. I learned a lesson there. So there's that one.
it was done with the pencils, just Stedler Design Journey. Now here's Nightfall. I just picked this really simple picture. When I was looking through, I just wanted something straightforward. So this is done with Ergosoft pencils, and the background stars and things are done in metallic pens. It looks really pale. There is some blue in the moon look. And the birds do have grey colour. They actually look almost white. I think it's because of the black background. It really needs to be quite bright, like the shooting star there shows up a lot better. But because of the subject matter, I felt I couldn't really go bright, but of course you can. Just my brain was limiting me. So in Botanicum, I chose more birds, but these birds. So this was coloured with polychromos, and I decided to just do them slightly different colours. I thought that would look a bit more interesting. We've got the frame. I tried to make it look a bit metallic-y or shiny, and the background I just left the clouds white. I could have outlined over these lines with a bit of pen, but I just thought I would leave them. I thought they looked quite cute how they've been drawn, so I left them. And the background's actually pencil. I just went across. I think it's one of the phthalo blues, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, that's that one. So that's our Maria Trolle books. We're now going to move on to Lulu Mayo. Now, in her Sweet Things book, I did this rather long series, actually, of makeup items. So there's a little videos there's one for those, and one for those, and one for that, and one for those, and one for those. You can have a look if you want to have a go, colour along, or if you just want to have a watch. There are those on video. And now we have Monsters. And this again was a 2-part video. I did the dragon in one part and then the centre bit in another. So there was that one. It's rather sweet, I thought. And the last Lulu I have is the Magical Creatures. And I did this one here. So the last two, I didn't say, were both done in Castle Arts soft touch pencils. This one's done in Pablo. I wanted some sort of mix of pastel shades, like for the rainbow, and then darker ones. And Pablo has a few pastel shades within it, so that was quite useful. But there's some glitter on our waves. I also think it's quite nice to add some glitter. So we've got a bit of a contrast of of pastel colours, darker colours and glitter. It's not very neat because on the back here, on this moon, it's this ages ago, I used stickles on here and the glue is quite thick. And so trying to colour on the back was quite difficult. There's sort of dots and blobs. But, if you don't look too hard, you can't tell. Sometimes we have to not. Right, Kirby, Worlds Within Worlds. I did this one the other day. It didn't come out quite as shiny looking on the base. I wanted it to look like gold, and it hasn't really quite come out. I was using Castle Arts Gold, and I think maybe it just didn't have quite the right range of colours. But anyway, that was that. The snow in the globe, I coloured in pink Posca pen. I wanted it to look like it was blossom rather than snow. I don't know why. And I left the edges of the waves just white. I could have done them in silver like I did in the Lulu book. But for some reason, I don't tend to think that this... I think a cutesy picture needs glitter and this doesn't. But, maybe that's just me. And I should have perhaps put some shine on the edge of our globe. But because this is so pale, I didn't think it would show up. So I didn't do it. And this clock one was a video. I think I did it in a couple of parts. I used polycolour pencils. I think it was just me showing you how to keep things quite simple. You don't have to make it too complex in Kirby, and it still looks rather warm and inviting, I think.
soft pastel background, the sort of gold, which highlights the gold, I think, of the clock face. So there was that. Then my other Kirby book is Imagine Morphia. This one is rather more, it's quite a different sort of book because you get all sorts of stuff in the picture, like irrelevant stuff, like, you know, coming out of this cocoon, we've got like creatures, flowers, ghosts, skulls, birds, light bulb, gemstones, robots, sort of mechanical type things, snake, little people, leaves, insects, animals, dolls. There's so much stuff, it's really hard to know how to colour. Someone suggested to me that I do a sort of wash of colour. So this is what I've attempted here. Obviously not a wash because it's pencil, but I grabbed my polycolours, which go down quite quickly and easily, and just did a sort of rainbow approach. So my butterfly is very bright. I wanted it to really stand out. And this is a different colour. And then I purposely didn't want to go to orange. I wanted the orange to be here. So it's sort of gone to red, and then this is the orange. So that's how I judged it, really. So I just did this sort of rainbow. So it's a really simple way of doing it. I have ignored all the detail. I haven't put any shading in. I've just put some colour down. It was just an experiment. So it's just an idea on how you could do pages in this book. I know they can be quite daunting. Now we have Millie Marotta. Now I'm still struggling to find the best pens and pencils to use in her book. So for this one, I tried my Pablo pencils, and I looked up this butterfly. This is the colour it is, and the very edge is white, so I left it white. Whoops, sorry. I didn't find they went down particularly evenly. I am still thinking, I have had people have suggested to me that it is Prismas that are the best on this paper, and I think, and they're right, but I'm still just trying to try different things. But yeah, Prismacolor definitely worked best. But you know, I was experimenting, so that's that one. And then I experimented in this one as well, with a different type of, I used Bambino crayons. Again, they were really difficult to put down evenly. It looks pretty messy, but you know, again, it was an experiment. I like the colour scheme, but it's just messy. So, you know, I won't be trying those again. This picture over here is done with Prismas, and I think it looks a lot better. I think it's done with Prismas. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. I like it because the sky is so shiny, look. I had to erase. This is pan pastel, and before I could start here I had to erase all the pan pastel that had come over onto this page, but that happens. Right, we are on to our next pile of books. We have Nature Mandalas by Melpomene Chatzipanagio 2, and I picked this one. It's very autumnal. I didn't really notice how autumnal it was when I picked it. I just really liked all the berries and fruits and things like that. And I used my Yova pencils again, as these are my new ones that I was speaking about, budget pencils, but lovely bright colours. You can fade them, as I have here, and things like that, really nice. So that's what I used on this one. I used them a lot on things that we're going to be looking at now, I think. This was from Circle of Life. And I used Castle Art Seascape because I wanted a limited colour palette, and the Seascape palette just seemed to be the right idea. I haven't done a background, as you can see. It's so complicated to do, and I had thought when I first started, oh, I'll use a pastel, a soft pastel for the background, but I think it would have not sat nicely. It would have interfered with the fish, and so I've just left it white. But I had, you know, I kept a lot of the colours the same. I don't know whether that was a good idea or not, but it was what I was in the mood for doing when I did it. So that's that one. Now we have Layla Dooley. This is Flower Year. I do a picture a month from this book. This is my August page. Now I do find her page
her artwork sometimes quite confusing. I'm not always exactly sure what leaves belong to which plants and what stems belong to which flowers, and I can find it sometimes, I just find it complex. So I did the best I could, but I feel I could have done a lot better, but I just found it quite daunting. I used my Pablo pencils on that page, but I want to get better at her pictures because they are beautiful. Here is her beautiful planet. I'm trying to just come out. It's such a big book, it doesn't fit in shot, but actually I don't need it to because I picked this fairly small design, which actually I could do with coming in to see a bit closer. So with this one, I wanted the butterflies to stand out, but I didn't want them to be hugely detailed, so I just concentrated on the colour combinations and kept the leaves in the background really dull, so the butterflies really stood out. And I didn't do much shadowing or shading between them. You know, there's no shadow, that's not forming a shadow on there. I kept it reasonably simple. I just wanted the colours to look nice, really. And that one was coloured with Castle Arts Gold pencils. So I rather like this combo. This is nice and bright, and these ones were quite nice too. So that was that one. And then I did a couple of colour books. They're flower mandalas. Let's come out of it. And the cover is such a pretty colour. But I did this one, which was a video. So I was just trying to demonstrate how you could do part monochrome and part colour. Someone had asked me to demonstrate that, so I did it on this one. Because we've got this line going through and a difference between the two sides. So this was done with Ergosoft, I think. Just checking. Oh no, Stedder Design Journey. So similar, but not quite the same. And then I did one from this Mandalas, their Mandalas Volume 3 book. And this one wasn't a video. I've got two bookmarks in there, green greedy. I used Artex pencils for this, and obviously decided on a limited colour scheme. I made this up myself, the colour scheme. I didn't use a colour cube card. I have got quite a few colour cube cards coming up where I've used them for various pictures, but I didn't for this one. And I just also want to show you this. I used an alcohol marker on the page behind. It does go through, even though this paper is really thick. But they're single-sided, so it doesn't really matter. I sometimes think it looks quite pretty. But make sure you put some paper behind it because it might go through to the next page, which is not ideal. Now I've got some pictures by Agatha Pop that I've done this month. This is from her Camping Tiny series, and I did the cooking pot in a video. Whoops, there we go, which I like doing. So I might do the rest of the page at some point. I haven't had time yet. Now this page, I did this one in a video. And so I decided to colour the others and finish the page. They're all done with Tombow. The last one, sorry, was Castle Art Soft Touch. These were all done with Tombow pencils. This one was done on video, and these, I just did them. And I used, some of them I used limited colour. I did actually use limited colour palettes on all of them. Just this one was really the sort of real soft pastel range, and then these are all a little bit darker. This one, was done in Prisma. I'm not sure if I did some of this on video. I think I did some of it on video. I can't remember. I think I might have done the sky. But there's that one. There's 3 of these in her set of, I think they're called Mountain. Now this one you would have seen me do yesterday if you watched my channel. It's from her Autumn Tinies. And this one was done with polychromos. No, it wasn't. Oh, it was. Calling myself a liar, and they're not. So there we go. Next, I have this. Now, this picture I did last month, and I forgot to show you, so I thought I would show you this month. Now, I looked at this page here, and I absolutely love Sleeping Beauty's dress. So I thought I could replicate it. It's so hard doing these. But in the end, I decided that I would just do the best I could. You can't get it exactly right because this is an oil painting.
and this is pencil. But you know, I just fiddled around with it and, you know, did what I could. And I think if you don't see that, it looks much better. But I used Prismacolor. I tend to use, I think they're the ones that look most like oil somehow. I don't know. Anyway, it's that one. Then this little book here, I finished this month. I would have done a completed book flip through for you, but I thought I'd just show you the ones that I actually did this month. And I used the colour cube cards. So this one, as you can see, the colour cube cards, by the way, for those that don't know, Sarah Renee Clark has made them. They come in boxes, but you can also buy a digital version. She now has a UK distribution centre, so the postage isn't as expensive as it was. So if you were put off by the price of the postage, it might be worth having a look to see if it's more reasonable. I haven't looked, I don't know. But they have these palettes. But if you can't afford the palettes, the cards, all the software, she does post some in articles on her blog, so you can go and have a look at some without buying them all. And also Colour with Claire posts a palette every week, and Amanda Colours runs a challenge each month on Instagram where she puts up a palette and you can have a go with it. So there's plenty of them around, and Pinterest has loads. So if you can't afford them, you can find them online. The only thing with Sarah Renee Clark is she gives you the that number, whatever that is, and the names and various shades and tones, which can be quite useful. I just like having the card. Yeah, it's just me. You know. So anyway, let's get back to this. This one was done with Ergosofts. Oh, let's find a place to put the cards. This one, oops, was done using Arteza Expert pencils. I didn't do any, it's really simple, that one. I didn't do background or anything. And this last one was done using my Giorgione pencils. They were ones that I was sent for free by Grabi. Now we have this book here. Now this is Nicola Lehmann's book. She actually has a new one out now, volume 6, but I'm still working through volume 5. I like using colour cue cards for these. Come in a little closer so you can see. So you can see that there. This was done with polychromos. What I tend to do is I grab the card and I look at it and I think about what set of pencils I have that I could match those colours up best with, and then I choose my pencils based on that. This one was done with the Yova pencils, so that I had to find a sort of sagey green and the different various sort of peach and marigold type things. This one here was done with Prismas. I think because this shade I don't have in any other set but Prisma. I think it's this is Sage or something. Now Sarah Renee Clark also has a piece of software which tells you what brands, so you can get the software and look up the card number and it will tell you, say if you've got Prismas, it will tell you what numbers match best, or polys or whatever. I think she does it for Arteza. I can't remember all the brands, there's quite a few. But I match it myself, and if it's not that close, don't worry about it. So this one is coloured with Ergosoft pencils. This one isn't got a card. I used my Magic pencils. I think they're Koh-i-Noor. They colour in different colours, so you can see if you look really closely there. There, you can see there's different colours within that bit. They're sort of multicoloured pencils, but it was, and like here, and it makes them look less evenly coloured, but it's just a bit different. This one I picked my own colour scheme, and I used Arteza Expert. I've just realised I didn't number these, so I've done a couple of extra pictures to what I've counted. So I counted 108, I've done 111. So again, I wanted a limited palette, but I picked my own. These were weren't Arteza Expert. These were Arteza Premium, the ones in the tube. And then this one I did with Artex pencils. It's a lot of orange in there, but it does look quite festive. But there we go. Those were all buddy colours actually with my friend Michelle. She bought me the book and we do buddy colours together. Now this book she also bought me and I finished it. So I'm just going to show you the ones that I finished this month. I've done a flip through, which you may have seen. So I won't spend too long. So this one was, I haven't written down what I used, so that's useful. This one was done with, oh yeah, no yes, sorry. That was done with Polycolour. This was done with Brut Funa metallic pencils, the 12 set. Okay, I did those because in the front and then in the back. So that's the card for that one. You can see, whoops, there we go. This was Polychromos. Let's try and turn over. Giorgione pencils. Brut Funa metallic pencils, the 12 set. I found it so hard to know what to do with that page. Oh, this one, let's just turn it around for you. These were done with my Yova pencils, so lots of greys and blues. There's a metallic in the blue as well. They do a metallic set within their 180 pencils. That's an old one. This one was also done with Yova pencils. I was playing with my new pencils and this one, no, that it might be. There's some metallic in there, but probably was those. Look at that purple. Nice. This one has got metallic pen in it. I think it was done with the Yova, but I put some pen in it. Again, I really didn't know what to do with that page. Anyway, this one, now I'm getting a bit stuck. Hang on, that's that one. No, that's Arteza Premium pencils. This is Polychromos. This is done with Winsor & Newton watercolour pens. I was just trying them out. It's a bit messy. I'm getting better with them now. But by the time I'm getting good, they'll probably run out. These are Holbein, so nice light, mainly pastels. I've got a few that aren't. So. This one is done with Brut Funa 12 set of metallic pencils. And that's it. So that's those. Oops. The next book is one that I've had fairly recently that I was sent as a gift from the artist. And look at that. It's a fun bookmark my husband made. My husband made all the bookmarks. This was done with the Yova pencil set. Again, experimenting with my own limited colour scheme. But here I chose a card. Oops, I think that one I did with Bambino crayons. Just trying out different things on this particular paper to see how they will go down. It's really boring. This one though has a colour cube card, and it is, I'm just trying to find what I used for it. Derwent pencils, so a mix of Derwent pencils. And obviously this card, and that's all from there. Now we have 100 Beautiful Mandalas by Camelia Andrikova. The first one is done with Arteza Premium. And there's the colour cube card. Okay. Then we have Yova pencils. Again, experimenting with my new pencils. That colour, I like that colour mix. It's rather nice. Then this one was just done with Brut Funa metallic pencils, just the silver and the two blues. And then we're back to Yova pencils. It's quite a fine detail on that one, isn't there? I'm not convinced that's the right colour cube card for that though. That doesn't look right, does it? I think that goes in there. And that's the right one. Yeah, that's Yova pencils. I don't know what the one before was. It doesn't. I haven't written it down. And this one, that looks right, doesn't it? Again, Yova. Now these were the Winsor & Newton watercolour pens, getting a little bit better, still not perfect, but getting a bit better at getting them more even. And I like this sort of golden, the gold and blue mix there, well, yellow and blue. Yeah. This one says Arteza Premium. I think it was, yes. What I did was I opened my tub and I picked my 2 longest pencils to use because I don't use them very often. So that was what the idea was behind that one. This one was used with Brute Funa metallic pencils, and again, this is a gold and blue. So there's a gold, a brown, and 2 shades of blue, but you can't really see the difference in brown and gold. This is done with Triplus pens. I found them and went, I need to run those out. The pale brown is run out because they're going to dry out if I'm not careful. And this was done using Staedtler metallic pens. They've got quite thick nibs. I found them, I was a bit tired when I did this, not that neat, but you know, it was fun. Now we have another book of hers, which is the 101 mandalas. I've been doing these as buddy colours with my friend Michelle, who bought me both of the books. And this one was our first. So we used, we both got colour cubes, so we sometimes pick out cards to use. So this one was coloured with, it says it's coloured with Sakura metallic pens. It definitely isn't. Hang on. I've got no idea. No, I don't know. Sorry. It's coloured with some pencils. This one is coloured with Prismacolor neon pencils. Remember that. It's not written down either. 137. It says, actually, I think I've started 2 pages to, that's the metallic, Sakura metallic. Shiny, shiny. This one is Brute Funa metallic pencils. Yes, that's right. That is Prismas. That is Prismas, as I said. Now, this one is Arteza Expert pencils. I like doing that one. It's really different, geometric. This one I sort of picked my own colour scheme and used Arteza Arteza Expert, and this one was done with Polycolour pencils. I wasn't really sure what to do with that one. So yes, I'm lying. This is the one I'm doing on my own. This is the one me and my friend are doing together. We started doing this one together, but we've moved on to the other one. She also bought me this book, and I haven't coloured in it for ages, so I thought I would have a go at this one here. I used my Prismacolors for this one. Kept it quite simple. I always struggle to know what colour to do the little figures, the bears. So I just made them a different colour to everything else. And I don't know if that was such a good idea. But anyway, there's that one. Then we have Matchstick Mouse. I know a lot of people love Matchstick Mouse. I'm doing quite a few from the springtime book. I realise it's not springtime, but you know, this is the one I have. Well, I've got 2 copies of this actually, which is lovely. I haven't done many of my other one for a while, but I will. This one is done with Polycolour. This one is done with Yova pencils. Come in a bit closer. This one is done with Castle Art botanical pencils. Oh, it says on the edge of the page. This is done with Polycolour. I tend to write it at the bottom of the opposite page. This one is also done with Polycolour. I think this was a video. Was it? I think so. This, or was it this one that was a video? I've got no idea. This was done with Artex pencils. I do like my sunset skies. And this one's done with Arteza Expert pencils. Now the next one was also from a video, so you may have seen it already. I'm going to try and come out so you can see it. I don't know if I can come out far enough. I think I can. There we go. Arteza Expert pencils with a pastel background. So that was that one.
Now we have one from Stunning Patterns. They've used a colour cube card again, very autumnal. I've got to the autumnal section. I'm just working through my cards in order, and I happen to be in the autumn section. So there's that one, and that was done with Derwent pencils. And this book, I just did one here. Here we go. And used Castle Arts Botanical pencils on that one. I find the black lines really very thick on this book. Now this one, I tried to copy this. I didn't try and copy it exactly. I took the colour ideas and made it my own, partly because I couldn't keep flipping back and forth. It was really annoying. But there we go. I was really pleased with how it came out. So I used polychromos for that one. So yeah, I was really happy with that one. Now we have Reptiloids. Let's come in a bit closer. I did the first one in the book here. And used, hang on, I've got to turn over the page of my book. Used polychromos for this one. Tried to make it look like shiny metallic armour as best as I could. And I did one from Reptiloids too as well. And it's not that one though. Is it that one? Yeah, put the bookmark in the wrong page. This was also polychromos. And he's sitting at the table. I like how it's smoking. It's just not something that we see in pictures these days. Probably a good thing. Now, this little book, Animals of the Forest. I found this very nice little sort of symmetrical design to do. And I used Pablo pencils for that one. I kept it really simple. Why not? Now this one, I found a really summery picture. Because this book seems to run through the seasons. So here she is in her pool. I thought nice bright pink unicorn inflatable, and so that one, I liked how that came out. And I used Pablo pencils for that one. And we're on the last one. This is Night Garden, and I did this frog design. It won't fit in the shot. Home. I kept it really simple. There we go, you can see it now. Using Artex pencils. Yeah, I didn't want a big amount of colours. So there we go. So that's the last one. So thank you so much for watching. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Well done if you stuck through it. There was a lot, wasn't there? So yes, over 100 pictures. And as I say, this month things are a bit different. There's only going to be one video a day, no shorts, no afternoon video, just the morning. I might pop in a few spares every now and again. It's just that I've got a lot going on. Everything's explained in my newsletter, which, as I say, has come out and is also on my website, so you can have a look. But basically, having some family time before the boys start uni, then when they start, I've got to be just checking they're okay and getting into a whole new routine with them and everybody. And so it's just taking a bit of a step back from doing everything just for a month, and then and then I shall have a think about how things will progress in October. But have a super month, but hopefully you will be popping in to watch my videos during the month. Thank you so much for watching, and please like, subscribe and comment, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is that time of the month to show you my completed pages that I have coloured in the month. Now I was on holiday this month for a week and I took just a small selection of books and pencils with me, so there isn't such a big variety, but let's get stuck in. And I still did a lot of pages. I wasn't sure whether I will be able to do more or less, but I did 118 I think pictures, some of them smaller than others. The sun's coming in. I'm going to shut the blind and then we'll get going. There we are.
hopefully the camera will adjust quite quickly. Now this is the Hanna Basford Weekly Planner. As always, I've done videos for the full page. So this is the first week, and that was done using Polychromos pencils. A picture from Worlds of Wonder. Then we had a picture from Magical Jungle, which I did with Staedtler Design Journey Super Soft pencils, apparently. Then a picture from Ivy, which I did with my Pablos. And lastly, this one, which was done, which is from World of Flowers, and was done with Castle Arts pencils. So those, all of these have full videos on my channel. And next, I did a page from Worlds of Wonder. This is a brand new copy that I've only just started. This is the only page I have done, and it was a video series which has been running through September and on into October, so you won't have seen all of these yet, but this column I think was done with Castles, Polly's, Prisma. I can't remember which way round those two were, but anyway, and I tried to match the colours across using different brands. It was quite fun for me anyway. I hope that you enjoyed it too. But all of those videos are available as well. Well, some of them won't quite be out yet, but they'll come out soon. Now this is upside down. This is the my Secret Garden 2018 calendar, which I'm determined to finish this year. This is the September page, so I didn't know what to do with this page. I find this picture a bit daunting because I never know if I do it all different colours. It can look a bit messy. I've done it lots of times before, so I decided to just keep it with a very limited colour palette. I used Polychromos, so you can see we've got blue and silver, and then there's a little bit of grey and teal type colours for the insects. So that's that one that I did. And then my last Hanna Basford book I used this month was Ivy, and this is my second copy of Ivy, and I really haven't done much in it, so I thought I needed to get a move on. So I did this really simple page to get me motivated to do a bit more, because we've done the first of that one, so it's sort of in between page I haven't done. So I did that with Polychromos, and then I did a double. I'm choosing pages that I've already done in the planner as tutorials for you and things like that, so that if I feel there's a page, excuse me, it needs a tutorial, I won't have already done it. So this one I did using Polychromos again, so I just had a go at that double. Okay, and now we're moving on to Hanna Carlson. Ooh, hang on a minute. I just knocked my tripod off the table. That's good, wasn't it? So this is her Witch's Cottage book, and I coloured this one. I think a lot of you've seen it already, because I often put a lot of my completed pictures on my Facebook and Instagram channel, but you may not have noticed that there is a silver pen outline. I like to make these look quite magical. Now I'll probably do quite a few of these soon in October, because it's a very Halloweeny themed book, being witchy, and I may not do such a big range across different books because I might be looking more for just Halloween themes, but I'll see how I feel. City Among the Stars by Hanna Carlson. I did this little bird in its nest, and I used, the last one was Prisma, didn't say, this is Staedtler Design Journey pencils, just a soft gentle approach, which I enjoyed with that one, because the Staedtlers are a little harder. They take a bit longer sometimes, but that can be rather nice and relaxing. And Midnight Masquerade, I didn't know where to go, so I just took the first page, and I used Castle Art Soft Touch. I really didn't know what I was doing with this, but I think it's okay. Then Forest Kingdom, and I did this hanging leaf page. So I used Castle Arts, but there's a lot of pastel, soft pastel in the background, because we've got a lot of blank, so there's a lot of greens and yellows mixed up in the background to make it look like we're maybe peering into a forest behind. So that was that one. Then Magical Dawn. I've got every Hanna Carlson book, and I did a picture from all of them. So this one was done using Artex pencils, and there is some metallic pen. I don't know if you can see on the stars and dots. It was just that one. Then we have Daydreams. Whoops, I can't get hold of it. There we go. And in this one, I did this double page fish. Now, very similar to Johanna Basford's first book, this one has, you're supposed to draw a pattern in there. I tried to trace this and then put it on there. My tracing didn't work. I think I forgot to turn the paper over or something, and I don't know what happened, but it was a mess. And it was so detailed, I decided just to do a plain one and match them that way. And I did this sort of soft pastel background with some blue sort of bubbly shapes using a circle stencil. You could, I mean, if you're good, you probably wouldn't need the stencil, but I'm not that good at circles, so I did. Now we have Seasons. I did two from here. This one, Little Bird, he is done using Pablo pencils, and there are some dots of metallic pen inside the circle. I don't know why I decided to do that, and I'm not sure it really works or even shows up, but you know, that was that. And the background is actually done with, I think, yeah, an iridescent pastel, soft pastel stick, which I rubbed onto a cloth and applied to the page. It is slightly shinier than a normal pastel, but I find that it looks really bright when you first put it on, and when you rub it into the page, it almost feels like I'm rubbing off the sort of sparkly bit. I also did this one with Prismacolor and soft pastels, and again some sparkly pen, because Hanna draws dots. I always want to make them sparkle. So. Next we have the Atlantis. This is her new book. I haven't had time to do anything but the very first. Is it pretty? My husband painted all my bookmarks, by the way. This little one, which was part of the flip through video. I haven't done anything else in there yet. I've been doing all sorts of things, so it's just you know, so many books, but I'm very spoilt. I'm very lucky. Now this one is Grains of Gold, and this is actually a picture from Spirit Animals, and I've done this one already in Pablo's, and I wanted this one to match a little bit, but I didn't even use the same pencils. I used Prisma, and I followed a tutorial for the face from a Helen Elliston book. It was a different sort of face, but I was really pleased. It isn't completely perfect, but I was really liked how it looks, to be honest. And I wanted to do a pink hair because of the sweets and candies and stuff. I also used a tutorial from a Jennifer book, I can't think of her name, for the lollipops as well, but I did the other bits myself, so that was good. I couldn't decide whether to put white through the hair to get rid of the black lines, but in the end I didn't. I thought it was okay as it was. I have been asked to do a Hanna hair tutorial, and I will at some point. I'm just I've got a few other things planned. We've got Halloween coming, so autumn and things like that, so it may not be soon, but we'll see. Now this is from Spirit Animals as well, and I just fancied having a go at this big fish. He doesn't look very friendly, does he? But anyway, I use Prismas, just turning the page of my book so I can see. The sky is actually done with soft pastels, and the sea, and there's some sparkly blue pen for the bubbles in the water, and in the sky it's a sort of orange sparkly pen. I wanted to sort of keep it warm. I don't know if it worked, but it was an interesting one to do. Now, jewellery box, I had a bit of a disaster. So I used the iridescent pastel on the background of this, and then decided to use shiny pens. You can see the shine. These are Sakura metallics, and they're usually amazing. It ran out down here. As you can see, there's no shine in this there. It ran out here. I got a brand new pen out and it looks like that. It's like there's a bit of gel colour and no shine. I don't know what's going on with it. So it's very odd. I might write to Sakura and ask them if there's something I need to do. I pump the nib, but obviously it's a jelly roll, so it shouldn't need that. And I shook it a lot and it just, yeah. So that was a shame, because I think that was looking nice, but I don't know what's going on. This is Summer Nights, and I did a standard design journey for the, because there's a lot of detail. I wanted a nice point to my pencil. There's a bit of white pen on top of the black of the butterfly, and then this around the edge is just a soft pastel. I decided to leave the centre bit, the paper colour, and just do something around the edge. I was pleased with that. I like this sort of softness of it, so that was good. Now we are moving on to Maria Trolle. So we have Universe to start with, and I coloured this little puppy. He is so cute, and hopefully I did him justice. I used my Pablo pencils for him. I tried to do some stripy fur. Quite hard to do it without making it look like you've just scribbled all over your page, but I think I almost pulled it off. Almost. Ooh, my pile of books is growing. It's going to fall over. I have to move them the other way. So this was Flora, and I really was in the mood for something very simple. So I picked this one. I used my Pablos and just kept it really simple. It's nice. Sometimes you just want something easy, don't you? Right, from Nightfall, I did this one quite recently. I did this one. I used my Black Widow pencils. I wanted something with a nice fine point and some nice purples for those berries. And yeah, I had fun. I think it was mainly the Scorpion set I used for that one, I think. Now, Luna, I tried something a little bit different. I used my metallic pencils. These were the Castle Art. You can see the shine because I thought it would be nice for the sea. But there's some sparkly glitter pen on the dots. And I left the sails of the boat white, like paper colour, to make them really stand out. So I enjoyed it, but I don't know how effective it is. It's a bit dark, but yeah. And then we have Moon Valley. And I did this, which I was really pleased with. This was Black Widow pencils. I used the skin tones for her face, and then the Forget Me Not for her eyes with a bit of this colour, which was turquoise, and then lots of green. And yeah, I'd never done a green haired person before, and yeah, I liked it. I had lots of fun. I was really pleased with how her face came out as well. So that was good. Still learning my skins and faces, but you know, it's I'm enjoying it, which is all important, isn't it? So Rita Berman's autumn book. This is the sunflower, and in the background it's the gold pan pastel, which is really shimmery. So that was good. I tried to make it look, I used my cloud stencil. I don't know whether it was a good idea, but I like the shimmer. Anyway, and maybe I should have splodged it on a bit, but hey. But what pencils did I use? Polychromos. Okay. Then we have our next Rita Berman, which is from Europa. And I chose this boat to do. I wanted to do some sea in different colours, which I did. And then the boat, the house and things I did a bit more conventionally with just some bright reds and things and a bit of soft pastel in the background. That was done with Polychromos. Then there's this download, which you will have been seeing the videos for, from the Rita's new book. Well, they're not going to be in Rita's new book. They're her sort of promotional free page for her new book. So there's that one, which I enjoyed. And that was done with Stellar Design Journey pencils. Need lots of fine points for all those details. And then Landa. I did this one the other day. I've been putting off doing this page because I love colouring berries so much. I was a bit worried about spoiling it. I wanted to do it on a day when I was really in the mood, and I had a ball, I have to say. I used Artex pencils, which I was a little bit nervous about using because, you know, I thought maybe I won't get a really good effect, but I was really pleased. I layered up quite a lot in different areas to get the colours, and I did end up putting a bit of red on top of these berries because they didn't quite blend in with those, but yeah, it was great fun. So that's Rita. Now we are moved. We've got a Lulu Mayo. I needed one Lulu Mayo book this month because being on holiday, the amount of books I did is limited. I did this one last night. This was with Artex pencils. It isn't anything particularly special, but it was I just wanted something quite simple and fun, so that's what I picked. And then I also did this one with my Yova pencils. And some sparkly stars in the background, so that merry-go-round. I find the Yova pencils didn't go down on that paper that well, but the Artex ones did. Now Atlas Botanica, only one from here. You may have seen this already because I posted it on my Instagram. A lot of people liked it. This was done with Polycolour. Now I sometimes struggle with this book to find a good pencil. Polycolour were amazing, so I'm going to use them again in this book because they went down really well on this paper. I need to remind myself to use them. Okay, now I did one from this book. This is by Charlie's Hand. It's not a big popular book. It's a very limited print run. I don't know if there are any available. And I used lots of Sakura glitter pens for this one. So it's quite big. It doesn't quite fit in shot, but there. So that I just fancied doing something really simple. And there we go. Now this book I was gifted this month, and I did the first page with polychromos. I'm looking forward to doing more. It's a really lovely book. I'm thinking I should make time to do more because they're really pretty, but I will, but I just didn't this month, but it is lovely. And this is the Stunning Patterns book. I did two from here. This one here I did with Yova pencils. I don't know if I just picked some random ones. It looks a bit like I might have done a colour cube card because it's not my normal sort of thing, but I don't know, maybe I was just daring. This one is done with a colour cube card. I didn't use many this month because being on holiday for a week, I didn't have them with me. And yeah, I'm in the sort of autumnal bit of the box, which didn't feel right perhaps last month, but this month we had a lot of hot weather. But this month I feel more like doing autumnal, probably move to Christmas knowing the box. Anyway, that was done with Arteza Premium pencils. Then the Mandalas book. This one was done with Yova pencils again. I was picking something that was, you know, a little bit different, I think. Now this one I used my husband's Winsor & Newton watercolour pens, but with a silver pen as well on parts of it to make it shiny. That's good. Right, pocket flowers, only one from here. This one here. This is Castle Arts Monet. Again with this book, I'm trying to find the best pencil for the paper, but I'm getting there. And Reptiloids. This one, I only managed one in here as well. This was Castle Arts Monet pencils. I wanted a limited colour palette because I was a bit daunted. I'm not sure why I haven't coloured that bit in. Anyway. Maybe it's to match this because I'm thinking these are white, but I don't know what that should... Anyway, never mind. Now, this is the 100 Beautiful Mandalas by Camelia Andrakova. Usually do a lot from here, but only one this month. These are buddy colours that I do with my friend Michelle. And we did this one with... I did it using... Castle Art Soft Touch pencils, but I had
I wanted to finish a few books this month as well, so we didn't do many buddy colours. I was also away and very busy settling boys into uni and things like that. So this is Elegant Elephants, and I did this Forget-Me-Not page. I left quite a lot of white in various places, and I'm not sure whether some of the white gets a bit lost if it needs a bit of a background really. But when I'd done that, I was just finished with it, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you just think, that's done. So that was that one. Now, this Mandalas book, again, this is one I do buddy colours in. I didn't do many again. So both of these were done with Pablo pencils, this one and this one. This one's got a bit of blue metallic pen on it as well. Shiny, shiny. Okay, Matchstick Mouse. Now I've got 2 copies of Matchstick Mouse. This one I finished this month, and I've done a flip through video, so I shall very quickly show you the pictures that I did. I did a lot. This one is where I try and do the pictures in the style of Morgan O'Brien. So he publishes pictures on his website from his book that he's coloured, and I use his colours and copy his pictures. So I did this one with Arteza Expert pencils, this one with Halloween Arteza Expert pencils, and this one with Arteza Expert pencils. I find that the colours that he uses are a good match for Arteza Experts, so that's why, and they work nicely on this paper. So I copied 3 of his for that. But the other copy of the book I did myself from my own imagination, and I finished it, so I'll go through it with you really quickly because, as I say, there is a flip through. So that's Arteza Expert. Arteza Expert. It just worked well on this paper. Castle Arts Monet. Castle Arts Gold. Whoops. Polycolour. Castle Arts Seascape. Castle Arts Botanical. Castle Arts 120 set. Prisma. Prisma. Pablo. Artex. You can see I did some of the same pictures twice. Polly's. Yova. And Giorgione. So if you want to see those a bit slower and in more detail, there's the flip through video. Same as this one. This is another book I finished this month, and there will be a flip through. Yeah, you would have seen it if you want to. It's on my channel, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. So this one was, I've got to look these up. I'm on the wrong page. Giorgione. Metallic pen and no idea what pencils. Polychromos. Bambino. Tombow. Stedler Design Journey. Castle Arts. Tombow. And Pablo. So that's that book. And then this is another book that I finished this month. This is one I did on holiday. I did lots from here on holiday. So there I had very poor light. It was on my lap, and I had a really limited set of pencils that I took with me. So it could be better, but anyway. Cause, Stedler Design Journey. Stedler Design Journey. I finished this book and there's a flip through, so I'm going to be quick like I was with the last one. Cause Pastel. Cause Metallic pencils. There's not a set, they only do a gold and silver. Ergosoft, I think. Nope. Norris. I think that's Stedler Design Journey. That's Norris. There's a pastel on there, which is really transferred over. Stedler Design Journey, Coarse Pastel. Stedler Design Journey. I like that one, nice and pale. I think that's Stedler, no, that's Coarse Pastel. Stedler Design Journey. That one I'd done already. Stedler Design Journey. Stedler Design Journey. I think those are Stedler Design Journey as well. And that one. And then we're back home, so we're using Winsor & Newton watercolour pencil pens. Brute Funa Metallic 12 sets with a shine. Chroma Flow. A mix of Derwent. Derwent. And then this colour cube card, I think I used with Arteza Premium, but I can't be entirely sure because it's slightly incorrectly written in my book. This says Tombow and it says there's a colour cube card which I haven't got. I think there would be pink and orange. So I think it's colour cube card 140, which I forgot to get out. Then we go Yova. That's not one I did. Those two aren't ones from this month. Alcohol markers. Yova. It says Brute Funa Metallic. Oh, it is. Yep. That says Stedler Metallic. It definitely isn't. I don't know what that is. But that's the Stedler Metallic pens. And it says Jelly and Jelly Roll. So that's the last one. So I finished that book this month. Again, there's a flip through if you want to see them in more detail and see all the pages. Lastly, I have a couple of pictures from Agatha Pop that I did. I'd done this one in August. But I did this basket. This is a video that I did. And then I did this scarecrow, the flower I've done before. And lastly, I did this pumpkin. Yeah, so we're getting more into autumn towards the end there. But that is all I did, 118 pictures, 44 books and downloads. Obviously some of them were very small, and 3 completed books. So that's good. I want to complete a few more books this month, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, because I'm going to try and do Halloween and autumn pictures as well. So we'll see how it all goes. But thank you for watching. Please do comment, like and subscribe. It makes a huge difference to the channel and I really like it as well. So thank you so much. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is time for my completed pages, but first I just want to say happy Halloween. And for any of you tuning in to see the second part of the planner from yesterday, that will be tomorrow's video. I just wanted to insert this one in just so I could wish you happy Halloween, which I didn't on the other video, and also because I was sort of excited to show you it. And all the pictures are Halloween based. Some are quite loose, like this one, but many of them have a real Halloween feel to them, so I thought it would be fun to put them out on Halloween for you. So this is where I'm going to start really. This is the Johanna Basford 2018 Secret Garden calendar that I'm trying to finish this year. I almost forgot to do this one. I was just writing up my pages in my notebook and I suddenly remembered I hadn't done this, so I did this last night. Very quickly, and then I was going to record this last night so I didn't get a chance. These are metallic pencils. You might be able to see a bit of the shine from my lamp. These are the Brute Funa 50 set of metallic pencils, and I wanted to do them in quite autumnal shades but put the flowers orangey. It's not massively Halloweeny, but we do have the spiders that are actually upside down. I've just realised. Oops. We have the spiders.
and the cobwebs, which is why I think it's been put in for October. But there is my very first one for this month. It's not on my list because I made it before I had completed that page. But let's move on to the weekly planner. If you have been following my videos, you would have seen these. However, you'll get a little sneaky peek of tomorrow's page, completed page. So this was the very first one. And this was done with polychromos pencils and a soft pastel background. I was really pleased with this one, I have to say. It sounds a bit big-headed, but I wanted it to look quite autumnal, and I like the way the background works as well, and I was just happy with it. This one, however, I was not so pleased. I like the plant and the butterflies and the stickles, which are reflecting the light a little bit. But I don't like this red. I've seen someone did it, but you did a yellow background instead, and it was so much better. So well done, that person. Next time. This one, oh, and those these were Black Widow pencils. I like the stickles on the red bits of the plant too, and then as they show up. Anyway, this one was done with a lot of pastel first, and then Carlson Arts metallic pencils and some white pen and sparkly pen on the fish and different things like that. In my photos of this page, actually it's quite brown, but I didn't use brown, I used black. So it's just the way the camera picks things up, really. Now this one was done with Steadler Design Journey pencils, and I wanted to make it look Halloween colours. So for me, Halloween colours are red and black, purple, bluey green and orange. I don't know why, that's what my brain says. You know, red and black, sort of devil, vampire-y, blood things, and then pumpkin orange, and then purpley green witches. That's what my brain tells me anyway, and black cats. So here is this was also done using Steadler Design Journey pencils, and this is this week, so I finished it off. As you can see, yesterday's video I started it. You'll be able to tune in tomorrow and just see how I finished it off. But there it is. I'm rather happy with him actually. So there he is. He does look a bit scary, but then maybe he should. Okay, so there's our planner. Let's move on to something you won't have seen actually. So this is Johanna Basford's Lost Ocean. This is my new copy. I haven't done a lot in here, but I picked this eel page because I felt they were quite scary. It was a loose Halloween link because Johanna doesn't do lots of Halloween, and I'd already done the skull in here. There, look. So that's a really different look to the skull with a black background and gold teeth. But so I used metallic pencils. These were my Brute Funa set of 12 metallic pencils. There's a little bit of sparkly pen on the diamond ring there. It took ages. All these little tiny bits doing them different colours. But, you know, it was what it was. Oh, the sun is coming out. I think it might be okay. You can see it here, can't you? I'm just going to shut the blind. Sorry. There we go. Then we won't get such a glare. You should just see the glare from my light. Here, I can't turn the light out though because I won't be able to see what I'm doing. So I did one from Worlds of Wonder as well. Again, this is a new copy, so I haven't done very much. But this owl I felt was quite Halloween-y. I think owls, I don't know. So, and I wanted to make it look more Halloween-y, so I did really orangey eyes and purple flowers, as I was saying, my sort of colour thought. But the house, no, I didn't so much. I used quite a neutral colour. Now this is actually colour with Prismacolor. This is silver on the moon, the silver pencil. It's actually not that good. I think the Brute Funa metallic pencils got a better silver. But anyway, yeah, and I didn't do a background. I did a few dots of Posca, and I didn't really want to do anything else. I was quite happy with how it looked in the end. So there we go, there's our owl. What I'd done, you see, at the beginning of this month was come up with a whole pile of books that I thought were Halloween-y and put
bookmark them and work through them really. Now this is the 2024 planner, so this will be the only picture from here until next year, but I did a flip through, you may have seen it, and coloured this picture. I wanted it to look Halloweeny. It's a bit glary, isn't it? It's done with sparkly pens, so I used orange and purple and green. I thought it was a bit Halloweeny. So, and I use glitter pen because it's so small. But what I always do with my planners is when I do my flip through, I colour the title page, and then it's going to go away and until January. Well, it will be the 1st of January, look, as the Monday. But I'll obviously record that before the 1st. But it's so white. It's the only Johanna Basford book I've ever had that's actually white paper. I don't really know why it's on white paper compared to this, which is cream. It's a bit odd. It doesn't bother me either way. It's just strange. Now this moon from Ivy, again, I sort of thought it was slightly Halloweeny with it, and I used purple. But the paper, now it's really difficult for me to show you, but if I tilt it, you may be able to see, compare it with the paper here. I've used some iridescent pearl on it. Now this has got, it's pan pastel. The inside of the moon, it's got the pearl medium. It's mica coated with titanium and iron. It's white fine pearl medium. And then this one is my mica coated with titanium dioxide and iron oxide, but it's silver. And this one's also got a sheen to it. Now I can see that actually, maybe you can see it there, and it gives the whole paper a completely different look. We can't really see the silver colour very much, it just looks like it's a bit dirty. But anyway, I love playing around with those. But let's move on to Rita Berman. Now I only used this book this month of hers because it's her autumn book. And there weren't any autumnal, no, there weren't any Halloween pictures that I felt were naturally Halloween pictures in any of her other books. I did have a look. Now this one was a tutorial that I did for you. I'm trying to figure out, did I do that in Castle Art Soft Touch Pencils? I think I did. So that's that one. And then I also did this double. Now I didn't actually do them at the same time. So this one is actually coloured with Arteza Premium pencils. Yeah, I can see there is. With the soft pastel background. And these are actually coloured in polychromos. Now I can see quite a difference between the colours. These are much more sort of bright and brash, but that's fine. And the cobwebs have got some sparkly pen on. It's quite difficult to show you, but I was really pleased with how I put some blobs of orange in the background with the green, and I liked how it came out. So that's that one. So those are my 3 Rita Bermans that I did. Now we'll move on to Hanna Carlson. Now she has a lot of Halloweeny type pictures, so I did a lot from hers, but not across all of her books. So this is Seasons. Now I did this witch. This was a tutorial, which you may have seen, showing you how to do. Let me tip it like that so the light isn't shining off her face, because her face looks really pale in some of the photos that I've taken of this page, but it isn't as pale as it looks. So yeah, someone had asked me for a hair tutorial, so I showed how I did that, and then I just did the whole thing really. And that is done with polychromos. I've used quite a lot of polychromos this month. I've been really getting into them and enjoying them. So there is our witch. There's plenty of other Halloweeny pictures in Hannah's books that I haven't had time to colour this month. So Witch's Cottage is an obvious Halloween choice. But I did just 2, these 2 here. So the candle I did in Black Widows. In the Scorpion set there's a grape and a space, and they're beautiful purple, so I wanted to do that. And then the flame, I wanted to make it magical. I don't know if you can see, so I coloured it with the pencils, and then I used a sparkle pen over all of them and over the dots to make it look a bit more magical, because I think it's supposed to be a magical flame. And then I did this, I think I did the soft pastel background first. I did the purple. There's a bit of black in the corners. I just wanted to make it look a bit mysterious. There's also, which you may not see, is there are little tiny white dots all around the flame.
but they don't really show up. Anyway, that's that one. Now this one I had to gather all my strength to do because it's a very scary snake. It's not that scary, but I was scared. So I coloured the snake first and then tried to pretend it didn't exist. And then did the rest. Now I experimented with the background on this. Let me put it a little closer for you. So this is coloured with my Pablo pencils, I think, yeah. And I used a light green background and then I did little dots of darker colour through it and just tried to make it look a little bit textured. It's just something a bit different. It's only a small area, so it's quite fun to play around. I just wanted to make it look like there was some sort of plants and garden behind. And I also did some sparkle on the wings because I wanted to try and make that look a little bit prettier, less scary. And I don't know why I chose those colours for her dress. I was just thinking my gardening dress, it wouldn't be my best dress. Yeah, that's what I thought. But anyway, that was those two. So I was very brave. Now, spirit animals. There is a witchy page in here, but I didn't do that one. I chose the bat. I wanted something a little bit different. You know, I'm trying to zoom out, but I can't. My camera's a bit close, but never mind, I think you can get the gist. So I decided to do her in very batty-like colours. So I used the sort of browny greys, and her and the bat's fur and her hair are the same colour, and her wings and the bat's wings are the same. I like to pair them up in the Spirit Animals book. And I did her purple and this green because for me those are Halloweeny colours, and I just decided to go for the red background. I just felt it was quite bold and fun, you know. I used Prismacolor, by the way, which is why it's quite smudgy around here. A lot of the black is smudged into the red, but I wasn't that bothered, to be honest. And I tried to keep this quite Halloweeny, but it was quite like fire. I didn't tie it into anything really. I like to tie both sides, so this colour here is the same as this colour here. The ribbons are the same colour as her dress, things like that. And I did her eyes red. I just wanted to have some fun. I was thinking vampire bats red, you know, and I kept her face fairly pale. But yeah, so that was that one. And her lips, I didn't want them to be really bright. I wanted her eyes to stand out. I could have done her lips really dark red as well, but I just made the decision not to. Now, summer nights, oops, just knocking books over everywhere. We have a spider. Now this was an experiment for me. It's done in watercolour pencils, and I have seen a lot of backgrounds in watercolour pencils which look quite splodgy, so I decided to do the same thing. So I coloured in pencil. I did a fairly light colour green, and then I did some darker greens in the corners, and then I got my water brush, and you know, the ones with a barrel of water, and I just sort of splodged, so I'm shaking my whole desk, to get this sort of splodgy effect. I didn't do that on the spider. I just activated it normally, just brushing over it. And then on the spider, he has got glitter on all the little lines and markings, which I ignored when I did the brown. I went over them all in a gold glitter pen. So that was fun. And now I'm not scared of spiders, but I'm going to put it away for those of you who are. My husband is petrified, and I left it drying. Obviously I had to leave the book open and drying on the floor. He came home from work and he went, "That's terrifying," which was quite amusing. Oh, I've forgotten to say, please subscribe and like on my channel. I do appreciate it. And the subscribe and like buttons have now been animated. So if you just click it now, I have a little animation, which is rather fun. Anyway, back to video. Now this is Grains of Gold, which is Hannah's compilation book. So that witch is the one that I did, but I decided to do the cat. From this book, I don't know why, I just spread through the books a bit, you know. So yeah, I had, I'm trying to find it, hang on, polychromos I used for this. And what I did was I tried a few different things here. The gemstones have got some glitter pen on top of them. So like a clear pen with glitter. And the bottles there too. And in the background, I did a light pastel purpley colour, but I also just did a few squodges of darker swirly bits just to look a bit like magic. I don't know if it just looks like a mess, but I know what I was trying to do. So for me it looks like magic, but you know, that's that one. And I tried to use my Halloween palette with my purples, but I used a bit of pink in there too. I think that magenta was a bit too reddy, but it's okay. Oops. And here we have Jewellery Box, which is my last Hanna that I used this month. And I did this one, and it was done in polycolour pencils, and I think the black background worked very well. It could be neater. I don't know how well you can see the background. It is a little bit messy. Could do with a second coat of black. My pen ran out, which was troublesome, and I had to go and buy a new one, and then the new one doesn't look quite the same as the old one, and I haven't laid it up particularly well. Anyway, but let's pretend it's neat. And the spiderweb is done with a glitter pen. I don't know. I don't know if you can see it. Anyway, but that was that one. So I thought the spiderweb was fairly Halloween-ish. Scary for some people. Anyway, I'm just going to move my pile of books, oops, and my remote control. I've got a bit more room to put things, and I'm going to turn the page and we'll see what comes next. We're on to Maria Trolle. Now this is Flora. Now in Flora I did this pumpkin page. I'm getting a bit sick of colouring pumpkins, I have to say. Did a lot, but that's good because it's not Halloween anymore, so I don't need to do any more. Carlson Art Soft Touch pencils for the main part, but there is some white pen in the squirrel, and the background is done with pastels, but I mixed it up a bit. So there's some purple, there's some pinks, there's some black. I just, you know, I put more black at the bottom as if it was sort of dark brown. I just wanted to make it look a bit mystical. Oh, my lamp is shining off it. It's not helping. But it is even. There isn't a white bit there. It's just the lamp. I don't know if I turn it off, it all gets too dark. So I'm not going to do that. But there's that one. Now I did do a tutorial for one of them, but I don't know which one. This one is also done with Carlson Art Soft Touch. This has got a very different atmosphere to it. I think this was a tutorial. So I did a pastel background again, but in a much lighter, brighter scheme. So very different. So yeah, there is a two-part, I think, tutorial on that one. Ooh, my pile's getting really big. Now we have Luna. And in here, oh yes, I did this one. Now this was done with polychromos, and the bunny looks white. It isn't. Oh, I'm just going to turn the lamp out. Maybe that is better. So yeah, we have our pumpkin here. It's not really Halloween-y, but I just, because it had a pumpkin, I thought I'd just have a go at it. So that's that one. Yeah, we still got a bright patch here. That's from the sun coming in from behind the blind. I think I'm going to have to put my books there. That's okay. Now we have Kirby. He's always got quite a few things that are good for Halloween. In Worlds Within Worlds, there was this skull ship, which I made dark and spooky. So the skull itself has got a little bit of light grey on it, but it's very hard to see. I used Carlson Art Soft Touch, and there's a really light grey, so you can't really see the grey, but that's fine because I didn't want it to be dark. I wanted it to stand out from this background, which I really enjoyed making, this sort of moody background. I kept it really quite simple. So my cliffs are one colour, the fish are all black, the sea is all the same colour. I was thinking of putting some white in the sea for the sort of sea foam, and then I decided it would make it too bright. So this ship looks like Asterix and Obelix's ships, which were quite interesting. But the clouds, what I did was I used a really dark a soft pastel for the clouds, and then I outlined them in white pen. The clouds were drawn in already. I'm not that good. So that was a bit different. I've not tried that before. It's a little bit dark down here. I always find getting in the spine is tricky, but I like the sort of dark gloom that I've created, which was, yeah, I enjoyed it. Now we have Imagimorphia as well. Now this page, I did the orange spiderweb last year, so I thought I would do a purple one this year. Now this orange one is done with Posca pens, so but this one is done with a Winsor & Newton watercolour marker, and you can see it's very liney and messy. I could have used a Posca, but I wasn't sure if I had enough ink. It's a big area, so I decided to use this pen, which is quite new. Yeah, not sure, and I did this, these are all in, I haven't written down, I think it's silver pencil. This one I think was done in graphite pencil. This one I think is done in a silver pencil, probably a Prisma very thin or something, I'm not sure. And the spiderweb itself is done in silver pen. But I can't catch the light because it's not on. Hang on. Woo! Now you can see, see the silveriness. Making words up as I go along. Okay. Melpomene Chatsapanagio 2's Nature Mandalas, and we have this pumpkin page, and it's got all sorts of harvesty things. It's very autumnal, and I really enjoy colouring fruit and veg anyway, so that was good. And I used Artex pencils for that one, and I did one from her Circle of Life book as well, and it was, whoops, this one over here. So this one I did a bit differently, and we have our sort of harvesty things, but the rabbits, and I did a sort of yellowy background. It's really very messy. I used Prisma, and when I used the yellow in the background, it just smudged all the purple into everything. It was a mess. I'm not used to pencil smudging like that, so I need to remember that if I'm using Prismas and I want to use a light colour background, I really need to do that first. There's a lot of gapping in the yellow where there's lots of white, where I didn't go to the edge because I was scared of it all smudging everywhere. So yeah, lesson learnt on that one, which is all good. It's all learning. Now, Lulu Mayo. Now she has so many Halloween pictures that I've done barely scratched the surface. Now this is one I've been wanting to do for a long time. I've seen so many beautiful versions of this that I just had a go. Now I try to use my Halloween palette, so my sort of greens and purples, oranges and things, but mixed it up a little bit. I used Prisma, I think that says, I can't read my own writing. I think it was Prismacolor pencils for that one, and yeah, it's such a cute design. Her designs are lovely. I did a lot more in this one. This is her newest, I think it's her newest book. It's my newest one of hers anyway. I did these two. You can see they're really different. This one I used pastel tint, the Castle Arts pastel pencils. I just wanted to do something different. I've been doing pumpkins, and I thought I want something a bit different. Oh, my son's just asked me to do something for him. Hold on a minute. Right, so yes, this was done with Castle Arts pastel tint. Now this one was done with yes, Polychromos pencils, and some of these items I did do in a video. I didn't do the whole thing because I'd done a lot of pumpkins and things for you before, so I just did a few of the elements and then completed it. So you would have, if you've watched the video, you would have seen the completed picture at the end. I've kept it up for quite a while so you could have a look at it, but that is that one. And I did one more in here, which was this one. So you've got these little guys inside the black pumpkin, and this one was done with Pablo pencils, and you can see the oranges are a little bit more yellowy compared with this one and this one, so it's quite nice to do them in different colours. I enjoyed doing this one with all the red eyes. I just thought it was a bit of fun, scary fun. So that was the next Lulu. And then in my other Lulu Mayo book, which is the Magical Creatures, that's from last year. So I started off with this one. Her dress is probably too similar to the water. Maybe I should have done a bit of white in the water, but I just wasn't sure whether it would show up enough, so I left it.
And I haven't done the bat's eyes, I've just noticed. Anyway, that one was done with, let me just have a look. Oh, I don't know. Yes, that's Castle Arts Gold, that's right. And this one I did with polychromos, and there's some Sakura glitter pen in the moon and stars. So the moon is silver and the tails of the shooting stars, and then the stars themselves are actually pink. I just noticed I haven't done any of the stars under here. I've only done the ones at the top. Oopsie, never mind. But there is that one. And as you can see, even from there, there's one opposite there that I didn't do, which is, oh, you can't, I've lost it now, a pumpkin. So there's plenty more for next year. Now, Nice Little Town Halloween, there's a lot of, obviously all Halloween based. I've done quite a few in here, but I've still got loads left. So starting off with this one, whoops, which I did with polycolour pencils, and there's a bit of glitter. I covered the ghosts in glitter, which was not these ghosts but these ones up here. And then this one here was done with Artex pencils, and I wanted this critter to stand out, so I used, actually I didn't use Artex for these fluorescent ones. I've got a set of Koh-i-Noor highlighting pencils, dry highlighters they're called, and I thought I'd have a go with these because actually on the front there's quite a lot of different bright colours, so I thought I'd just have a go. And these guys, so I did all the monsters in the sort of fluorescent colours, and then all the decorations in more what I consider to be Halloween colours, so that was that one, mixing it up a little bit. Now this house I just kept to my sort of Halloween palette, as it were. This one is done with Prisma pencils, so that's that one. And I like these bright pinks and purples. And then this was done as a tutorial. The whole page I did, whoops, on video, in lots of different episodes because there's a lot going on. I used, I think I used Pablo, I'm just going to check. Yeah, Pablo pencils for this one. So that's that one. And then this house I used metallic. I was looking for something a bit different, you know. And these are the Brute Funa 50 metallic pencils. It's not particularly neat, but it's quite shiny. I've got a different range of colour. Yeah, that one's messy. I found these quite hard to see. I remember the light was shining off it. I couldn't quite see. But, and it's quite far away. My eyesight's terrible. I need to get an eye test. I keep saying this. I say it's a good excuse. So that's the last one from there. Then I did, I've got this Magical Season book, and there were the sort of fall, it's fall and Christmas. So I did the fall pictures. Some of them I've done already. But this one, sort of the first one I did in the month, really, to get me into the mood. Now this is Amazon paper. It's quite textured, and you can see that texture quite a lot in the sky, but that's okay. It's a grayscale book, so there's grayscale colour underneath, and I'm still getting used to grayscale, but it was an interesting challenge for me. This is polycolour pencils that I used for this one, and then I did this one in Yova pencils. Her face has gone a bit strange. I wasn't used to the skin tones, and I kept adding more and more, making it worse and worse. I probably should have erased a layer, but anyway, never mind. This one was done in Black Widows. Again, you can see quite a lot of texture in the sky from the textured paper, but I didn't mind that. I think as long as it's consistent, it's okay. This is done with Artex pencils. I was quite pleased with the skin tone in there. Now, it's quite tricky. I haven't really mastered skin tone in a grayscale book, but I was okay with it. And this one was done with Castle Art Soft Touch. I tried to make all the pumpkins slightly different colours. Just thought was made it a bit more interesting. And then this lady with her moon, which is stickles, is done with polychromos, so that was her. And yeah, this one I did last year, so we have this sort of pumpkin pie going on. And then we've got a load of Christmas ones, so I shall be doing some of those at Christmas. I've done a few of them. I'll show you them all now. Now, my mandalas for meditative colouring. Now these are probably more autumnal than Halloweeny. So I used some colour cube cards for some of them. So this was 141. You can see all the browns. But it was a little bit too plain. I wanted to make it look more Halloweeny. So what I did was I completed it with the pencils. I used Arteza Premium. And then I used some glitter. I don't know how easy it is to see on top of the black. So it looks a bit more magical. I thought that would help it look a bit more Halloweeny. I don't know if that worked. Then we have this one. I just decided to use all oranges, pumpkin-y style. And that's Castle Art Soft Touch. I just picked out all the oranges and sort of peach colours. Now this one I thought red and black. The red is a little bit pinkish, but I thought that's quite Halloweeny. Those are the Winsor & Newton watercolour pens. They are quite good for mandalas, but as I showed you before, they do get liney for backgrounds if you do big areas. So not really, I thought they'd be a bit more like an alcohol marker, but they're not. They do show through the page. I can see them through. See it there, look. But this is quite thin paper. I think this is Amazon paper. And then this one, again, with the same watercolour pens. I didn't use another colour cube card. I'll move that one away. And orange and purple. This orange is quite red, so it isn't quite the two colours that I would have wanted, but you know, I just wanted to, again, a sort of Halloween colour, yeah, ish. And then we have more. This is the Colouring Heaven Patterns magazine, and I just did this one here. This is a colour cube card, which has got dark teal, and I used this teal, so it's slightly different. Auburn, use this for the clay, this for the coffee, and the charcoal. It's not really very Halloweeny, but it's quite an autumnal palette, I felt, so I did that one. And in my Colour Ya Mandalas book, I used another colour cube card. I haven't got a lot of room. Let's try and get it in shot. Here we go. Now I really like these colours. They're beautiful. And I felt it looked fairly Halloweeny. I don't know. Now this is also done with the watercolour pens, I think. But I used this palette. So you've got two shades of green pen. I can see a light green there and a dark green there. And the yellow and the orange and the red. The red is quite pinky, but you know, that was that one. And it's quite messy. I found the nibs are quite big. They're not really good for small spaces, but you know, I'm still experimenting. By the time they run out, I will know how to use them. And I won't buy them again. Someone did ask me, I wouldn't recommend them. They're so expensive, and I don't see they're any better than any other normal water-based marker, to be honest. Right, Millie Marotta's Wildlife Wonders. I picked a bat. I thought that was rather fun. And this one, now I did the black in polychromos. It's only one pencil. Might be Payne's Grey, and with the eye being black. And I did this cloudy background using a cloud stencil and a grey soft pastel. And then the stars, which are drawn on, I think, are they? No, that's a lie. The stars are from my star template, and you can see they're silver. I thought it was a bit magical, slightly Halloweeny. Why not? And now Agatha Pop has sent me quite a few different pictures this month. This is her Halloween tinies. Now, I wasn't sure how. This is a haunted house. I wanted to make it look magical, so there's some glitter pen there. This one I did on camera, so if you want to see how I did it, you can. It's not a very neat circle, but get the idea. These are her Autumn Foxy pages, and I did this one here. Again, this was done on camera. And
sorry, the first one was done with Stellar Design Journey. This was done with Ergosoft, and there's a little bit of glitter around those stars, you can see it as well. And this one, now you would have seen this if you follow my channel. I did a few aspects of this page on camera. This is my favourite picture of the month. It took me about 16 hours, and it is just normal copy paper, no special paper, polychromos though, which are the pencils I know how to use. And my favourite bits, the Rusty Cauldron, I enjoyed doing, the sort of patterned box, different bits, I had a ball. And I didn't stick to normal colours, I just went for it and used lots of metallics and all sorts of bright colours. And normally I'm a bit scared to do a big mix of colours because it can end up looking like a big mishmash, but I was actually pleased with the overall look of that one. The light's reflecting on the top there, you go. So that was that one. Now this is my only one that has no Halloween nod to it whatsoever. So the Flower Year, this is my page for October, and I picked the crabapple on the dog rose hips. So that was that one, and I used polychromos. So it's a very thick red in a really thick layer of red, and that's that one. And I did one from this mandala book. This is one that I'm doing with my friend Michelle. She bought me the book and we're doing it all as buddy colours. So I do them with her. So this one we did as a buddy colour, and you may have seen this posted on my social media page anyway. I used the Sakura glitter pens, as you can see. But I picked out what I felt were Halloween colours. So red and orange, purple and green. So that was, and I wanted it to look sort of magical, which I think it did. Sorry, just making some space. Now another sort of mandala book, sorry my light, is this one, and I used this pumpkin card, but I did it very quickly and lightly. I just wanted to try something different on this very textured Amazon paper. I used my Yova pencils with it as well and just matched them up as best I could, and yeah, just did that one quite quickly. It was quite big as well and daunting. Now this is Lottie Ford's book, Colour the Forest, and she has this pumpkin page in her book. I need to come out a little bit, don't I? There we go. Which I had a go at using Tombow pencils, so that was a bit different. They're quite hard, you have to layer them up a lot. I needed quite a bit of patience. It probably wasn't the right pencil to use for such a big area of pumpkin, but that was okay. And I used a fluorescent orange in parts of it, and it's a bit overwhelming, but it's a bit too bright, I think. Anyway, that was that one. But she, if you follow Lottie Ford on Instagram and sign up to her newsletter, sometimes she has releases pages, so it's worth having a look at her. Now this one was Madeline Rebel, I don't know how to say her name. Inner Inking is the name she goes by on Instagram, and she did this freebie download, which I did a tutorial from, of this Halloweeny mandala, but she has a mandala book which I already featured, actually, I think. So, but this was her freebie, so I thought I'd colour this one because anyone could have a go as long as you've got a printer. But of course you can always get things printed at your local print shop or library if you don't have your own printer. Now this was a book I was sent this month, so I did I was asked if I was interested in having a copy, which I was. It looked adorable, which it is, and I did a flip through and coloured this inside cover page in black and red and grey, because I thought I had used lots of orange by the time I did this, so I wanted something a little bit different. I used my Arteza Premium pencils, I think, for this one, and that was a video. And then I did the first page here,
Whoops. And again, I was thinking Halloween colours. I used my poly colours. I used my tin of 12, so I slightly didn't have many. So I used red and orange here, excuse me, and then blue and purple, bits of pink, and a lot of black and white. I really should have done these, and it's smudged a bit, and poly colours can be a little bit smudgy, but let's hold it a bit closer. So that's that one. So I'm looking forward to digging in, doing a bit more in there. Now, I couldn't let Halloween go by without doing something from my Wildwood Witches special. Now, I looked up some of the pictures because these are by Steve Hutton, and they're based on paintings of his. So I had a look at this one. I looked it up and it looked really adorable. So I thought, I'm going to do that one. And then I realised once I started that it's very Christmassy. But in his original picture, the background is just blue and there's no floral, there's no holly in it at all. And I thought I was going to do it like that, but because there were berries, I wanted to colour them. So I coloured the background purposely quite lightly, hoping that she would stand out. Yeah, and did that really. But it didn't turn out quite how I'd hoped. But, you know, and I didn't know what colour to do his eye, so I did it orange to match her dress. So, but I find it, once I've looked up a picture, it's quite daunting because it's amazing. So I just had to go anyway. Now, to turn over so I can tell you what I used. I used polychromos, by the way, for that one. Now, this little cute book has quite a lot of Halloween pictures in it because it sort of goes through the seasons. So the autumn, there's quite a lot of autumn pictures featuring, because they're like as a quarter of the book for each season. So this is our fox. I thought it was a dog. It's not, it's a fox. Why do I think it was a dog? I don't know. With the pumpkin. So I coloured this using Castle Arts Botanical pencils. That was that one. And then we have our cats. I kept this one really simple. I just concentrated on the pumpkins. That was with very thin, so it took quite a long time with the thin little pencils. I did this one with the rabbits, again with very thin. I'd had such a good time doing the other one that I just went straight on and I did this one. But I don't believe this is very thin. Look at this, that's not very thin pencil. So I'm not really sure what I actually used for that. I might have used some very thin and then used something else for that. Don't know. And then this cat with the candles, I used Polycolour for that one. And yeah, I kept quite a few things the same colours just to try and tie it all together. There she is. I think she looks quite cheeky. Okay, pocket flowers. I tried to just do from my Halloween colour scheme. So here I started off with orange and purple, but then I wanted to use a bit of pink to make it look a bit better. So that's what I did. And then this one just orange. These are snapdragons. They don't normally come in this colour, but yeah, I just did it. I just fancied something quick and simple. That was those. Then my Calm colouring book is such a sweet little book. I grabbed my Halloween colouring pencils and I think, yeah, these are Arteza Expert. And I spent ages on this, just really getting into it and enjoying it. And yeah, I think the colours worked really well. Yeah. And then this one, I used Ergosoft and just did a quick light colouring on this one. I wanted something really quite simple. I was just in the mood for doing just something quite plain and simple with not too many colours. So, and I picked, it's not really a Halloween palette, but you know, more so. I don't think I'm going to be using very much orange and purple this month. Now, I felt Reptiloids was quite a good book to do for Halloween because they're not scary, they're more funny, but I just felt, so I actually finished the book and I did a flip through of it. So you may have seen the flip through. So what I'm going to do is just show you them really quickly, all the pictures that I did from here. And then if you want to know, see them for longer,
find out what pencils I used and things like that, you can watch my actual flip through video, because I don't want to take too long going through all these, because you've probably seen them if you've watched that video, and if you haven't, you're probably not that interested in seeing them in too much detail. This is almost the last book. I finished this book this month, which was nice, but I also finished another book which I'm going to show you in a second. There isn't a flip through of that one, and I'll explain why in a minute, so if you hold on you can see. So I use lots of different types of pencils in this book. It's Amazon paper. I feel that you just, with your Amazon paper, you just need to be persistent and colour lots of layers if you don't want it to look too textured, or just not worry too much about the fact that it's not going to look really, really neat unless you work really, really hard at it. So I've got a mix of 2 bookmarks in one page. There we go. So that's Reptiloids, which I finished. Now my last book that I finished is this one. It come out a little bit. Now this book, let's just move the bookmarks out of the way. Now I'm not going to show you my completed pages in this book, because I'll show you the first page, because I did a flip through of this book and I did the first page with you. And the idea is that you find the items that are listed and colour them in. So I have done that through the whole book and I finished it, and I found it great fun. I've got to go and answer the phone. Oh, silly phone. Scam call. Anyway, so the idea is that you find all these items and you colour them in on the page, and then you can colour the whole page if you wish, or just the items. So as I said, I went through the book and did them all, but I'm not going to show you them, because if you've got this book, then you want to find them yourself. There are answers at the back, so it shows you where they are. And a few of them I had to look up because I didn't quite know what I was looking for. But the more you do, the more you get to know what they are. But I really enjoyed it. And Chelsea sent me this book actually to review, which I did. And now I'm done with it, and yeah, it was good fun. It was like, if you like word search and if you like colouring, then it's just like a mixture of that. So it's really cool. So that was that one. So I finished that book as well. But as I say, I'm not going to do a flip through. But that is me. So thank you so much. Please subscribe and like. I really appreciate it if you can do that. As I say, it's animated now. So if you press the like button, you get a little, I don't know, little animation. It's quite fun. And also I always appreciate it if you leave a comment. That is great. But thank you so much for watching, and yeah, happy Halloween and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my completed pages video for November. Now there are loads of Johanna Basford this month just because Small Victories was out, and I've done over 20 pages from this already, so there's lots of that. But there are a few other things as well. I've got a couple of other piles of books too to show you. Before I start, welcome to all my new subscribers and followers. I so appreciate it. I've suddenly noticed that I've had a big increase. So thank you, and to my new members as well of my channel. It's huge, and thank you, and I so appreciate it. And all of those of you that have supported me, followed me in Ko-fi and supported me there as well, I so appreciate it. Thank you so much. And please, if you haven't already subscribed, please do, and tick that like button. Right, that's that over with. Let's get on and show you what you're here for. So first Johanna Basford I'm going to show you is this little one, her postcard book. This is Rooms of Wonder, for those of you like me whose German is a bit rusty. And I did this page. Now I did this little tutorial of the pears. You can see you've got a bit of glitter on this page, for a page in my Ko-fi, on my Ko-fi, a step-by-step photo a written tutorial, and I just finished the page this month, so I've done that postcard, so that was rather nice. There is a flip through this postcard book, by the way. I've had it a while, so if you're wondering, and I am wondering if there's going to be a Small Victories postcard book, which
which will be interesting, but I haven't seen. I did have a hunt. I normally buy them off Book Depository, which of course is closed down, so I wouldn't know where to buy it. I'm going to have a look on iMusic, which is where I buy Hanna's books now. So we'll see. I'll have a little search, but I think it's a bit early. They don't usually come out right away. So small victories. I've produced this, which I'm going to show you for those of you who haven't seen my videos during the month. This is the sheet. This is free to download from Ko-fi that I produced. Is very simple, but it's basically a list of all the pages in small victories, and you can complete when you started it, when you finished it, and what materials you used. There is a PDF download, but I've also included an Excel file, which means that you can adjust it if you want. So if you want those columns larger so you can have a bit more room to write or whatever, you can do that. Or if you don't like the names I've given to the pages, you can change them. But that's available for you if you want it. I haven't kept mine up to date. I've been very naughty. I need to. But anyway, so here's what I've done. I haven't bookmarked any pages. I'm just going to work through it in order. Now, I've done a lot with polychromos this month. The postcard I just showed you was, and a lot of these are, but I will try and remember to tell you what I used, as I just forgot. So this is obviously the title page, and there it is done with polychromos, but these stars are done with some gold pen. I think it's Posca, I couldn't be sure. So I've done that one. So these are all in the book, I think, somewhere. I don't know because I haven't done it. I've seen some of them already in the book. And then I also did this page here, again using polychromos. I have been trying to save some of the pages for you for videos, but some of them I've just done myself because I'm not sure, like this one, I'm not really sure it's video material, not my sort of video anyway. But also, you know, if it's fun and I'm in the mood for it, I just do it. I think, well, if you really want some videos and I've already coloured the pages, I can always get another copy because it's such a delightful book. These, again, polychromos. Now this one is done with Pablo pencils, the Caran d'Ache. They went down really nicely on the paper. I was always expecting polychromos to work, but these were good too. I haven't actually found any that don't work, and I think this paper is the same UK and USA, I think. So this one, Ergosoft, they went down nicely. I think Johanna uses Ergosoft a lot herself, or Staedtler pencils, so I think she always sort of makes sure they work on her paper. So that was that one. Let's go on through. This one here, the pencil is Staedtler Design Journey, so very similar to the Ergosofts. And then the background is just a Mungio pastel. That went down nicely too. And then this one was done with Black Widows. I didn't get such a good result with those, but I think that's more to do with the pencils. I didn't really persevere very hard with them here. You can see quite a bit of white paper through. But I think also on this side of the page it's quite difficult because you can't lean. What I found is better, I didn't learn it with this, to put another book underneath like that and lean on the book, and that helps you. It's because the spine is quite thick and doesn't open flat, so... I've also seen, talking about the thick spine, some people have had their copies spiral bound and it's completely ruined the pictures because they're so close to the spine. So I think people were suggesting if you have it spiral bound to bind it at the top. I would even suggest just have the spine cut off and use it loose leaf, I think, rather than spiral binding it, because I know you wouldn't necessarily then remember the order, but I think you could then get right to the edge. That would be my thought. This one was such a delightful page, and because they're so tiny, I just did them myself. And what did I do those with? Oh, mixed pencils. I think I started with polys. I used some Black Widows. I used some Ergosoft. I mixed it all up. Used all sorts. So that was good. They all went down well. Where are we going? Got a big space. Oh, these, yes. I was influenced by Emily Illustrator's version of this, where she used Ergosoft pencils. Mine looks totally different to hers. She has a much lighter touch with her colouring than I do. And
I started copying hers with the first pencil, and then I just wanted to do my own thing, so I closed her picture and just did my own thing. So I don't know how similar it ended up being to hers, but I just wanted to do myself. Okay. Now this double, I did actually one after the other. These larger florals were done with Castle Art Soft Touch pencils. Now I find I can't always get to such a good point with these, or I do have to keep sharpening them. So I think quite good for this bigger design, and I used a black Posca pen behind to make them stand out, and there's a bit of gold Posca. Don't know how easy it is to see around the edge. These were done with Tombow Erogeton pencils. They're really useful for these small spaces as well. I just sometimes find the colour range a little bit odd. I don't know, it doesn't always quite have the colours that I want. I use the sort of fluorescent-y ones in that one. This one I did yesterday. I used Ergosoft, I think. I'm sure I did, yes. Ergosoft for this one. So that was nice. I used a really faint colour in the background, and I used bits of pen, but I didn't use any white on the bubbles. Perhaps I should have done. Anyway, a few white dots here and there. Sakura jelly roll. I've been looking through to try and find Christmassy type pictures to do for you from here in December. I found a few. Now I did this page, although it lends itself to a series of tutorials, because Barbara Colour had done some, Emily Illustrator had done some, Johanna had done some. I thought, you've had so many tutorials on this page, so I just did it myself. And that was polychromos, and I had a whale of a time. I really liked all of those. It's great fun. And I have been taking my time with this book, doing it quite slowly, which is why I haven't got as many pictures this month. I've just been, indulging. This one I enjoyed a lot. This was polychromos. It reminds me of one from Worlds of Wonder with the boat on the water, which I really enjoyed colouring as well. That one had a circle in the background. I did a galaxy sky, I think. I didn't want to do a background. When I finished, I just felt like I wanted it to pop off the page. Now here's the space one. You may have seen my tutorials for these. I wanted to make it look as unblack as possible, because Johanna had said something about not wanting it to be black, and there it is. So there's 6 tutorials for that one, and they're done with the metallic pencils. I used a mix of Castle Arts and Brut Funa. The background is Mungio pastels, and there's a metallic pen, all sorts going on in that one. Everything went down really well. A bit of pastel there. I should have to erase that before I do these. This one was done using Black Widow's pencils. I'm not very keen on this pink colour, which sort of put me off the whole picture really. It's a shame, but it was a bit, I don't know, I don't like that cyanide pink. I don't know why I chose to use it. But anyway, I should have used this plum pudding, it's much nicer. But never mind, but there was that one. I think the tortoise is next. Oh no, we have the fruit page. You may be getting this one today, I think, maybe. But yeah, I really like colouring fruit, and so I was just in my element on this page, and I did the series for you, which I hope that you liked. Yeah, it's just such fun. So there are those. So all of those are tutorial videos if you want to have a look. This is Mr. Tortoise. He is done using polychromos again. So many polychromos this month, and some Mungio pastels with a cloud stencil in for the sky, and not a stencil for the bottom. So that's him. This is the autumn wreath page. That was a 2-part video. Also done with polychromos. The reason there's so many polychromos is because they have a lovely range of colour, obviously with the 120, but also I find it much easier to get into small areas with those. So that is why I used lots of those this month. Then we have our dragons. Again, this was a 2-part video for those, and they were actually done with Castle Arts, so a bit of a different pencil with some pastel in the background.
going to be doing these soon, I think. Spoiler alert. This was the first series I did from the book. I was really attracted to these circular shapes, and I was really pleased with how it came out, just because, you know, I enjoyed it so much. I think that's reflected in the colouring, really. That's polychromos. This narwhal page, also polychromos again. Oh, loved it. Spent ages on this, just really enjoying and indulging myself. And then I did this little one here. Let's bring it a bit closer for you to see. That one was with polychromos, and also this one with polychromos. So yeah, quite a lot done in there already. Love the book. Love it. Right, let's have a look. Let's move on to another book. The planner. So Johanna Bastard's planner. Every week on a Monday you will have a video. There may be two, it's usually two because it's quite a big amount to do. This one was done with Pablo pencils with a black Posca background. Then the next week's, these were done with Prismacolor. We did a bit of blending and a bit of a different technique with those. Then this one was a really gentle, easy one, I thought, done with Ergosoft, just quite a simple, with a few bits of pastel in the background. And then this one, a little more complicated. The bed itself, Stedler Design Journey, we made a bit of gold, not too hard. I don't think I'm well practiced in gold though. I've got a lot of videos with gold. The stars have a bit of glitter pen. I wanted to make it look slightly festive because we're getting to that time of year. And around it, I just messed around with a few different pastels to make a sort of glowy, shiny, nighttimey thing going on. It's really similar to the version of that I did in my actual book. And you can see a flip through of the book because I finished it. That's is that Worlds of Wonder? Yeah, finished it. But anyway, those are the planner pages. As you can find the videos for all of those. I did a few from Ivy. I need to erase this. I've got pencil all over the cover. So I did a few simple ones from here. I did this border here. It's got metallic pen on the outsides. I don't think it's very easy to see. But it's mainly done in Black Widows. Actually, it says opposite. I'm wondering if that's actually the right page. I think it is. It says opposite butterflies, which is in plural on my list. But anyway, I'm sure it's the right one. This one I did. This one took a fair amount of time too. But that background is pastel, so it was pretty quick. The jars are done with Black Widows. No, I'm lying. Polychromos. And there's some sparkly, shiny stuff going on. The wings are glittered. The stars are white. And around each pot there is some shiny metallic pen, but you can't really see it. And the background is done in just pastels. I just used this lovely warm brick-ish colour, keeping it lighter around the pots and darker in the corners to try and give that impression that the light is lighting up that bit of the wall. But I didn't do anything too complex like make bricks. I just kept it, and I like those sorts of colours, so that was good. And then I just did this the other day, in the mood for small victories, but was in Ivy. So I did this teeny tiny butterfly and the ivy and butterfly here. And I just did that with Ergosofts. I was just in the mood for getting something finished and doing something quick. And if you don't have small victories, then these colour palette test pages are really good because they just have a little tiny image there. Okay, now Worlds of Wonder, I am working on this page. Now it's very unlike me to have a long-standing work in progress, but we did this one in October, and then this one I used this colour cube card. These are Sarah Renee Clark's colour cube cards. You can buy them only from her website, so if you look up her you can find them. The postage used to be very expensive. It is a little cheaper now because she has a UK warehouse, so if you are thinking of getting them, that you might find they're a little bit cheaper, but the digital version is much cheaper. But yeah, we did this. This was a video, just showed you how I chose the colours from the card. We just had a good fun colouring that one. I'm planning on doing more of these. it might just be a very long running series. I thought might do a Christmassy one, maybe. I haven't quite planned all my Christmas yet, so we'll see. Some of it I have, some of it I haven't. This is my calendar. I can't zoom out anymore, so it just about fits in shot. This is the 20. Hang on, let me just check. Yes, 2018 Secret Garden calendar, and this is the November page. I used Prismacolor for this one, and I think there might be pastel in the back. Yeah, it's pastel. It's all smudged out the sides. Pastel in the background. It's got one page left. Then I'll do a flip through for you, probably at the end of December, once all the Christmassiness is finished. And yeah, I'll probably do December's with a Christmas theme of some sort or another. Not sure what yet. But that was one of my challenges for the year, was to finish that calendar. Well, to start the calendar and then finish it. Shh. I've only had it since 2018. It's not that long. But I have enjoyed it. But because I had Secret Garden and I was working through it last few years, and I had the miniature one, then doing the calendar as well was a bit much, and the pages were big and daunting. But now I haven't got a Secret Garden on the go at the moment. It's quite nice to have the odd Secret Garden picture to do. Let's just move that colour cue card, it's rather distracting. Now this is Maria Trolle's universe, and I was asked to do a tutorial on this page, which I did. So I think it's a two-parter. Using polychromos, because the person that asked me to do it has polychromos as their main pencil set, so I did it for them with the polys. But I know a lot of you watched it, so thank you for that. And then I got this new Maria Trolle book. Now this is the only other one I've done. I haven't done a lot of her stuff this month because I was doing autumn, and then I was doing small victories, and then I was doing Christmas, so I haven't done many. But this is a beautiful book. So I did these on camera when I did my flip through, but I finished it and did that little bit, the little girl Vivi. She's called Vivi, I think. That one. And these are done in Stedler Design Journey, a different pencil. Wow. And then this page. Now this page stood out to me. I thought was a beautiful page, and I immediately knew how I wanted to colour it, so I just did it. And it took me a long time, a few days, which is another reason why I haven't got so many pictures. This page took me a long time. And polychromos, but I had a ball. I loved every second of colouring that page. Just loved it. So that was that one. And now we're moving on to Hanna, Carlson. So City Among the Stars. Here, see, I'm sure I've shown you this one already, but apparently I did it this month, maybe a long time ago. This is Black Widow pencils, but I'm sure I did it a long time ago. But anyway, with a, there's a gold Posca and the Mungio pastels in the background, with some white dots which have gone pink, annoyingly, but there we go. Now Atlantis, her new book. I haven't done a lot from here, but this one was a tutorial of the lovely frog. Looks like Ergosoft. Yes, Ergosoft, and pastel top on. Oh, we've gone very blurred. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Yes, pastel top and bottom for that one. Yeah, my camera does like to focus on the thing closest to it. So seasons. So I found this sort of what I thought was quite an autumnal looking page, or it had potential. I think it's in the autumn section. The seasons is split by section. We've got a really big mess on the edge of this page. Now I used I'm just trying to see Stedler Design Journey for the main work, but this background is done with a Sennelier pastel, and it is so messy. It's made such a mess here, but it does erase, I think. yeah, it just erases like other pastel. So I have to just clean that up before but there's no point in me doing it now because it's going to keep transferring. It's transferred all over the place. Really needs a fixative. If we ever have a warm sunny day, I might use my fixative, and it's an iridescent pastel, so it's shiny, but it isn't that shiny. What I find with iridescent pastel, with my pan pastels as well, is that if you rub them, the iridescence disappears. So you have to sort of dab them. So that's interesting. But the pan pastels, maybe if I had the proper applicators, it might work better. I have got them. I am thinking about getting them, but it's the wrong time of year for me treating myself to things. So we'll see. Next year. Sometimes I get Christmas money. So this one is the gold pan pastel in the background. Look at that. Again, I sort of dabbed it on a bit. It's quite patchy if you look at a bit without, but I actually quite like that patchiness. And if you can make out the picture, if I tip it that way, it's done with polychromos. I should have guessed. So I spent a lot of time on that one too. It was a buddy colour, I think, but yeah, it's good. And I did a seasons postcard as well in a video, this one here. Now, it was a giveaway. I added to it after I finished the video, which was a bit naughty of me. I put some stickles on it and some different things to make it shiny. But the winner, who was Carol Parker 5536, has this. I drew the names out of a hat, you can see. Hasn't got back to me to try and contact me, so I'm going to sort of hope that she's watching this video and she knows she's won, and that if she messages me through Instagram, Facebook, or any comment on YouTube, I'll see it, and I'll find a way that I can get her address and send it to her. So hopefully we can get that one off to the winner. Now, Midnight Masquerade. I did this sort of gold pot. I was in the mood for sort of getting into festive but also autumn, so I did the berries. You know me. Let's put that flat so you can see it. You know me, I love my berries, so I did the berries, and then I don't know what am I going to do with the pot, so I made it sort of gold, and there's some glitter on there and all sorts of things going on. So yeah, had a bit of a field day on that one with the old festivity. I get very excited about Christmas coming. So Witch's Cottage, I am working through this one in order from front to back. So again, this one took me a while because it's a double, because, you know, working from front to back, so I've got to do it. What did I use for this one? Oh, I haven't turned the page. Oh, I need to turn the page in my book. There we go, Prismacolor, that's right. And there's a couple of things in this page that I really wanted to stand out, and they do. So this bit here with the sort of bottle and ghost, and this bit with the candle, I wanted to stand out. I had a lot of fun with the background, trying to make the shelves look a bit more three-dimensional, which I was happy with. And then the other things I wanted to keep a little bit more low-key. I probably should have put a bit of white pen on the crystals, but you know, I was quite pleased with the overall look of it. It was quite a daunting page being a double, I knew I had to do background, and I did the background in pencil. So in Forest Kingdom, I got a bit of a festive vibe going on. I wanted to start doing some festive pictures, and so I did this bug in festive colours, and there's glitter pen around it as well. It's done with polychromos. What a surprise. So yeah, I was feeling really festive. But recording this, it's not even anywhere. Well, we've got less than a month to go, I suppose. Right, we're back to autumn. Rita Berman. This is Rita's autumn book, and I tried to do a fair bit in here just because she has got the loveliest autumn pictures. So this apple I had a go at. Now I'm trying to think. Artex pencils. I found they didn't necessarily blend brilliantly, but I layered them up, and in the end I was really pleased. It took quite a lot of work to get the colours looking how I wanted, and I could still see quite a bit of white paper. Actually, when after my first layer, it was red, yellow, green, looked like the Indian flag, is it? I can't remember. My son told me. But anyway, I did this sort of multicolour background in the end. I thought it looked... I'd seen Rita do these sorts of multicolour things on her pages, and so I used it, and I was pleased. Had great fun with the berries, as always. Now this page, I did this sort of multicoloured ribbon of flowers. I used something else. No, polychromos. It's getting a bit silly now. Yes, I used polychromos and just did lots of colours. Now it's really unlike me to do a big mad colour, so I kept the leaves, all the sort of foliage in the same colour on this bit, and then I did lots of different greens on the outside. I just really had fun with it. I tried something a bit different and it worked, so I was pleased. Usually I would stick to a very limited palette. This one, again, something a bit different. Rita Berman has got some video on her Instagram page showing her versions of these 3 pumpkins. So, and they were beautiful. So I looked at those carefully and I copied them using polychromos, and then I used did the rest of them in the same colour scheme because I could only see the 3. The circles I drew, not brilliant, and this one I managed to draw round things, but later some of them I couldn't like draw round something, so they're a bit odd. But oh, it took me quite a long time, but I just, again, every minute I was like, oh, such fun. And yeah, particularly like this one in the middle, and yeah, really, really good. So that was nice. Lots of gold pen. I don't know if you could see that, but lots of gold. I think Rita uses gold paint, but I don't have gold paint, and I find gold pen much easier. Now Rita sent me this book of her postcards, which was very, very kind of her. She even drew me a little picture, and I did this one, which you may have seen in my flip through video. I coloured this gorgeous little elephant one, and she says it's an advent calendar in postcard form for me to do in December, but I may not, because they're not very Christmassy, but I will. I am very grateful and I will enjoy them, I know. Right, let's just move my bookmarks away. Now, I did start Rita's winter book because of it being Christmas-ish, and I started with this one, quite simple. There's a lot going on with it though. The tree is done with Pablo pencils. There's 2 shades, one for the outside bits and one for the main part. Then on these bits that the main outlines, there's some red, I think it's glitter pen. Then the outside is a couple of pastels with an iridescent top coating on the top with a pan pastel iridescent. It's this one here, it's called White Fine Pearl Medium. So there's a bit of that on the top. I can see it, but I don't think it shows up on the camera. And then all the around here, which again is really hard for you to see, oh, I can do that, that's done in silver pen. So when it's like that, the light catches it, you can't see it. So all those shapes that Rita's drawn on, done in silver. So yeah, lots of bits and pieces, but yeah, not complicated. Now we're moving on to some mandalas. This one, colour cube card. You may have seen this one. I did put it on my Facebook and Instagram pages, and I used this colour cube card, but around the edge there's actually gold glitter pen. Actually it looks, no, I think it, oh, I don't know, it might be the see-through one. I think it is gold. Who knows? I'll keep arguing with myself. Just talk amongst yourselves. Now we have another mandala, but let's move the colour cube cards. The getting all muddled up with the bookmarks. Keep them separate. Right. Light-hearted mandalas to go. So this one with this card, you can see it's sort of autumnal where you're going for that one. Polychromos. Don't think I told you what I used for the last one, polychromo. This one, oops, hang on, we've got one here. This one I was sort of, that looks quite Halloweeny, doesn't it? I don't know, that was done with coarse pencils. I think I just wanted to use the purples because they're pretty. This one is Brute Funa Metallic. So I used this card and then just picked the nearest metallic pencils. This one is such a pretty card. I used my Yova pencils for that one. Okay, now Calm Colouring, which is a little book I was gifted. I used this one for here. I didn't know what colours to use, so I just grabbed a card. And then the next one, I didn't use a card, I just did some nice colours. Actually, I looked up hibiscus and just picked a few colours, did a bit of green behind. Oh, it's a bit far away, isn't it? And then a black Posca outline, which is a bit messy, but there we go. Now my flowers book. This was an experiment. This is an Inktense orange pencil. And I tried it out, activated it, and then coloured over it. I found it really difficult to colour over, but I assume that's the paper because I know some people have real success with that. And I tried colouring it over with Prisma, and maybe that wasn't the best pencil to use, I don't know. Oh, and Polly's. I tried different pencils. You see, it's made the page a bit crinkly. And this one, I just really wanted to do it a very soft colour. I was in the mood for something after doing lots of bright autumn. I just wanted something a little softer, so that's Ergosofts, just keeping it light. Now this book, I did a couple of buddy colours with my friend Michelle. She bought me this book so we could buddy together. So we've got some autumnal colour cube cards. This one was, I used very thin, the Prismacolor very thin pencils for that one. And then this one I used Arteza Expert with that colour cube card. Yeah, that's it for that book. Then we have the Flower Year. This is another yearly challenge, doing a page a month. So that was last month, this is this month. So we've got the November page with all the berries. I did look up the berries. And I think these are the right colours. This is elderberry. It's probably a little bit too blue, but it's a bit of artistic license and I like the colour. Can't remember what these were, but I looked them up and they came in lots of different colours, so I picked those because I like them. And I used polychromos, of course. And the winter ones, we've got holly and mistletoe and things. I may do a tutorial, but I might not because I've got a lot of holly ones, so I'll have a think. This one was a book that I was gifted this month, and I just did the one picture in it using Yova pencils, and I just, again, really liking that colour combination, so having a play with it. Now what sort of moving into Christmas, I do have a few non-Christmassy ones as well. I tried to leave the Christmas ones to the end to sort of move through the season, but it didn't work. So anyway, so this one I just finished today. I hope that gold paint's dry. It is. It's gold Posca pen. So I used Pablo pencils for this one. I don't know what's going on in there, but anyway. Yeah, had to go with that. So that was good. And there's a gold Posca pen for the frame. And then this one here, what did I use for that squirrel? Oh, polychromos, what a surprise. There's also some gold pen on this, so if I tilt it, don't know if it's really showing up, but that was that one. So squirrel, and there's bits of white pen on there as well in places. So that was good. But that's one I might try and finish this season, this winter, but I'm not sure. It's quite a lot to go because this one again I might want to finish too. I did this one. I think I did this one last night. So this one was done with, where are you, Matchstick Mouse? Pablo's. And the skates are done with the silver Pablo pencil, but there's also silver glitter pen for the movement lines and a see-through glitter pen for the snow. You can't really tell the difference. And there's gold glitter pen on the stars. Now for the snow on this one I used a light blue. There's a really light blue pencil in the Pablo's, and there's some white pen for the pom-poms. So there we go. This one, whoops. Now this one I wanted to inject some colour, so I did that in the sky. Doesn't want to go into focus. So this one I used polychromos. It took quite a long time colouring this, I seem to remember. Actually, I used a few Prismacolors to blend the tree, I remember. It took me a while to realise what this was. This is a pencil sharpener blade that Mouse is using to cut off the top of the tree to make her Christmas tree. Now these stars are all done in different colour pencil, and I just outlined them in white so they stood out a little bit more. So and I just made them all multicoloured because the picture didn't have a lot of colour in, so I just wanted to add some colour. Now we're going back to autumn with this one. Now this book does have all the seasons in, but I was looking through and so this is like we're going on to winter from here on in the book, but I just saw this picture with and it caught my eye, so I coloured this one rather than a Christmassy one. And I used Artex pencils, and it looks fairly Christmassy with all the red, maybe, but that was that one. And a couple more. This book here, I think these were limited edition. I'm not sure you can buy them anymore. But I did, oops, this page here. This I thought, I mean it could be just a stag, but I thought it looked like a reindeer. And I was sort of thinking Christmas colours, so I did red and green and yellow. And it was just a really relaxing page. I didn't do any shading. I just blocked in the colour using my Yova pencils. Just chilled work. Now we've got a couple of Agatha Pop pages. This is, whoops, the autumn page. Now I did a tutorial for you here and here showing you some different colour combos for autumn leaves, but the page is so beautiful. I just finished it. Now people often ask me what paper I use for downloads. Now I used to buy Bristol board and I found it didn't quite have enough tooth for my liking. I've got some Derwent paper, it's got too much tooth, so I've started just sticking to printer copy paper, and I'm finding it's working for me. And the only thing is, because this is printed double-sided, you can see the print through a little bit, but yeah. So that's copy paper, but I just kept all the autumn colours, Pablo pencils, lots of fun. And last but not least is another Agatha Pop page. This one. Now I did this parcel page in a video when I was showing you all her Christmas offerings. She's actually working on a new Christmas page as I'm recording this. But this was I've shown you all the ones she sent me. So she sent me all her pages for free, apart from one that I bought off her. And I outlined all the ribbons with a glitter pen and just coloured them all in different colour combos using Artex pencils. Took me a while, had fun, why not? So I did, that's it now, 73 pictures, so not as many as normal, but I took my time on a few of them and it took a bit longer, but that was fine. And also I've been recording things for next month which you haven't seen yet, and yeah, I just didn't get so much done, but it doesn't matter, it's not a race. So yes, but yes, Small Victories took up a lot of time, just enjoying, you know, and devouring and just slowly colouring. But that's me. It's got a couple of pages of pictures, a bit messy, but there we go. But that's me for this month. Yeah, have a fantastic December. I am looking forward to lots more sparkle, glitter pens, metallics, yeah, all that. Can't wait. But thank you so much for watching. Hope the if you want to buy any of the books or downloads or anything, let me know, because I can send you links. I do have affiliate links, so it sort of means I get commission on some of them I don't. But if you want any of them or want to know what I used or blah, ask questions, it doesn't matter. I try and answer everything I can. So anyway, thank you for watching. Stop blaring on there, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, it is that time to do a video showing you all my completed pages from December. It does look quite a lot. I don't think it's as many as usual, partly because some of the pages were smaller. Not this one that I'm showing you now, which is actually upside down. Some of them were smaller. I had COVID and I wasn't colouring so much for a little while, and Christmas obviously takes up time as well, but I've got quite a lot of festive pages to show you, so I've had quite a nice time doing some festive, some not festive pages. This I'm going to start with Hanna. This is the December page of my Secret Garden calendar. You may have already seen my completed flip through of the calendar, which I put up much earlier in the month, and so this is just the page that I did this month, December, and now that calendar is all finished. That was one of my goals for this year, to complete this calendar, which I've done. I'm not actually going to be setting any colouring goals for 2024. I don't know why, I just decided it wasn't something that I was going to do. Now we have Small Victories. Now this is a book that I'm very likely to finish in 2024, but I'm not going to set it as a goal. I'm just going to I'm not up for doing that this time. So this is the little truck that I did. This page will become a series. I'm looking forward to doing the others actually, but I just did this one because it was festive, and it was a short video that I did this month. And I'm just having a look at what I used. I used Ergosofts for that one. So there is our festive truck. Whether I'll do Ergosofts for the rest or not, maybe, because they're quite detailed. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some more. Eventually, my members of my channel will get this as a compilation, all the trucks together. But obviously, I've only done one so far, so I can't. But I will paste them all together, glue them all together, and give them a compilation eventually. That's the truck. Then I did this one, which you might want me to zoom out. I think, yeah, that was this month. What did I call it? Where is this one? House on Mushroom, there we are. Polychromos, there's a bit of gold glitter pen too. If I tip it, you can see the stars are gold, not glitter, just a metallic pen. So there's that one. Reminds me, I need to order a new gold pen. And my husband was doing an order for gold pens and asked me what I wanted. I said a gold pen, and then I haven't given him it. Now this page, I know some of you might have sort of maybe expected me to do this one as a series, because they're, you know, it's quite a good one. But they were so small and intricate. I did some of them as my Advent pages. Now, what I did was, if you follow me on Instagram and look at my stories, you would have seen that every day I did a Small Victories picture as an Advent page, which is something that Hanna suggested we do. And some of these I did, not all of them. Some of them I did after and just completed the page, but they've all got a metallic circle around in a colour that matches the background. And each row has got different colour flowers in it, different colour backgrounds, that sort of thing, which is quite fun. Now this one again was a video. I'll come in a little closer. Was my sort of festive cupcake. So I did the case in red and green to be sort of festive, and then the stars in metallics. There's some glitter on them as well, a bit hard to show, but there is, as I said, there's a video for that one. I'm just coming back out because the next one is a full page. This one was my day 1 and 2 of the Advent. I used the koi and the house, which was I enjoyed that. Those little flowers, by the way, was done in polychromos, as was this. I used a lot of polychromos this month. As when I had COVID, I just didn't feel like getting out of the chair very much, so they were on my desk. I just used them. I couldn't be bothered to think about what other pencils to use and things like that, so I just used polychromos a lot. The bubbles are done with a glitter pen. You can just about see them.
That is that one. And I think I did this one as well. I've written down Island, and I think that with Staedtler Design Journey pencils, I'm pretty sure this is it. It's definitely done with Staedtler's. The background is a cloud stencil with some soft pastels. So that's that one. And then this one was done with, I think, yes, Staedtler Design Journey. Sort of nice pale pinks. I'm not, as you know, you don't usually do pinks. I think I was just in a, can't be bothered to choose mood. Now this one I had a lot more fun with. I was feeling well when I did this one. And this I did with, I'm just trying to look for you, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Ergosoft. And we've got some shine on the bottle and some light coming out the lighthouse and things like that. Fun with that one. Our next one is this. And we have, this again was part of my sort of advent pages, and I used some colour cue cards on some of them. So I'm just going to try and match up the ones I did with colour cue cards. That's that one. Okay. Doesn't look that much like it, but it is. This one, I think might be, is it that one? Yeah, I think that's that one. They look quite different, don't they? This one is definitely that one. There. When they had white, I just didn't use anything. This one is this one. That one is, oh, is it that one? No, it's that one. That one's that one. And then this one is this one. And these are all festive. I was almost at the Christmas section of my colour cube cards and I skipped forward and grabbed the Christmas ones out. Now, these are all done with there's some, each of the stems is done in black and there's some clear glitter glue on top. Some of these, as you can see, I used a colour cube card to choose. Others were more random. These are sort of more multicoloured or a sort of fixed colour scheme. I just messed around. And every feather has the detailing and the outside done in a metallic pen. A lot of them are gold or silver, but this one is actually in a sort of bluey green. That one's in a pink. So there's a few different colours. I was just messing around. I had a great time with those. And again, those were sort of my advent pages. Now this Fruit Sunday was a good fun. This is done in polychromos, and I just did these sort of fireworky type bits in the background with a pink metallic pen. It's a Posca, and you know, it was just to put something in there, and it was really simple, so that was good. Now this is the winter wreath. I did this as a video. I think it was 4 parts with the mistletoe, the holly, the ivy and the poinsettias. So that was that one. And then this was also a set of videos, festive florals, I called them. I tried to do festive colour combos. So we've got our typical gold, red, green, but I did a sort of purple and silver, a sort of blue and gold, and then a sort of orangey, goldy, bronzy thing going on. So there's some metallics, there's some glitter, all very Christmassy, I thought. That is my next Johanna Basford. And then we have the planner. Now, planners are always done on video, and at the very end of the planner I have recorded a flip through of the completed planner, which you may have seen already. It would have already gone out. So this is the 1st December page. I won't linger too long. Staedtler Design Journey, Black Widows, polychromos and polychromos. So as I said, there is a flip through of the whole book, and there are videos for every page in this whole book, so you can follow those if you want to. Now we move on to Rita Berman. So this is her winter book, so this is the one I've been focusing on. I did this page here. I'm pretty sure that Christmas tree I must have done last month. I'm just going to check. Yeah. So this is the one I did this month. You can see it's quite shiny. It's done in metallic pencils, but there's a bit of glitter on that snow in the middle as well, and some glitter there and there, a few bits of glitter here and there. So that was that one. It's quite a simple one. This one is my favourite page I've coloured this month. I'll come in closer for you. Now Rita Berman coloured this page using this, almost this exact colour scheme, and I copied hers because I thought it was beautiful. The background, I started off copying hers to about there, and then it became a bit tedious because there's so much colour in it. Let me tip it that way because my light is shining on it. So I just sort of made it up based on these first few. But all the items are coloured using her scheme. There's lots of snow and things like that. It was just, it took me quite a long time, so I took time over it because it was just really, really fun to do one and just copy her style, which was nice. And then I did these two. I didn't do them as a double, but they happen to be a double, so I can come out. So we have the gifts on this side. Oh, that last one was polychromos, by the way. The gifts, these are polychromos too. So the gifts are mainly just plain pencil, but around the edge of each of the ribbons and the snowflakes is some glitter pen, just clear glitter. And then this one, again, polychromos, and there's glitter pen on the sleigh and a little bit of silver pencil on the sort of blade of the sleigh. And then there's some glitter around the beads and things. It's a little difficult to see. There's some glitter on the snowflake as well. Didn't do a background for that. I thought about it. I had it sitting around for a while I thought, and in the end I decided not to. There isn't a background on that side. Now I did these two as well. Again, not a double. So this one, this is when I really didn't have a lot of energy. So I just coloured, I saw someone else had done, sorry, I don't know who, a similar way with these sorts of tones. So I did the pink, purple, blue. And then I covered them all with glitter. Or just a clear glitter pen. And I'm going to sneeze now. And this side is a little simpler. There are bits of glitter on it from here, but they're not supposed to be. I did it's polychromos again with soft pastel background and some glittery snowflakes. I just wanted something simple. Now here I did this side last year. Yes, so I did this side this year with my Ergosofts, which is what I used over there, so just to sort of tie it all in, and completed that one. So that's what I've done in there. I'll probably do some more in winter during January. Now this book Rita sent me to do as an Advent book, and you may have seen me posting the pictures on my Instagram stories. If not, I have put I've done a flip through anyway, so I'm just going to go through them really quickly. That one I actually did when I did a flip through of the book when I first got it. So actually I'll leave it that way. So I'll just show you really quickly. Then this is done with polychromos. The polychromos, right the wrong way. Polychromos. Polychromos. I did a lot of polys. I think they all are, to be honest. That one again, polys. Some of them I did when I was not well, and I picked really simple ones like this. It's got polychromos and some silver pen on it. That's Ergosoft. We're back to polys with the rhino. And then this one was done using a colour cube card, the trees, make it sort of Christmassy colours. And then we have polys, 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 whoops. Ergosoft, yay, something different. Polys with some pastel in the background. Ergosoft. Polys. All the rest are polychromos. I like that one. I like them already. I coloured them in this order I'm showing you. This isn't the order they come in the book.
all of them have got a bit of gold pen on, because Rita Berman does that when she does colours. I thought it was cute. So last one. Okay, so that's it. I've only gone through them quickly because there is, whoops, a flip through video over there that you can look at if you want to look at them in more detail. Let's put the elephant back in. Right, turn my page. We have Flora. Let's come out a bit. This is Maria Trolle. She does have a few Christmassy pictures in her books, but I've only done the one. But I have been asked to do this one as a video, and lots of snow. I'm remembering how to do snow after a year of not doing it, so I will be doing this as a series for you at some point during January, but I thought I could leave it till January because it's not really Christmassy, so I wanted to just do Christmassy. So here is our angel, gold wings and soft pastel background with white stars. Is she Polly's? Yes. So there is that one. Whoops, I just need to make myself some space. There we go. Now we have a season's postcard, which is in a frame that I did. You can't see the whole postcard because the amount is in the way. This is under my Christmas tree at the moment. Well, obviously not right now. But it hides the plug socket for the lights. It sits in front of it. And that's polychromos. Just put that there, put it back in a minute under the tree. And I did one from here. Now there's quite a few Christmassy, wintry pictures in here. I may do some more. A lot of them actually aren't that Christmassy, like this one over here isn't particularly Christmassy. But this one is with the candy cane, so I did that one. And that was done with polychromos, and there's some soft pastel to make that sort of reddish, goldish background. Now, Matchstick Mouse Christmas. I finished a copy of this, but I had 2 copies, so I started a new one this Christmas, which was rather nice. And yeah, let's go through here. So this one was done with Prismacolor, and I used this colour cube card. So I was quite limited in my colour. It looks very pale. The bird is grey, but you can see the greys are really quite pale. I used the black for the beak and legs, but obviously he's grey as well, so I needed to have a bit of contrast. And I did silver stars in the background and used this sort of shortcake colour for the trees. It's very faint, but yeah, it was a bit different, a bit of a challenge. Now this one here, actually I can come in closer, can't I? There we go. This one here, let's have a look. Is polychromos, and I've used some glitter pen in her hat as well. And I drew some little red stars on her apron. Sometimes I do a sort of patchwork, but I thought it was fun, a bit different. Now here we have one with lots of prezzies. This one I was quite ill when I did this one. This one Ergosoft I used for that because I didn't want lots of colour choice. Now candy cane, I went over these, this is black in the picture, and I went over it in red Posca so that it looks red and white, which is what I wanted my candy cane to look like. In the background there are these white dots which I coloured gold rather than white, and I used some Posca to make red and yellow dots in the tree as well. So I played around with that a little bit, did a bit of reflection of the light on top of the hat. Not much, just playing around. This one is done with Polycolour pencils. I did her a little gold hat band, which is a bit of fun. Some white in the tinsel. It's not so good. I got better at tinsel as I did a few more. And the bobble's supposed to be gold, but it didn't really work. Yeah, this tinsel was better. This page is done with polychromos, but there's gold pen in places on some of the wrapping paper and in the tinsel, just to make it look more shiny, and there's white in her fur on her hat. And this one again, we've got some white in the fur. The hat's done in the same way, and Worm's hat is the same. We've got some white in the tinsel on this one to try and make it look more tinsely.
I don't know what else word to use, but that one is all done with Arteza Premium. Use some different pencils for that one. I will try and use some different pencils in January. This one, I put some different colour lines into the tinsel to try and make it look a bit better. It doesn't look as good as the last one. And this one is Polychromos. I enjoyed doing that fire, particularly I like colouring fire. And this one I did yesterday. I wanted something simpler. I was getting quite tired. Polychromos. The stars I just did in a mix of colours and outlined them in white, so they stood out quite well. The clouds have got a little bit of blue on. I didn't really know what else to do with them, but I did some gold because her broom has got holly in, so it's a bit different to normal. I thought I'd do some gold leaves. I thought it'd be fun. So there is that one. There's still quite a few to do in there, but that's okay. Might do a few more in January, or leave some for next Christmas. Seems a bit early to be talking about next Christmas, but anyway. Magical Season I finished, and I have done a completed book flip through, but I'll just show you the ones that I did this month. So there was the snowman, which was done with Polychromos, and there's a metallic pen on the border. It's a sort of Posca pen. Then this one was done with Black Widow pencils, and again there's some gold pen like on her pocket. I think that's it actually. Oh, and then on the candles, it just looks like there's nothing there from the way the light is. Then we have this one here, which is Polychromos again. I did a lot of these when I wasn't feeling too well, because the shading is done for you, you don't need to do too much. And our angel, she's got a sort of sparkly belt, and there's some silver pen around the edge. She is done with Arteza Expert. Our fox is done with Polychromos. This one is also done with Polychromos. That one isn't done very well, I don't think. Anyway, the bird wreath is done with Polychromos. Again, I could have put a lot more work into these, but I wasn't, as I say, I wasn't feeling good. This one I put a lot of work into. This is Polychromos. Really enjoyed this one. Sky, lots of colour, lots of different reds and things like that. It's quite magical. Some silver and gold stars and moon in the sky, silver around the edge. I haven't got this one on my list, but I'm pretty sure I did it this year. I'm sure I didn't do it in November. Maybe I did. Anyway, it's that one as well. And then this one is the mouse. The mouse was also done with Polychromos. There we go, so there's that book. Next we have pictures by Agatha Pop. She sent me lots and lots of pictures for free. This one I did for the Advent, which I did a video every day for these, showing you how I coloured them. I have to say, I think this one and this one were my favourites at the end, particularly this one with the galaxy sky and the snow globe. Really enjoyed that one. But you know, I like doing all of them really. So there was that one. And then I also did my own personal Advent pages, which I didn't share. I just did them for myself because I wanted something to do that was just for me. I did forget a few days and have to do them after. So this is, I think this was from about 3 years ago that Agatha did. And I bought this one actually. And then when I bought it, she sent me all her other Christmas pages for free. She was so kind of her, but she knows that I show them to you. And I used a colour cube card for one, which was that one, and that was a really interesting challenge to make that trying to look a bit bronzy, and they used the pink for the ribbon and there's the silver for the top part, so that was interesting. But I didn't use colour cube cards. That one I think I did as well, but I haven't got it one out, but that doesn't look like colours I would naturally use. So I wouldn't normally do a green sole on the boots. I wonder if I use one for that as well. But anyway, there are them. Some of them have got bits of glitter, bits of metallic, things like that on, but I just had, it gave me something to do each day that I took my time over, did it my own way, that sort of thing. And I think I particularly like these near the end when I was feeling well again. I particularly like those. But there we go. There are those. And I also did this page because which these sort of Christmas shelves. Those other ones there were mainly done with polychromos. There might have been a few Ergosoft. These were done with Ergosoft, these shelves. And I just enjoyed that a lot. Put snow on them and things like that. And then I also did this page. Now I've put some of these on my Facebook and Instagram pages for you to see. So we've got our post box and our front door bells. I think they've gone up. The ball, which I had great fun making it look all shiny. And then this one I did in a video when I showed you these pages, and then the sort of nutcracker as well. So that's that one. Then I did this, a couple from here. Should we come in a bit closer? So the Calm colouring book, and I wanted to do some Christmassy ones. This is a beautiful, I wouldn't associate these colours with Christmas, but it was such a beautiful card, and I just did it all quite plain colouring, and just with these, I mean, as near as I could get. And I used Arteza, no, I'm lying, polychromos for that one. I think, oh, the one before, I've done them out of order. This one I used Arteza. I'm not convinced that's the correct card for that, but maybe it was. Maybe it's the nearest I could get. Because those are all greys. Oh, there's a lilac and a teal. Not sure. But I really enjoyed doing that, and I did them all the same colour, and then I added some depth and shadows with darker greys and things. Yeah, I think I've used a teal and then used greys. It was really different, and it took a while, and I just sat there and calm. You know, it's lovely. Okay, light-hearted mandalas. Let's come out a tad. There we go. Oops. Oh yes, this one was this very pretty wintry one. I didn't use much black, just a little bit. So that was that, and there's a bit of glitter in the middle there as well. Then this one, I just felt that this looked very Christmas holly-like, and that's how I coloured it. I think I may have used a colour cube card for that I haven't put in, because I don't think I naturally have done those sorts of browns in the background. But I don't know. But there's that one. And this one I just did with my metallic pens and sort of Christmassy colours, red and green, golds. So it was just a bit of fun. I do love a shiny picture. They don't look particularly artistic, but they are pretty, aren't they? Now this one is supposed to be a pattern, a picture a week, but I've done quite a few of these already. This was more of an autumnal one that I did quite near the beginning of the month. And these, I used my watercolour pens. Some of them are running out now, and I'm not particularly keen on them, but they match the colours really well, so that's, I used them for that. And oh yeah, more mandalas, because mandalas are great for the colour cube cards. This one again, it's more of a wintry rather than a Christmassy scheme. And then, whoops, this one, a sort of reds and greys. I think that's it. And they were both, I've been forgetting to tell you what pencils I'm using. This one was, hang on, mandalas. That one was done with polys. But this one says Bambinos, and it gives a completely different colour cube card to the one that I found. But I don't know. Now this one, Stunning Patterns, it's done with Staedtler Design Journey pencils. And I rather like this one because it looks like, these look like balls to me. And it looks a bit like a star, so I felt it looked quite Christmassy. But I really like those warm and cold colours together. So enjoyed that one. And then I did one from this book, Nice Little Town Colouring. I meant to do a video for you, but because I was unwell, I find this book quite daunting, to be honest. There's so many little details. Each page takes me a really long time. So I warmed up with this picture and then just didn't feel like doing another one. So it will have to wait till next year. But I did this gingerbread house, which was fun, and it just reminded me of how many details and how actually quite complicated the pages are. And this is quite a simple one. And I used Derwent pencils for that, which don't particularly work well on that paper. There we go. Now Colour sent me a new book, and I coloured some of this. I think it was this shelf. I'm going to tip it up because my light's shining off it. This shelf and some of these items when I did the flip through for you, and I completed the page in quite crisp, festive colours. And I used Artex pencils, which actually were really rubbish on this paper. This paper is really smooth, so it doesn't work with really soft pencils very well. So Prisma's Artex, that's something I'm not going to work well on it. You need something that's a little bit harder, I think. I'm going to, I think a Stedler or a Polychroma, something like that will be much better. Now there are lots of Christmas pictures in this book, and I sort of forgot it's a seasons book. So this is the first sort of it's Christmassy wintry picture. So I did this one which with polychromos, and I used a colour cube card which I haven't brought through with me. I think I couldn't find it. I don't know, 180, I forgot. Anyway, it was obviously a Christmassy red, brown and green and red, and I did that. I didn't do a background or anything, I kept it quite simple. So there's that one. This one is, whoops, I got some Millie Marotta postcards for Christmas, and this is the one I did on video when I did a flip through. There's that one, whoops. And very last, I did this morning because I remembered that for last year my aim was to do a flower year picture every month. So I hadn't done December's yet, so I just very quickly did this large. It's really simple, it's just one polychromo, it's just straightforward. But I do find Layla Dooley's pictures quite daunting, they're very detailed. Sometimes I can't quite pick out all the leaves and bits and pieces. When I did that this morning, I can say I've missed loads and gone out of the lines because it's really fine work. But I'm not going to commit to doing one a month this year. I'm just going to see how it goes. I might still, but I might not. Right, that's me for December and for the year. So yes, I've done a lot, I think, this year, but as I say, I'm not going to set a goal for next year as to, I want to complete some books. I know I'll complete Small Victories. I quite like the idea of trying to complete a book a month, but I don't think that that's a realistic goal. So I'm just not going to set one. I'm just going to poodle along and do my own thing. But thank you for joining me. It is New Year's Eve, so I want to say thank you for all your support this year, and Happy New Year. And I hope you have a really good year next year as well. So thank you so much, and happy colouring.